Titans and the Knights, with the game evenly poised. I would think the Titans leading by 165 with 7 wickets in hand, but the Knights made some crucial breakthroughs yesterday, picking up 3 wickets before the close of play, and ball still fairly new, only 22 overs old, so they're looking to strike quite early. And we welcome KG here today to this lovely day, sun shining, scorcher of a day once again.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Patrice. I think it's going to be a very intriguing and interesting day. I think a lot will happen in that first hour of the day. I think this first hour of the day, you might see a better indication of which way. There's still lots of time left. There's obviously still 2 days left in this. The pitch hasn't changed much. We took a look at the pitch a bit earlier on. There's maybe a bit of something here and there, but it's quite full in the length. In that back of the length area, there are some cracks that haven't opened up. So I think it will still be a good pitch to bet. However, I think, going into day 3 and everything and all the excitement that we had in that last session yesterday, particularly with the Knights picking up those 3 crucial wickets early on, I think it's going to be a very interesting time, especially from Van Bresses and Brandt, to try and go through this first hour and then take it from there.
Yeah, usually day 3 we call that moving day, but the game moved so quickly forward yesterday with the Knights getting bowled out in 2 sessions. So we definitely have lots of time left, and the Titans in a good position. They would want to kick on, try not to lose any wickets early on and bowl on that lead. On the other hand, the Knights know if we can get 1 or 2 wickets in the first hour, they're well in here to maybe dismiss the Titans for maybe a less than 150 and possibly chasing a target that they can achieve in the 4th innings. Van Vieren from the pavilion end, and just a nice loosener outside the off stump. Yeah, you mentioned the pitch still looking good. There are some cracks, but there's a good covering of grass, and that's helped in keeping the pitch together. We have another scorching day today, so I would think probably the best time to bat is still in session 1 and session 2, and maybe late afternoon we may see a few more balls misbehave.
Yeah, definitely. I think late afternoon we'll probably start seeing something, especially if the sun keeps on baking down. There are some clouds that we're looking to get in the afternoon. So that might also be of assistance to the bowlers if there's cloud cover around after the pitch has been baked. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting days of play today.
Just pushed onto the offside, and the first run of the day to Neil Brandt. Yeah, on day 1, when there was some cloud cover, Tiaan van Vieren got the ball to hoop nicely back into the right-hander. And we saw yesterday was a cloudless day and no assistance for the bowlers. However, Chepa Ndwandwe bowled very well and economical, wicket to wicket, not giving the Knights batsmen anything to score, and getting a back-to-back fifer.
Yeah, definitely. Van Vieren had a very good start on day 1, but hasn't been so much. Kept it tight, just going at about 3 and over, but hasn't gotten the wicket so far.
He'd definitely be looking to swing it back into the right-hander, use whatever swing is still available with the new ball, still only into its 23rd over. So there is still some hardness and some shine on the ball. We saw in the previous 2 innings, after over number 40, it does get a lot easier once the ball gets a bit softer.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a bit earlier on about how wicket to wicket will probably be the ploy that you want to employ here. Especially, we've spoken a lot of times about Van Bresses, about how when the ball is full and straight, he finds it touch difficult. So I think that's what the Knights should be looking to do.
Settled into a nice area, Tiaan straight away on the button, just looking to angle the ball across Van Bresses and then surprise him with the one coming back.
Yeah, and that's the skills that he showed Van Vieren on day 1, where he's got the ball that's just slightly leaving and coming in. It's not exaggerated swing, you would say, but it just does enough to trouble the batters.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. You don't want it to be doing too much, because then the batsman will play and miss. You just need that fraction of movement to entice the batsman. fairly straight there from Van Vuuren. He knows he's in with the chance here.
It's been just a couple of balls, but I don't know, Van Bresses just looks like his body language is a bit more comfortable. He looks like, I mean, he has been there for quite some time, obviously coming back after, didn't score too much, but then I think the most important thing, as we said, there's so much time in this game that you can afford to take a bit of time to get yourself in the game and feel comfortable, and his body language looks very positive so far.
Squeezed out to the vacant third man boundary. Just a touch too full there from Tiaan Van Vuuren and a bit of width, and just squeezed out by Van Bresses to the boundary for 4 to bring to an end the first over of the day. Titans are 56 for 3 after 23 overs with an overall lead of 170.
Yeah, that first over of the day going for 5 runs for the Titans. Not troubled at all starting off. It'll be very interesting to see also how Matthew Pollard continues. He's been the chief destroyer. We spoke about him a lot in the first innings, about how he started a bit wayward but got better as the day went by. Didn't pick up too many wickets, picked up the last wicket of Matthew Post with a bit of a short delivery that Post tried to pull. But starting the way that he has started now in the second innings, it's probably the reward that he's also getting for the good bowling that he did in the first innings. Started very well, has really ripped through the top order of the Titans here.
Yeah, he found a nice area just outside the off stump and nipping the ball back, hitting the top of off stump. Also had the ability to straighten one to Dewald Brevis and find the edge to first slip. He's been quite impressive, and it'll be interesting to see the field set here. It's a touch on the defensive side with only 1 slip and a gully. However, the leg side is packed, so we could be expecting some straight bowling here from Matthew Pollard.
Here we go on the first ball. Quick run taken.
Maybe not a bad idea, that single, to get Van Bresses on strike early on. He doesn't really move his feet early on, and did for LBW in the first innings, and with Pollard nipping it back, I think he would be looking forward to this duel with Van Bresses.
Yeah, definitely a man with a lot of confidence so far. I mean, having bowled the 9.1 over so far, 3 for 15, has definitely been the chief destroyer. One more to frustrate the opening batter in Neil Brandt, who's been there since the start of the second innings. What more to frustrate him than to keep wickets chipping on the other side? And that's how you create pressure on him also.
Yeah, they want to try and keep the run scoring down as well tonight, so there is a bit of an in-out field, slightly more attacking to Van Bresses, where there are 2 slips in a gully, but just 1 slip in a gully to Neil Brandt. But a very straightish mid on there in a catching position. Maybe suggesting that they think that the pitch may be stopping a bit and maybe a leading edge, because we now have 2 straight catches, 1 on the offside and 1 on the leg side.
I think definitely you did mention that the straighter line, besides having those 3 fielders on the leg side, you also have one that's on the leg side just a bit straighter, and that mid-off also a bit of a silly mid-off there straight. So you're definitely looking to bowl straight and get Neil Brandt to see if he can present that full face of the bat and give you an opportunity here.
Great shot from Neil Brandt there. He pierces the small gap between Dane Pitt and extra cover. First boundary of the day, and a great shot for Neil Brandt.
Yeah, very good shot there from Neil Brandt. We just spoke about presenting the full face of the bat, but got it in the gap. Didn't look to hit it too hard. Also allowed the ball to come to him. Hit it nicely under the eye line, and just raised down to the boundary on this lush outfield there at SuperSport Park.
Quite an interesting field set here, because I don't think that the pitch is that uneven that you need to have 2 close catches there. Still looks a good surface, and just showed now there you could still hit through the line of the ball, not stopping on the batter, getting a good stride. You can still score. Well left there by Neil Brandt. Yeah, he's got lots of experience, Neil Brandt, and very patient. He's not gonna flash at one that he doesn't need to. He'll just wait for the bowlers to come to him and score in the areas that he knows he can score.
Yeah, very interesting that Neil Brandt was actually given his debut in the semi-professional back then by JP Trichat, who's also the coach of the Knights now. So he's a player that he knows him and what he is capable of and doing.
Yeah, just safely negotiated there by Neil Brandt, and that brings the end of the second over of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned about how the pitch hasn't deteriorated that much for the field that has been put in, and probably that has to do with the confidence that the bowler has at the moment, because he feels that I'm chipping the guys in, and that's why they get a field in to get more support in terms of the catching. But maybe it's one of those that, you say that you have to understand that coming into another day you have to start again. You don't just continue from where you left off last night, and maybe just early on employ a standard field, if you can call it that, and then if something is to happen and it gives, then you can come on and cloud that batsman a bit.
Yeah, more conventional field for Tiaan van Vuuren, 2 slips in a gully. They're still employing that fielder out at deep backward point. It's more of a run-saving position there for the wide one that the batsman just maybe squirts out. Like we saw in the previous over, Van Bries's got one, but just too fine for that fielder and raced away to the boundary. But yeah, you play a good shot, you only get one, and you just doesn't affect the scoreboard too much, because at this moment the Knights would want to limit the Titans' run scoring, especially in this first hour, and try to create some pressure and control that run rate. And the one coming back there to Van Bries's again and just finds the inside edge down to fine leg.
I think that's what you mentioned earlier about Van Bries's and not really moving his feet too much early on in his innings in particular. And that was just another example of that, just almost throwing his hands at it and just getting that thick inside edge down to that fine leg area for a single.
A bit more defensive again for Neil Brandt, with only 1 slip and a gully and a short cover there in a catching position. Ooh. If this was the other side, they would have been in business with the field that was set.
Yeah. Definitely a bit airborne that time from Neil Brandt. Fortunately, there wasn't too much bat on it, so that didn't carry to Malusi Siboto in that mid-on.
Keju, what score do you think the Knights would be happy to chase in the 4th innings? I know it's early days.
It's a question that I was looking forward to ask you. But look, I think from the Knights' point of view, they don't want anything over 250 from the position that they're in, having started well also. But that means that I have to bowl really, really tight in order for them not to get over that 250, because that's certainly just like 73 runs. And I think the Titans would be happy if they get anything over 250, because as we said, although the pitch hasn't done too much deteriorating and stuff, I don't think it's going to be easy for in the 4th innings to bat on the wicket.
Yeah, it's never easy chasing more than 250 in the 4th innings of a 4-day match, especially at SuperSport Park, where it's known to be quite difficult on day 4 with cracks widening up. And we have seen cracks, but because of the grass cover, it's still held together. So the Knights will probably back themselves to chase around that score 250. Anything more than that, somebody will have to play out of their skins and get a big 100. Weather is set fair for the next 2 days, so we should definitely get a result. Good areas that's from Tian van Vieren, just nibbling away just outside the off stump and going with the slope. And that brings to the end of the third over.
Yeah, very good bowling last ball there from Tian van Vieren. Neil Brandt just passing that outside edge. I think Van Bresses and Brandt at the moment probably just looking to take it bit by bit. Want to frustrate the Knights bowlers a bit more, and that is where a lot of mistakes might start occurring, a lot of loose balls will start occurring.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Dane Pitt uses himself and Aaron Pangiso, seeing that Tsepo Ndwandwe got a 5 yesterday. If he maybe introduced a spin rather earlier than later, because on day one, the spin was used very sparingly, and one can understand that being a day one pitch and seamers are in the game. And with the grass cover there, you'd normally think if there's a bit of seam movement, it normally spins a bit. There wasn't much turn on offer, but very accurate from Ndwandwe yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how Dane uses his spin bowlers in the second innings.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be very key moments in the game as to how do you use them. Also have a third spinner in Aubrey Swanepoel who wasn't used in the first innings. So definitely.
And a fourth in Patrick Botha.
Yeah.
Who just found the edge there and dropping short of second slip. Another no ball there from Matthew Pollard, who struggled a bit with that facet of his game in the first innings, bowled about 5 no balls, and yeah, maybe just striving for that little bit of extra yard of pace and overstepping.
Yeah, definitely. You could even hear the grunt after he bowled the last ball, that is putting a lot of energy into it. The last thing that you want to do is to get a wicket of a no ball.
Once again, finding the outside edge and the ball running down to the vacant area just behind third man. And Van Bries is not too comfortable with the ball outside the off stump. There is a little bit of bounce still there this morning. I don't think Matthew Pollard would mind that if he's playing out there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's a 4 runs that you too disappointed in conceding. Looking at the nature of how it came, you can see that the plan might be to just nick him off there. Did so also in that no ball that just bounced short of the second slip.
And there we go, what a delivery from Matthew Pollard, just outside off stump there, a little bit of extra bounce, induces the edge Van Bries and a comfortable catch for Garnet Tar. And the momentum multiplied Titans now 68 for 4, and that's exactly what the Knights wanted this morning, an early breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I would have spoken about, to get somewhere a bit earlier here. And so just take a look at the ball from Matthew Pollard. Just kept it sliding there. I just found Van Bries. We just mentioned before then that there was 2 edges before then, and that would have been the plan. They wouldn't have been disappointed in those 2 edges. And then you look at this one now, followed up closer, even closer this time around from Matthew Pollard. It just nicks off Van Bries straight to the keeper there.
And the new batsman is Rivaldo Munsami, who's got a higher score of 154 and averaging just under 40, 39.3. Was the Titans Player of the Year last year, but hasn't yet translated that form into this season. And he'd be hoping for some runs in the second dig.
Yeah, Rivaldo Munsami has gotten stats, but nothing too big so far this season. I'm sure if there was a time for him to show why he's the Titans player of the season, it would be today.
Malusi Sipoto just reminding him there of the poor form that he's in. The senior pro showing his hand.
Well, it certainly looks like there's a bit of conversation happening there between Malusi Sipoto and Rivaldo Munsami. We know also one back down from a bit of a chat from the bowling team.
Definitely not. And he won't be backing down from the challenge as well. Loves to play his shots. But at 68 for 4, he needs to just curb that game a bit now and just try and get stuck in.
Let's just take a look at that again. Van Press is just left his bat out there. Very good bowling from Matthew Pollard. Just one more till he gets his 5 out. He's bowled very well in this innings. Has really been in the batsman's face.
Straight on the button first delivery, and Rivaldo Munsami manages to keep that out. Yeah, Pollard's been impressive in the second innings. You know, had a long spell yesterday and straight on it today. The fitness programs that these guys are on these days are very good. They have the strength and conditioning coaches doing an excellent job and allowing them to be able to bowl such lengthy spells. He hasn't left that area at all. Been very patient and has the rewards. Currently has 4 for 25 in his 11th over.
Just noticing a bit of change in the setup of Rivaldo Munsami. Looks to be moving a lot more now in his crease before the delivery stride. That front foot also looks to be opening up a little bit. And him coming a bit across, not just jump start. There's definitely a subtle change of the setup here from Rivaldo Munsami in the way that he's going about batting.
Just run down to deep backward point for 1 and Rivaldo Munsami off the mark. Yeah, in the T20 competition, he opens the batting and is quite a bit of a dasher, playing a few innovative shots. So maybe coming in down the order, has just made that adjustment for the red ball. Just, you know, you have a lot more time and needs to maybe lay that foundation to score some runs later on. Probably just tinkered a bit with his technique for the first class game.
Yeah, I think definitely. And obviously, and that's what batsmen do quite a lot also. If they go through a bit of a lean patch, they start looking at ways to change and see if they can get any better. Because I think any coaches will tell you that more times than not, as to how the player is going to play is the solid base, the setup that they would have.
Van Vuren now into Munsami, who he got out in the first innings, where Munsami tried to turn 1 to mid-wicket, got the edge and was snapped up in the slips. He'd be wary of that and try to just be a lot more patient, play with a straighter bat in the second innings and just wait for the ball to come into his areas. He's quite strong in his legs. Munsami loves to flick it through mid-wicket. And maybe that was his downfall in the first innings, just a bit of overconfidence.
Very good, solid block there from Rivaldo Munsami. No doubt that he'll be looking up to the challenge. Again, see Malusi Sipoto just getting in his face there a little bit. Trying to upset him there. See what you can get. But no doubt that probably a good time also to mention that the Titans coach Mandla Mashimbi got his level 4 CSA level 4 coaching qualification yesterday. So that is a man obviously with a lot of experience and now got even getting the highest qualification that you can get in coaching.
Yeah, well done. Congrats to Mandla. And there's not many level 4 coaches around in the country, so well done to him. He was my former teammate as well when I played at the
Yes,
Titans.
yes. I think he played for the Titans. He went for the Knights also. I think he played for the
Yes,
Knights
yes, yes,
also
yes.
for a season. I think 2 seasons or so. Mandla should have played for the Knights.
I think he went to Kimberley and then from Kimberley on to the Knights. Northern Cape, as it's called now. I think back then it was called the Griqua Diamonds.
Now called the Northern Cape Heat.
It's quite interesting to see over the years the transitioning of the team names. Back in the day, I played against the Border Bears,
Yes.
the Highveld Strikers, the Griqua Diamonds, and all those names are long gone.
Then the consistency will probably be Titans, just the name sponsors that have changed. The Warriors has been the Warriors. Dolphins have been the Dolphins. Western Province was Cobras.
Cobras,
so
yeah.
A bit of a change there.
Good patience shown here by Rivaldo Munsami, just treating each delivery with respect there. Tian van Vieren giving nothing away in this over.
Wasn't the Knights also called Eagles?
Yeah, they were
the
called.
Diamond Eagles back
That's
there.
it. Goodyear Eagles, I think they were.
One thing that has remained is that orange on their logos. They've always liked the orange.
And I was just praising Rivaldo for the patience being shown there, and he just chips one to cover to bring to an end to this innings. He'll be quite disappointed with that shot. Titans now 69 for 5 and in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, spot of bother here, but the Titans, not the start that they would have been looking for. At the wicket of Van Braces in the previous over, and now Rivaldo Munsami also. Bit of hard hands. They're just chipping one, an easy catch to that cover. Very disappointed in himself.
Yeah, we were mentioning in the first innings how the Titans batsmen really crafted, valued their wicket, and didn't really give any soft dismissals. It took some great bowling from the Knights to dismiss them. However, in this innings, there's been one or two soft dismissals where batters maybe could have left balls that they shouldn't have played at. And Rivaldo there just chipping it to cover, leaning back, not getting his weight over it. Dismissed for 1 of 8 deliveries, and that brings to the crease the first innings hero, Corbin Bosch. Let's see if he can repeat those heroics. I'm sure the Titans would want him to do that.
Yeah, we had a chat offline a bit. Palisano said it's not often where a lower order batsman does it twice in the same match. So he will obviously looking to break that norm.
Quite an impressive first-class average, even though his highest score was in the first innings of 61, and he got 59 in the first innings. He's averaging 40, which is excellent for a man that bats lower down the order.
Yes, definitely, and that just then will show how reliable you say that he has been for the Titans. Whenever the chips are down, you know that there's a lower order batsman that can just come in and just lift you up, and that's what Corbin Bosch has done for the Titans.
Yeah, just a small delay here as Neil Brunt's just gone to the change room to maybe change a contact lens or something, or just get some treatment. Makes his way back now. Play should get underway soon.
Yeah, it's also not a bad thing to just have a break in play sometimes, especially when you just lost 2 wickets in 2 overs. Just break the momentum of the bowling team a bit.
Well, the Knights 250 would be on the cards here. 70 more runs to play with and 5 more wickets to get.
Yeah, definitely they've done themselves good service here, the Knights. And as you say that, we've got the T20 international squad announcement for the Protea ladies They will still be led by Laura Woolvert. They will be looking to come back after obviously losing in that final in the World Cup, the second consecutive final that they've lost in. Some exciting names that you see. You see also the return of Elise Marie Max of the Fidelity Titans into the squad. Nondumiso Shangazi, the young Nondumiso Shangazi. She will be looking to put her name up. Faye Tunnicliffe also from the Western Province will be looking to impress. You obviously still do have the ever reliable Anneke Bosch.
Just squirted out to the offside for one there. I don't think the Knights would mind that, and bowled the majority of deliveries to the new batsman. Ball still very, very hard. It's only 27 overs old. We know after over number 40 it does get easier. The Knights would want to strike again soon and put the Titans under some more pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I think with both teams we'll be looking to maximize and try to get those points here. Obviously, the momentum multiplier Titans haven't won a game so far. They've sort of like done well in the first innings in bowling and batting to get the necessary points, but they would like to get that W under their belt and get more points.
Just a bit too straight there from Matthew Pollard. He should just still maintain that areas just outside off stump and let the batsman come to him. I don't think Corbin Bosch will be leaving many balls.
Yeah, we spoke about he's a man high on confidence also, so no doubt that if there's a bit of a sniff outside that off stump, he might be looking to pounce on it. He's very good on the drive also, so he backs himself there. So I think Matthew Pollard should be challenging that drive a bit.
Those are the lengths that you have to hit against Corbin Bosch. Also quite a tall man, so those levers are quite long and he can reach those back of length balls and turn them into half volleys. Just need one to nip away, and then Matthew Pollard will bring those slips into play.
Yeah, and we spoke so often that it doesn't have to nip away too much, but if you get that sort of like that fourth stump line and just get the ball just a touch out.
Bouncer that's well dealt by Corbin Bosch, just ducks underneath it comfortably, and umpire signal one bouncer for the over. In four-day cricket you're allowed two, so I'm sure the batsman's thinking, is the next one going to be up there or is it going to be a bouncer? Matthew Pollard just going to keep him guessing. We do have the man back on the boundary at deep backward square for the top edge. And that's just exactly what I was talking about. That's not a half volley, it's back of a length, but Corbin Bosch so comfortable on the front foot. Just runs it down to deep backward point for a single.
Yeah, you did say that he's a tall man, so gets it a bit easy to play on that front foot. And, as you said, the confidence that he has. Would have liked to pick up a wicket. He didn't when he was bowling, but I think he's done good services to the team in this match already.
Quite an interesting field there again. Dane pitch just alongside the pitch there in a short catching position. Just having a word with Matthew Pollard now, possibly about having a breather. I doubt Matthew Pollard would want that. It's just one wicket away from a first-class fifer. And the Knights controlling the run rate, so the Titans not getting away this morning. Going at 2.5 and over. The Knights would be happy with their work thus far. They probably want to nip one more before the drinks break. We have seen on the previous days that teams have lost 3 wickets in the first session. Dane Piet just discussing with Tiaan van Vieren on the plans for Corbin Bosch. Obviously, they don't want him to get away to a flyer and get comfortable. So only faced 4 deliveries thus far.
Yeah, definitely looks like they've got plans. Dane Piet there just showing where he would like him.
Well left there outside the off stump, and yeah, it's just going to be a game of patience now. I think Corbin probably realizes that this is a big partnership with Neil Brandt. They don't want to put any more pressure on the lower order. Matthew Post top scoring in the first innings, and they'd want to take the responsibility here and try and get through to drinks and then take it further in the session if they can. Great shot that from Corbin Bosch, slightly short from Tiaan van Vieren, and Corbin not missing out there and pulling it away to the vacant square leg area for boundary 4.
Yeah, very good shot there from Corbin Bosch, pouncing on that bit of a short delivery there from Tiaan van Vieren, just allowing Corbin Bosch to rock back and hit it in that vacant area, and that prompts a change also. You see Lesego Senokwane going to that square leg boundary. How is it? Isaac Dechale, rather.
Just a little bit of bat on that, but I think they pitched outside leg anyway, so single down for Corbin Bosch to square leg.
Yeah, a bit fuller that time around from Tiaan van Vieren, which is the way that he operated in that first innings, and that's where he got his wickets. So the Titans in a bit of a trouble where they do have 190 on the board in terms of the lead that they have so far.
Man going back onto the deep backward square boundary. Maybe playing some mind games with Neil Brandt here, making him think about the short ball and then pitch it up and try and find the edge. That's exactly what he does.
And kept low there, Police. Be very interesting for the bowlers.
Yeah, we saw a couple yesterday as well from the pavilion in that just kept a bit low. Especially when Corbin Bosch bowled the new ball, there was a couple that didn't really bounce much. The good thing is that all those deliveries are outside the line of the stumps, so not really bothering the batters. You know, they can just leave it or deal with it. Problems will arise when those deliveries are wicket to wicket, then it becomes a handful to keep them out. Does go for the short one. Well dealt with there by Neil Brandt, just shouldering arms and watching it go through to the keeper. Yeah, you would think the Knights would feel that they're still in with a chance in this game, not completely out of it. The lead's still only 190. They would have a number in the back of their mind, and they'll maybe making sure that they can restrict the Titans for below that. As you can see, still attacking fields, still trying to create opportunities.
Definitely, as you mentioned a bit earlier, that day 3 is normally the moving day. Well, moving day started earlier yesterday, so there will be a lot of sort of like targets in both teams as to where they want to get to. That is the end of the 29th over with the momentum multiplier Titans on 76 for 5.
Matthew Pollard making his way to the run-up. I'm sure Dane Piet was trying to get the ball out of his hand and said, "No sir, no sir. I'm one away. Give me one more." And if he doesn't get a wicket in this over, I'm sure he'll ask for another one. Probably realizing that the ball's still newish, as we can see there, that the brains trust the senior players, just having a discussion there on possible bowling changes. Aaron Pangisa, Malusi Sipoto and Dane Pitt. But Matthew Pollard's looked the most dangerous in the second innings, and he'd want him to continue for as long as he can.
Yeah, I think, if the team also, Matthew Pollard would say that, look, I don't want to leave anything on this pitch. I'm just going to go out there and give it my all. Do have the backup of 2 more seamers. So it will definitely be a man that has taken 4 wickets so far in the second innings. I'll be beaming with confidence here.
Yeah, they've just taken one slip out there and moved him into the extra cover position. And Aaron Pangiso just asking Dane Pitt to bring one more across and add a second slip, and Dane Pitt complies.
That is the benefit of having senior players in the team. And it's always good also when the captain sort of like knows that it can rely on your senior players to...
Yeah, definitely. I have 2 slips. Corbin Bosch only facing 8 deliveries thus far, and there's every chance of finding the edge early on in his innings. You don't want him to settle. So they would realize the best chance of getting him out is early on, because once he settles, he does have the ability to play the big shots.
See 2 other bowlers, sim bowlers, Siboto and Dian Forrester, have been going through their warm-ups.
Yeah, that's the areas you want to be in. Just teasing Corbin Bosch there outside the off stump. Yeah, we're into the 30th over, and Pollard's into his 13th over, meaning that Dane Pitt only bowled 2 overs from the Hennops River end, and the rest of the overs has been bowled by Matthew Pollard, so really earning his match fee today, in this innings especially. Full and straight and well dealt with Corbin Bosch, straight down the ground past the umpire for a lovely boundary 4. He's just waited for that full delivery and didn't miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think after that change of getting the second slip in, this is what they would have been looking for, as we see full presentation of the bat from Corbin Bosch. You do have 2 slips and a gully in. And bowling full and straight is definitely not the plan. Only the 2 fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, just missed his length there, a touch too full. Would want to pull that back and try and get those slips in the business. Ooh, and that's the length, and he finds the edge, and it just doesn't carry. Great bowling from Matthew Pollard. Good adjustment there after the full half volley the previous ball. But also well played by Corbin Bosch. Just dropped the hand slightly and took away the pace. Nice soft hands.
That is exactly what we are speaking about. And you just mentioned that pull the length a little bit, because you do have those slips in, and immediately when you do that, there's a bit of something that has been created. So another change in the field. Getting rid of the second slip, moving a bit wider to about a third, 2.5, and the Sechos Nogwani now going into that.
Maybe the plan would be to bowl straighter now again, but I still think that there's still enough in the pitch to induce the edge. There's still that bounce, still carry. Comfortably dealt with Corbin Bosch, and that brings the end of the 30th over with the Titans 80 for 5 and an overall lead of 194.
Yeah, I think Titans would be obviously disappointed with having lost those 2 early wickets this morning, but they are moving quite along at a slow pace, going out only 2.7 to the over. But that lead is standing at 194. Say about 56 more runs or so, 60 more runs or so.
And we have our first bowling change of the day, and we have Malusi Sibota coming into the attack from the pavilion end. And he'll be starting around the wicket to Neil Brunt, trying to just be patient outside that off stump and bore Neil Brunt out.
Yeah, Malusi Sibota, man they call Loli, very much experienced. Has of course also played for the Momentum Multiplier Titans during a very dominant period by the Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Starts with a loose and outside off stump and just comfortably punched off the back foot for a single by Neil Brunt, who's now on 35 runs off 89 balls, just biding his time and laying the foundation, knowing there's still lots of time in this innings. This could be an interesting battle. Corbin Bosch would be thinking that he could get some runs off Malusi Sibota, who's not the quickest around, but very accurate and very skillful. Corbin will be backing himself to score some runs here. Immediately on to the attack and punches that to mid-on for a quick single. Didn't bounce much, that ball just got the inside half of the bat, but they scamper through for the single. But you could clearly see the intent there from Corbin Bosch coming hard at Malusi Sibota.
I think Malusi Sibota is not one that he did hit Andile Petlokwayo bet in the first innings, but it's not one that you'd expect that he will do anything rather than bowling full to you and look to get the ball to move around a little bit.
Short one just turned down the corner by Neil Brunt, well in control, rolling the wrist for a single down to fine leg. He does have that surprise ball, you know, his bouncer is usually a bit quicker than his normal deliveries, and he can surprise you. I have seen him hit the splice and surprise batters and ball looping up into the air before. Again, some low bounce there, and like we said, it's all happening outside the line of the stump, so easy to deal with the batsman. When those cracks start opening up and they start jagging back, then it's going to be a handful.
Yeah, I think Titans, obviously looking at this, the way that it's going at the moment, would bite their time and know that the longer that they're out there, the more difficult it's going to be to bat on the wicket.
Yeah, we have had the heavy roller on all 3 days. It hasn't deteriorated in any way. The pitch is still good. In fact, maybe just firmed up the cracks a bit more. So still a good batting surface for today. But things could change quickly once the sun bakes on that. Another sweltering day today, 32 degrees.
And Bosch looks very confident, doesn't he? He's really going forward nicely, hitting the ball under the eye line. Looks very relaxed out there, which is a very important factor coming in after losing 2 wickets. 2 early wickets to come in, just look relaxed, just go through the things. Did get the 60 odd, 69 in that first inning, so he is somebody who is very confident with his bat. That is exactly what he is showing here.
Yeah, and we have a double change now. We've got Dean Forrester coming into the attack from the Henops River end, and as we have a change of bowling, we have a change in commentary, and we welcome Odwa.
Thank you, buddies. It's good to be here. It's actually been a decent start today. for the Knights. I mean, it's actually been pretty impressive to get those 2 quick wickets up front. But since as Bosch has come in now, the multiplier Titans have actually stabilized things a little bit. And Neil Brandt is just looking so very comfortable out there right now.
Yeah, we have this upcoming T20 international fixtures, Proteas ladies, on Sunday, 24th November at Buffalo Park in East London. Wednesday, the second game on the 27th November at Willowmo Park. And Sunday, the 30th November at SuperSport Park, Centurion. Was on our way. I think that the Knights should be content just to give Neil Brandt a single and try and attack the other batsman.
I think, yeah, when you look at it like that, you think it might be better to just bowl at the newer batsman between the two. Because Neil Brandt looks very well set. I mean, continuing on from yesterday, he's faced 91 deliveries so far in this innings. He's actually done a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's a man capable of playing the long innings, very solid, lots of experience. And I think the Knights have realized that let's try and attack the other side. Some good areas there from Deon Forrester. Was quite impressive on day one from the Hennops River end. Got the ball to bounce and move away off the seam. Bowled a very controlled spell. Did pick up 1 wicket, but could have easily had a couple more.
Yeah, and as you mentioned with that spell, it was so important during that part of the game. I mean, you look at how many wickets the Multiply Titans actually lost. I think they were about 112 for 5 at some stage during that innings. It was pretty good, and it was a really decent effort from the Knights. Simple shot. No run on that one. He just pushes it to mid-off.
He's been quite impressive, Deon Forrester. Just chatting a bit to his coach this morning, saying he was a bit in his shell when he came to the Knights, and he encouraged him to just express himself more, both with bat and ball, and obviously now reaping the benefits.
You can always expect that a player is going to get like that within a new team setup, but the coaches have done a really good job with him. Or bowled again. It's actually very decent, the line, the length that he's actually bowling is very consistent for us now. I mean, we talk about how good he was in that first innings, and right now he's actually kind of building on that in this second innings. And the more pressure they can actually try and exert in this situation, they can kind of conduce the false shot from Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, they'd want to do that. Still controlling the run rate. This is the lowest that the run rate's been for the Titans, 2.7. They were going at well over 3 in the first innings. Good bowling here from the Knights in the second innings. The edge found again there, but just dropping short. And that's an indication that the pitch may be getting a bit slower as the game is going on. So maybe straighter lines would come into play.
Definitely, because we looked at it from both ends. It's keeping low when you're coming in from the pavilion side. But you also clearly mentioned that there's nothing on the stumps when they're bowling. As a result, it's easier to deal with, even with that lateral movement coming through on the surface. I mean, it just stays low. But because it's outside off, you just leave it alone.
Yeah, I think your biggest challenge as the batsman is dragging one on that doesn't bounce. So you're best off just leaving that and letting it go through. Outside half of the bat, running down to third man for a boundary 4. Once again, Centurion Park outfield lightning quick. Deon Forrester won't be too disappointed with that. He's in the business there.
On that note, he's kind of looking very disappointed. You see how he finishes the run up there after that. He's thinking to himself, that's a bit unlucky, but you will take that anytime. If that edge goes through within that coordinate for 4, it's okay, because at least you're inducing the shot.
Yeah.
And a fuller delivery, maybe a better carry on a different occasion, might actually then just flow through to the slips, and then you get your wicket.
Yeah, I mean, the Titans are still looking to score, so if he keeps that, maintains that areas, there's every chance he can still find an edge. We've seen a couple of edges already go to slips in this innings from the Titans.
We've seen a couple carry, we've seen a couple drop short. It's actually been a bit of everything, really. And we speak about how it's important for now Malusi Siboto being one of the experienced bowlers in this Titans setup, in this Knights lineup. He just makes sure that he bowls the correct lines. Oh,
Nice teaser there from Malusi Zabota outside the off stump. But Neil Brandt's technique is so good, just playing the line and holding his shape, not following the ball.
that's a beautiful start from Saboto. It's an excellent line. It's an excellent length. It's just outside the off stump there. Neil Brand was actually looking to maybe try and play a shot there, but he's actually kind of like fishing outside that off stump because it's actually so well across the stumps in his position, in the starting position.
Just another change in field there, mid off, just moving a bit squarer.
But what do you think about that fielder right there in front of the bat?
Yeah, the Knights obviously think that the pitch is just holding up a bit. I mean, we did see Munsama chip one to short cover, and they probably think that's an attacking position, and if Malusi Sabota can just get the ball in the right area and tempt Neil just to have a driver at it and certainly bring that fielder into play. But the length that he's bowling now is just that back of a length, and Neil Brandt very patient. Typical opening batsman, just leaving it and letting it go through to the keeper.
He's been leaving so very well in this innings. I mean, honestly, it just looks good. He just looks well set. He doesn't look to try and attack anything that's not there. But you look at this field right now, you have two men on the leg side, one at deep square and then one just behind at fine leg. You kind of think maybe Malusi is going to look to go short more than he's going for, but he's actually been pitching the ball up for the past couple of deliveries in this over.
Yeah, I think it's just a mind game, just an insurance in case he does drop one short. But I think the plan is clearly to either nick him off or get him caught cover.
There it is again. So very strong on the defense, Neil Brandt. I mean, we actually saw him in the previous over when he's coming down forward to actually meet the ball at the pitch. He just blocks it out. It's a proper forward defense. And the previous shot when he played, well, before that went straight down the ground, my goodness, it just looks very, very complete. Plays the correct line of the ball. He doesn't look like he's finding himself in this innings.
Solid again from Neil Brandt. I think he would recognize that if he could get through the spell from Malusi and Dion Forrester, we may have some spin at one of the ends, and maybe twin spin, or just the seamers rotating from one end, and maybe then there's an opportunity to score, as we have seen from over number 40 onwards. When the ball gets softer, it is a bit easier to score here at Centurion.
Given how quick the field is, yeah, that softball is just going to disappear all over the place. But I would have thought with Dane Pete picking up those 2 early wickets, that was the start that they actually needed today. We talk about how important it is to actually show up on the first morning, within that first hour on the third day, because it is moving day in 4-day cricket. But I would have thought, at least at this point, spin would have already come on. Maybe one on one side and then just keep with the seamers on the other end.
Yeah, I think the seamers have bowled fairly well this morning. We've only had 37 runs and almost an hour's play for the loss of 2 wickets, which does indicate that the Knights have controlled the run rate. They have created opportunities, a few edges that didn't carry to slip, and maybe dangerous things that while the ball's still a little bit harder, maybe we try and nip 1 or 2 more out with a new ball. But certainly Aaron Pangiso and Dane Pitt got a big role to play here if the Knights don't strike in the next couple of overs.
Oh, definitely. But yeah, like I'm saying, it's been a good display of fast bowling. We've seen that today with the 11 overs that I've actually bowled today. It's been really good. They've been handling things very well. But just to give the batsmen that much doubt and thinking, to just think about how the game is going to play out, just play spin on one end.
Just a bit too straight there from Dion Forrester, tucked away to deep square leg for a single. And that brings Neil Brandt onto the strike with the Titans, 89 for 5 after 33 overs.
That lead is starting to look more and more prominent now. We speak about how difficult it is to actually chase in the fourth innings on this particular ground. I mean, it's going to slow up a bit more during the day. It's going to bake in this sun because it is a very hot day out here today. And the more runs that the Titans actually accumulate, the better they are in a position.
Neil Brunt still just content on just blocking out those good deliveries and waiting for the loose ones to pounce on.
And he has really jumped on the loose bowling today. We've seen it even earlier this morning when this innings was started with that first couple of overs. I think there was a 4 within the second over when we started the day today.
Yeah, just a couple of overs before the drinks break, and he'll be just settling in and making sure he's there at the interval. Nice straight punch off the back foot, straight to mid-off.
Never a good thing. Never a good thing to lose a wicket before a break and immediately after a break. It just feels like you need to reset again and again. But we speak about how important it is to start again on a new day, especially on day 3 when you're in a comfortable position. Because I mean, before those 2 wickets, it just looked like it was leaning one way, but now it's actually kind of poised again. It's back in the center. But the Knights need a couple more wickets here to actually make sure that they are staying into the game.
Yeah, current partnership, it's 20 between Neil Brunt and Corbin Bosch, and that's the beauty of 4-day cricket. Every day, every session presents a new opportunity. You just never feel that you're out of it. Just add 2 more wickets onto that score and it's a different game. Just say it's 94-7, overall lead of 203, and that paints a different picture.
Indeed. It's very, very important that the Knights continue to fight back throughout every single over. Just show the intent throughout the sessions today. Make sure that you kind of keep yourself in for as long as possible.
Good adjustment from Dion Forrester to the left-hander, straight on the button this last 3 deliveries. Not giving Neil Brunt any width and not being too full for the drive as well. Just hitting those lengths, keeping Neil Brunt honest. Was almost faced 100 balls.
Going back to your point, buddies, about the partnership, Corbin Bosch has scored 16 runs out of that 20. And we look at the number of balls that he's actually faced. He's looking to score. He's actually looking to score on the front foot. Exactly. He's trying to exert the pressure back on the bowling side, which is the Knights team. Oh, it's close enough on that occasion, but still, Neil Brunt manages to kind of keep it out.
Yeah, probably just pitching outside leg and a bit high. Yeah, Corbin Bosch just playing his natural game. He's not going to hold back. If it's there to be hit, he's going to punish it. He's not one to hold back, as we saw in the first innings as well. Strike rate was close to 100 in the first innings.
I was also going to mention how good that first inning 69 was from him. I mean, he came in when the Titans were in a bit of bother there, and that partnership towards the back end was actually pretty solid, and was on that way they really needed.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch first innings, he got 69 of 85 balls, strike rate of 81. That included 9 boundaries. SuperSport Park being a very high boundary scoring ground. And that's the end of the 34th over. The Titans are 89 for 5 with an overall lead of 203. So psychologically for the Knights, we now have to get 200 runs in the 4th innings.
Yeah, that's definitely it. In order for you to actually get in, you just need to understand what you're chasing.
Yeah, we just see the test squad announcement back on there. Important series for the Proteas, the men playing against Sri Lanka down in Durban, the first test, and the second one in Gqeberha. No surprises there in the squad. I think the only decision there is whether to go in with 2 spinners or 1 spinner, especially in Durban.
And we talk about the importance of having Jansen back, having Coetzee back in that side. I mean, you look at how good KG was in Bangladesh. Now all that support with all the other pace seamers that becomes available as an option for South Africa. It's a really strong squad. on in Durban, win the second game, take over a 2-0 series win over Sri Lanka, as Pakistan are coming in, look to win both of those games as well. It's going to just be a very interesting season of cricket in South Africa.
Yeah, just the Pakistan bowling attack has been fantastic over down under, and you wouldn't want to face that bowling attack on a spicy SuperSport Park deck.
Ah, that's true.
Or a spicy Newlands pitch where the last test match lasted a day and a half.
I remember that game. Oh, wow.
Nice and straight there from Sibote, and a quick single. Direct hit, but the batsman well in his ground.
I was well bowled on that occasion too. I think that kind of gets Matthew now off the mark with that single. But that was a really good ball. He was actually challenging the edge as well as the stumps. And that's exactly where you want to be as a fast bowler. You want to give yourself the options of getting out of batsman LBW. You want to get them out nicked off. And when you bring in that catching cover, as he's done in the previous overs against Neil Brandt, you want to make sure that you kind of cut off his options to score runs.
Yeah, the Knights have been good this morning, controlling the run rate and creating opportunities because of that. Oh, the outside edge found there. Running down to the vacant third man for a boundary 4. And just because the pitch has lost a bit of his pace and there's no carry there, but that's the third edge that's been found today that hasn't carried.
Oh, wow. I'm just looking at how they set up there behind the stumps. Last over we had 3 slips into that coordinate. This over we had 2. And it's all built on that identification of the ball kind of dying out as it gets through from the batsman to the coordinate. But seriously, on that occasion, if you could have had maybe a third slip in there, it kind of closes the gaps in between the slips. Maybe, as you can see, that the ball is not carrying as fast as it should. You just step maybe just a foot closer from the current mark that you were standing on, just to give yourself enough opportunity to actually try and get to the ball to complete a catch before it kind of dies on you right at the end.
Yeah, there has been a bit of inconsistent bounce on the pavilion end over the last 2 days. You'd rather want to take a screaming of a catch at second slip than letting it bounce in front of you. I have seen the slip fielders employ a helmet in the past, just so they can get close in there and try and snap up that half a chance.
I'm actually seeing how close Patrick Botha is right now there at second slip. He's taken that initiative of taking that step, moving further forward. That was a sneaky single. I did not think for a second there could be a run there. I mean, you have Dane Pete sitting inside the ring at a shortish mid-wicket, and that ball was just nudged into that direction. The cleanup should have been better. And stuff like that. It's just the little things that you need to control more. Because now you turn over the strike, Neil Brandt is off the strike, but yes, you'd like to bowl with Matthew Bose, but at the same time, it's always better to actually bowl at the guy who's just trying to build an innings and buy time, because he's not playing any aggressive shots at the moment. He's just trying to defend and batting through.
The Knights just bringing in a leg slip there, and I think they could be employing the short ball tactic here. There was some reward in the first innings, bouncing out Matthew Boast, but by then he already had 75 runs.
Well, I'm about to say, it was already too late. The damage was done at that point, but it was a good ploy, Adam. It really was a good ploy, and that's something they can actually start off with early in his innings, in the second innings.
I think maybe now there's a case for Dane Pitt loosening up with the 2 left-handers at the crease. You know, the off-spin spinning away from the left-hand batsman. With not much turn on offer, you do bring both edges into play, because you do have the option of bowling the one that just goes on straight and tapping the batsman in front. Oh. And if there is a bit of purchase, maybe just turn. There is a bit of inconsistent bounce, so could be a handful.
Exactly, and it's important that now, at this moment, he actually does give Neil Brandt something else to consider. Now, you look at how well he's played against seam, so how can he do now against spin? And given those options, you need to try and be attacking, to try and pick up the wickets that you require to kind of finish this innings off. And the Knights want to finish this innings off as quickly as they can. You don't want to be out here chasing over 250 on this wicket in the 4th innings. Excellent shot.
Just punch down the ground for a single. And Neil Brandt still just content on playing that anchor role, just working the ones and twos. He has full faith in his partner, who top scored in the first innings.
What is impressing me so much about how Neil Brandt is playing this inning is how straight he's actually playing the deliveries against the seamers. And he's just waiting for the bad ball to come along. And so far, Forrester hasn't given that at all. Every time he's bowled at him, it's actually been tight on the body, right line, correct line, correct lane.
Solid defense that from Matthew Bose, which was a great attribute to his first innings score of 75. Played very straight, very compact, confident in his defense, and waited for the bad balls to score. The Titans would want him to replicate that innings.
On this field, it's always good to play through the line of the delivery instead of trying to cross-bat everything. Because you might do what we were talking about earlier, where you just under-edge the ball onto your stumps and you just drag it on. So play straight, and you get value for shots in this field because of the quick outfield. And
just another field change here, mid-wicket going to the boundary. We definitely would see a short ball being bowled here with one delivery left. Now, double bluff, back of a length, just squirted out to the leg side for a single, bringing the end to the 36th over with the Titans on 99 for 6 and an overall lead of 213.
I was just impressed with how Burst was sitting on that last shot. He's not sitting back expecting the short ball. He's still in and around a position to go forward to play. And with that double bluff, exactly, he was in the right position to play that shot, to actually just get himself off strike. It's a good attribute to have, to be able to judge the length very quickly so that you can actually play the correct line and the correct shot to the right delivery.
Malusi Siboto continuing from the pavilion end, staying around the wicket to the left-hand batters. He feels that if he can just get one to misbehave and maybe undo Matthew Boast in this over.
That would be so important. If they were to be able to just sneak another wicket here, it's going to look very, very different. And the overall picture is going to look like we have a very equal game. Because at the moment, with Neil Brandt's still currently going on, it's still a bit towards the Titans.
Again there, very low bounce there, hitting the toe end of the bat there for Matthew Boast. As we see there on the Sunday, the 22nd December, big game, pink day at the Wanderers. And then following that, we've got the Proteas versus Pakistan at SuperSport Park for test number 1 on Boxing Day.
Damn, Pakistan win that last pink day they were here for.
What we wanted, Dave Pitt's coming into the attack. Maybe an over or two too late, but nonetheless, let's see what he has to offer against the left-handers.
Yeah, he was definitely looking at that 40 over mark. He was definitely looking at that 40 over mark. And right now, we are looking at the first change in Dane Pete coming into ball for the first time this morning. Actually bowled only 2 overs in this inning so far. It's only 5 runs have come off that, so it's been a really decent start. We try his best to build the pressure on one end, rotate the seamers from the other end, just work together in a fashion that actually works in tandem.
Oh, a change of plan there. We're not getting what we wanted. It looks like Matthew Pollard's grabbed the ball out of Dane Pitt's hand.
Maybe he's still thinking, maybe the pavilion end is going to work better, so we'll just slip in this one over from the seamer. And then I'll come across to the pavilion end and bowl that 41st over. See, now he's just looking at how old the ball is, around the 40 over mark.
That's possible. He's thinking maybe he would replace Malusi Supporter from the pavilion end and give Matthew Pollard one more spell before lunch.
He's actually had an excellent spell this morning, Pollard. Really was good up front with the ball. He was very instrumental in building the pressure to get those first 3 wickets.
Yeah, just continued off where he left off yesterday. It's like he had the ball on a string, hit good areas, got it to nip around.
Bowled well, Pollard. 13 overs, 4 wickets for 32. He's actually been very instrumental today. Started off well. He literally just, as you said, he picked up from where he left off yesterday.
Neil Brandt and Matthew Post has looked quite solid. Hasn't been bothered since the drinks break. Knight should want to try and create one or two more opportunities before the interval.
I definitely want to do that. Just create a bit of pressure, try and force the shot, get another breakthrough. I mean, if they go off at lunch and they've taken 7 wickets or 8, they'll really feel that they are well and truly in the game.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back in the second innings by the Knights. They want to try and continue this good work. Slashed in the air, but safely away from the fielders. Down to dig, backward point for a single.
I think that's the first false shot I've seen from Neil Brandt this innings.
Yeah, he's been very patient in this innings.
He's been very patient. He just kind of slashed hard at that one. It was just
Scoring 40% of the runs in the second innings.
42 from 111 deliveries. It's been very, very watchful up there today. It's been a very patient innings. It's actually been, and the other batsmen have been building around him.
Good leave that from Matthew Post.
I think at this moment, the multiplier Titans will be looking at the situation and thinking we can't just afford to lose another wicket before lunch. Maybe just bat out how we are at this point, just bat out the next 45 odd minutes, go into lunch just having lost the 6. We'll come out after lunch and try to build from that.
Yeah, if you look at how the first innings was constructed, most of the runs were scored by the lower order later on in the day in session 2 and 3. It's been proven that session 1 is hard to get to bat. So if you can get through the tough periods, you can always cash in later on.
And it's been proven that just the Titans' top order have actually struggled within those first couple of sessions in both of these innings. Against the new ball, it's really been a tough going for them.
Yeah. SuperSport Park tends to be a new ball pitch. You know, it's quite tough facing the new ball. And if you can get through that period, you can always cash in later on. There's always value for shots here with the fantastically fast carpeted outfield.
And all you need to do is just make sure that you stay in.
Outside half of the bat again, down to third man. Coming
my
back
God.
for two. Good running there.
Really
That-
good running on
That
that occasion.
brings to the end of the 40th over the Titans 106 for 6 with an overall lead of 220.
That was good running. I will say that first, but secondly, that shot under that delivery, it is like Pollard is asking all the right questions. And with the change of that over, we'll have a change in commentary as well, with KG coming back to continue on for a couple of overs before lunch.
Yeah. Good to be back in commentary. Been one more wicket that has been lost ever since leaving commentary. That of Coben Bosch.
That was an excellent delivery too from Sabota. I mean, that LBW was just picture perfect. And Mohani Jelly didn't think twice about it. He just had a good long look at it and raised the finger as we expected. And
Yeah.
there's your change in bowler. Dane Beat coming on to bowl from the pavilion end in the 41st over of this innings.
Good shot. That's a very good shot from the bat of Neil Brandt, hitting it past that vacant point area down to the boundary for 4.
Doesn't start well, Dane Pete. Doesn't start well. That's a bit wide. It's a bit too short even. Just kind of offers Neil Brandt the opportunity to score, and he's been waiting on a bad delivery for a while now in this innings.
Yeah,
That
it
one
looked
is
like
well
a bit.
put away.
Sorry, just looked like a bit of a loosener there from Dane Pitt. This time fuller and straighter. Daniel Brandt just comes down to hit it, and that is his 50. The captain carrying the team here. His 12th first class 50, coming off 118 balls. Has had to do a lot of work. Has had to really bite his time a little bit here. It's a wonderful score. Getting Titans into what you would call about a safe area, maybe around that 250 lead is what we spoke about a bit earlier on. So, very good efforts here from the captain.
He scored about a majority of the team total here today. We're looking at 111 so far for 6, and Neil Brandt has scored 50 of those. It's really been a decent captain's knock of an innings today.
Yeah, definitely. He has really taken the responsibility of pushing the team forward just to get them into a decent spell here. As we see a bit of a change with a short leg coming onto the offside to Matthew Boast.
That's exactly what Dane Pete wanted. He wants him to be a bit more aggressive on that shot instead of just blocking it out. Maybe it was just induce the full shot, actually get the wicket. It's come back nicely after that first ball, Dane Pete.
Matthew Boast had a very good innings in the first innings for the Momentum Multiplier Titans, the highest scorer in that innings, coming in at number 9.
Pollard has had a really, really good innings in this game. He's actually had a really good game overall. With the 4 wickets coming in this innings out of the 6 that the Knights have taken, he's actually been the most lethal bowler out there today. He's bowled the longest as well. Now he is into his 15th over in this spell. 35 runs, 4 wickets taken. I mean, yeah, that's a great return.
Yeah, definitely. We said that he bowled very well also in the first innings. Doesn't show because he didn't pick up the wickets. But he's come back now in the second innings and he's picked up the wickets to back the wonderful bowling that he's doing.
Really is important, KG, as you mentioned that even though you can sit and say, yes, he didn't get the wickets in the first innings, but the partnerships that he bowled in, it creates that much pressure. When you're bowling well on one end, it kind of opens up that opportunity for your supporting bowler on the other end to get another wicket.
Yeah, definitely. Everything in cricket works in partnership, doesn't it? It's all the pressure that you can create from the one side, the teams feels that they wanna push back a bit on the other side, and that's where you induce a lot of mistakes.
Definitely, definitely.
Straight one there from Matthew Pollard to end the 42nd over with the momentum multiplier Titans of 112 for 6.
I spoke to buddies earlier about how you'd look at this innings from the Titans' second innings and you think it's very disappointing where they find themselves now, having started this innings with over 114 run lead from the first. It's been a very tentative second innings, to say the least. I mean, they've lost 6 wickets for 112. The overall lead now is about 226. And as the Knights, you probably look at that and still feel that you are so much more in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the game is definitely not. It's definitely in the balance, you would say. I don't think the Titans, they obviously would like to be further than where they are at the moment. I don't think they will be too disappointed. Another 40, 30 runs here will create a lot of problems, I think, for the Knights. We've seen a couple of balls that have hit a nice spot and kept low. It is maybe a bit too far out, but the longer that the Titans bat there, which is what the game is going to be about, how long can the Titans bat, because that will get the pitch to deteriorate further.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Dane Peters started well in the second over after that first. I mean, he bowled shortish and wide of that first delivery, and that last over went for 4, but he's really been more collected since that first delivery.
Yeah, nice. Dane Pitt showing you all the experience that he has. He was with the Proteas in Bangladesh. So, man, definitely with a lot of experience. He does have that bounce back feature in him.
He definitely does. And he just brings with him that wealth of experience. He's also one of the senior bowlers alongside Samoto in this night's team. So it's very important that he actually does lean on that so much more, and especially as captain.
Yeah, in between him, Siboto and Pangiso. Yes, and yes, wealth of experience there in the team.
They know exactly how it's done, and they should actually continue with that.
They do have a wonderful mixture also, not just the experienced guys. I've got young guys in your Isaac Dikhale, Lesegos Nokwani, Dian Forrester, Matthew Pollard. More experience again from Opriswan Nepul, who's also been around for quite some time.
And buddies and I were talking about how important it is for Dian Forrester to actually acclimate to this team setup, and coming in as that newish player in and around a team that you're so like you're not really more known to, but the coaches have done a really good job with acclimating him to this situation, and he kind of fits in now also perfectly. He looks good with the ball when they need someone to actually hold up an end. He looks really great with the bat when they need him to step up in that middle order position.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially having a coach like JP Trichat, somebody that has always believed in fielding in the younger stars. The likes of Neil Brandt made his debut under JP Trichat when he was up here at the Titans some years ago. Rivaldo Munsami also played under him, so he is somebody that believes in giving the younger players an opportunity to see short ball, which is what got Matthew Boast out in that first innings. Short ball, more control this time around from Matthew Boast, getting over it and hitting it to just Isaac Dikhale there at mid-wicket.
He just hit it directly into the ground. You just look at how much more control he actually has over that shot in the second innings, which leads you to think that maybe even when he got out in that first innings, it's not about an element of not knowing how to actually play that shot. It was just a mistimed execution of that shot, which offered up that opportunity for him to get out. But he looks very solid. He looks very comfortable playing that short ball.
Yeah, that's the important thing, being comfortable. A bit Fuller this time around from Matthew Pollard. Getting the inside half of the bat of Matthew Boasty down to that fine leg for a single.
A bit too straight on that occasion for my liking. Yes, it's a really good line if you're trying to attack the stance, but that's a bit too straight. So maybe just shift it towards that off and middle stump region line. So that's where you need to be. But the length was perfect on that occasion.
And that's the line that we're talking about there. And you can see also with the field positions that have been employed, you've got a slip. It looks like you've got a gully more in the fourth slip area. Got a backward point that's also very tight. So definitely outside of that off stump, in that length that we're talking about, might get those players behind there a bit excited.
And what you see from the positions is that there's no central idea that we might actually get a short ball at any time. As everybody's in the ring close except for the man alone at fine leg out there just behind square. And you have your sweeper covering in front, deep at the point region, by the boundary, just man alone out there. And everybody else is inside the ring, just looking at cutting off those singles, those ones and twos here, just eliminating that option of rotating strike, not making it easy to score.
Sometimes maybe when the field doesn't suggest that you will bowl a short ball, there's something there, but Empire, the Bablo says that did not touch any bat or glove. It's one that just down the leg there. It was a bit of a subtle appeal. It wasn't full confidence high up from the Knights. So yeah, just have a look at that again.
Oh, it's a bit close.
Yeah, looked like he might have just brushed the trouser there.
Ganantar and Pollard were absolutely convinced that hit something on the way through. You always just see your keeper and your bowler going up in unison. You just think immediately, yeah, there's definitely some bat or some glove on that.
That's how this time around. No Brunt looking to guide it, but hit it straight to that man at that tight backward point. And that is the end of the 44th over with the momentum multiplier Titans and 1-1-3 for 6.
Oh, if that was given out, well, what a moment that would have been for the Knights. I mean, to get the big wicket of Neil Brunt, it would then look to be a situation where Matthew Bose would be left to bat with the lower order and try to make a decent score in the second innings, just so that they can elevate that lead a bit more. Overall lead at 227, following a run rate that's very, very dropped off a little bit. It's a 2.6, and it really is the slowest they have been throughout this game. We talked about how quick they were scoring in that first innings at close to 4. And this current partnership now is sitting on 24 runs.
Yeah, I don't think the Titans will mind that at all. The important thing here is to bat as long as there's a lot of time still left. After this session, there's still 5 sessions. They needed only 2 sessions yesterday to bowl the Knights out. So you'd think that they won't be too worried about the scoring rate so far. They do want that pitch to get a bit more traffic, and the more traffic that it gets, the more it might assist them in that 4th innings.
And speaking about that now, Tian van Vuuren coming in as the bowling change, as Dane Pete only bowled the 2 overs that he bowled from the pavilion end, and now switches out as captain to have Van Vuuren coming in for his next spell of bowling. He's actually completed 9 overs so far in this game. He has taken 1 wicket for the 26 runs. There's only been 4 boundaries scored off his bowling. It's been a really decent day out here for him today. It's actually been a decent innings in this bowling pair, as he started this game with Pollard.
Way what that time around down the leg from Van Vieren. Look at those sometimes and you say that it's a bit of a waste of energy, isn't it? You've got to get the batters doing something. You've got to challenge Posty a bit more here.
You have to make him play. You absolutely have to make him play. You're right about that, KG, because now it's easier, especially when if you go too far offside, it's a good leave. You go too far leg side, it's also just well left. You just have to challenge him. You have to make him play. Ooh.
It got Posty in a bit of a trouble there. Lucky that just went through. Didn't go as high up as he thought it would, maybe. We saw one yesterday from Malusi Siboto causing some damage. You see, take a look at that again from Van Vieren.
My goodness. It really didn't come up as much as he expected. That was just right in line with where his head was positioned. It just made sure to move out of the way at that last moment. That was a good delivery, though.
Oh, and just one up there, just in between that short leg and short 45. Perfectly placed in between them. Probably did not have any idea of that, but it just fell in the right place.
Oh, we'll definitely say it was perfectly placed now. Like, that's a good shot. All of a sudden. It really does look like a good shot. I mean, you have your back and slip there, right? Just behind the legs of the batsman, and then you have your short catching fielder also in that similar position at short leg. Both of those men are in a position to take that type of catch for that sort of delivery, and it just perfectly divides them right in the center. Nobody moves in reaction to it because it's well into space in between them. You just think it's a perfectly placed shot.
Yeah. Ooh, just going past that outside edge, Brandt was looking to hit that through the covers. This is the time of the game, of the innings, where the Titans also in that first innings were not in a good position going into 6 wickets down, and Bosty came and sort of took the game away, or the innings away, I should say rather, from the Knights. And with these annoying partnerships, I remember at some point we were talking about it's that annoying 25 late partnership, and that's exactly what is developing again here for the momentum multiplier Titans. The Knights won't want them to get too far away. Ooh, it's shot out this time around, and Neil Brown perfectly placed past that mid-wicket area. Had all the control in the world there, hitting it to the boundary for a wonderful 4 to end the 45th over with the momentum multiplier Titans on 118 for 6.
And before that shot for 4 in that last delivery, it really was a perfectly good over from Tian van Vieren. It looked like he was creating the chance for wickets to actually be taken, but then on that last occasion he just drops it a little bit short, and as we've seen, it doesn't really stick up a lot, and Neil Brandt was in a perfect position to actually play that pull. He just launches it into that vacant mid-wicket region for 4. And KG, on the note that you talked about, it is an annoying partnership. You look at it and you think to yourself, we can't have a lower order batsman partnering up and batting for a long time with a top order batsman, because you want to make sure that you get those wickets quickly.
Yeah, and especially looking that you've had a lot of time to bowl to that lower order batsman. I mean, Matthew Boast has so far faced 35 deliveries, so it's not one of those where you say that you haven't had enough time to bowl at him. He was protected on the other side. He's had to hold his own also, face the amount of deliveries that he has. So you'd say that there's definitely opportunities for you to get him out. And as we see a change of Dane Beat changing ends, now we'll be operating from the Henops River end. We do have 2 left-hand batsmen in, so you feel very comfortable bowling to 2 left-hand batsmen, turning the ball away. Off-spinners always like bowling to left-hand batsmen, so let's see if we can get a bit more joy from the Henops River end.
You do feel it's a good ploy, right? It just has to come off for him. Simple.
Yeah, it's a bit too full, too straight, too easy for Matthew Boast there.
Just get off the mark.
Yeah, and there's a man that's got 70 in the first inning, so definitely can hold the bat. You have to do something.
Have to do something about these streaky partnerships. You look at the last one before this with Bosch and Neil Brandt, it was about 25-28. This one currently is sitting on 30. So you're just looking at all these partnerships stitching together after every fall of wicket. It kind of breaks how you play and how your fluidity is as a bowling side in the game.
A bit of a lazy field in there from Dan Pitt. Just tried to block it with his foot, but just went through down. But 15, 14 minutes or so to go before the lunchtime, and you almost feel that the Lions just look a bit dejected here. A bit of energy out there.
You really do need a bit more of energy from the Knights. And this also can come from the captain, Dane Pete. He needs to look at his men and actually just take charge of the whole situation. Our body language has to be in the fight.
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of experienced campaigners that we've spoken about quite a few times in the Knights team that would have been in this kind of situations before. We would understand what would be needed from the team.
It just looks like at this moment, KG, they can't wait long enough for that lunch interval to come through so that they can reset after that. But it's very important that they really stick to these last 15 or so minutes in this session, trying to build a little bit of pressure, maybe edge out another wicket, put yourselves back in charge of this possession.
Yeah, definitely another wicket will be gold right now, as we see that silly cover going to the short leg and square leg going down to the boundary to maybe ball straighter. Still in the rough stump.
He's closing up that angle for that sweep.
That's the end of the over. 46th over. The momentum multiplier Titans on 120 for 6. I must say, Matthew Post, he looks comfortable, doesn't he? Coming in at late. He got a bit of a promotion in this innings after the score that he had, and obviously with Andile Petlukwayo not taking no further part in this match. Got a promotion to that number 8, and he just has looked comfortable, particularly against spinners. How often do you see the lower order batsmen, especially against spinners, just looking like they want to hit themselves out of trouble? But Matthew Bowles just looks very comfortable. Does have Neil Brandt on the other side. He will be facing up to Tian van Vieren once again.
It's very important that we look at that and we actually just see how it is. Both has all that confidence coming from that 75. I mean, we looked at how well he played, the patience that he's shown. I mean, he faced 140 odd deliveries for that 75 runs, scoring a strike rate of 50, but it was just a comfortable innings. He batted himself in. He's kind of doing the same today. He's currently sitting on 11 from 40, and he's batting himself in. He's playing out the situation. And you mentioned how important it is for them to actually bet time here, and the more longer the Titans are there for, the harder this is going to be for the Knights.
Yeah, definitely. I think the pitch will start deteriorating just a touch, not too much. It still had a lot of grass cover when you took a look at it earlier today. A lot of sunshine, so no doubt that with all the running that also has been done, the ball bouncing in the areas, that it will offer something a bit extra for the bowlers in that fourth innings. I think something Coben Bosch and Junior Dalla would be looking to bowl at, and Matthew Post.
It's always difficult to be batting in the fourth innings here at SuperSport Park. And it's a difficult ground to be chasing totals, but you just need to make sure that you stay in the game long enough to offer yourself that much of a bit more opportunity to actually win games, chasing totals in the last innings.
Yeah, I think chasing in the fourth innings here is not as good as it is chasing in the one-day cricket here, because over the 4 days, the amount of traffic that goes into that pitch changes it a bit more. Shot from Neil Brandt, just a bit too straight into the stumps, and ricochets to that mid-on, and they come through for a single.
Spoke about the intensity, you spoke about the energy. I'm looking at how they are fielding there.
Yeah.
If you look at as if Dikhali there, just trotting on to get to that ball. There's no actual sense of urgency to get to clean up the fielding. It just seems a bit off and dejected, as you said earlier on. They don't really feel like they're there right now at the moment. They just look like they're just waiting for the lunch interval to hit so that they can just come off the field, reset again, and then maybe try and go on after the lunch and then work their way through again.
Yeah, I think that is a very important mention that you make there. That you've got to find something, you've got to dig deep.
It is 4-day cricket after all, KG. You are expected to be in that moment, to feel tired and sore at any point in time, to feel lacking in low energy, showing less intensity. But it really is important to stay with the game and provide that fluidity for yourself and the rest of the team. Just stay in.
It is 4-day cricket, which is a step level down from test cricket, so it's going to test your patience, your energy, and everything.
It's very important to just stay within it. So ensure that you don't expand yourself way too much. And that brings on a comfortable over from Tian Fulfilling, only just a single coming off it. Multiply Titans currently 121 for 6 after 47 overs. Overall lead now is sitting at 235 runs. Brandt is just batting through this whole innings. He's just ensuring that his team is comfortably set on his back.
Taking the responsibility, Mr. Captain, and just probably about 2 overs to go before the lunch break. The Titans will want to ensure that they don't lose an additional wicket. Easy down the ground from Neil Brandt for the single.
There's actually been an old-fashioned knock from an opening batsman. And Neil Brandt has just ensured that he stayed in. He's played the good balls very well. He's punished the bad balls. And you look at that score, he's 58 not out of 137 balls. It's proper test batting.
Yeah. I'm not too sure though that with Neil Brandt, yes, he's been there for quite a while. Just continue with that after this ball. I'm not too sure that the Knights are just not making it too easy for him. When he is on strike, they've got a long off and a long on. Neil Brandt is not a guy that's going to come bashing out. And so they're making it very easy for him to get a single and get to the other side. And the Titans just keep on ticking away with that. And with the way that Matthew Bose just looks so comfortable, I don't know if you just want to get him on strike but give Neil Brandt the easy singles on the other side, where you should be looking to get a wicket, you should be looking to squeeze him and create opportunities.
And you're right with that, KG. You need to create those opportunities on both ends. It doesn't matter who's actually on strike. If you squeeze hard enough, the decision to actually make a play will come from the batting side. And guess what? You might actually end up in a position where you get the wicket of Neil Brandt. Bold. Just excellent. And that's just bold. It's straight through him. Oh, wow. You talk about the lack of energy there. Look at them. They're celebrating that wicket. Matthew Bose just beaten all ends up by Dane Pete there. It's literally just bowled him on all stuff. We'll just look at that in replay. My goodness, what a delivery. It actually just pitches nicely in line. It just holds the line and goes straight through. Wow, what a ball.
Yeah, very good ball there from the captain, Dane Pete. Hitting the top of off, which is something that normally it's your pace bowlers that look to do. It's similar trend to what Pangiso did in the first innings. Dane Pete coming and giving them that extra oomph that they might need. They did need to get a wicket, and that is exactly what Dane Pete has given to the Knights. And hope that they can go quickly through it, as we see Merrick Brett, who came in as a substitute fielder, substitute for a concussion substitution, that is, even for Andile Petlukwayo. He can hold the bat, Merrick Brett. Does have a couple of 50s in the Titans Premier League. Got a 90 also earlier this year in the National Club Champs. does captain the Tucks in the Titans Premier League, so definitely can hold the bat. His confidence will also be high after picking up those 3 wickets in the first innings, in the bowling innings of the Titans. So definitely look to be comfortable. Didn't have a good time with the bat the first time around, but no doubt that he will be looking to do that a bit better. So the captain will say and ask him to just stick with him here for a bit longer. Say get another 40 runs or so from here, get to that 276 mark.
Well, KG, it looks like we completely weren't reading what Dane Pete was looking at on that occasion. They spoke about how easy it was to get Neil Brandt off strike with a signal to stay down the ground, and offered the opportunity for him to be bowling at Matthew Post, and he actually does get the wicket. Now then, at 122 for 7, with that lead still sitting on 236, excuse me. 7 wickets down, 3 to go. Now we are well and truly looking at the lower order to end things here, and Dane Pitt and his team will look to really go through these next couple of wickets. The question now is on Neil Brandt. Will he be more attacking in this forefront, or is he still just going to play the way that he's been playing so far until this point?
Yeah, I think he feels he's got one more wicket to continue playing normally. Oh, and that is another one from Dane Pitt. That is 2 in a row on the hat-trick ball. Again, top of off. Hit the top of off for a left-hander. Hit top of off of a right-hander. Both sides of the wicket. Wonderful bowling here from the captain, Dane Pitt.
Oh, that's excellent. That's just truly, truly excellent. I mean, watch this delivery here. And it's more or less the same sort of conditional line. It just bowls it darting it into that wicket, just coming into the stumps, just hits the top of off. Brilliant, brilliant delivery.
Yes, just take a look at that again. Very good bowling here from Dane Pitt. Can you just take a look at that? Very steady coming in.
Nice and flat.
Nice and flat. Just kept its line. Going through the defenses of Merrick Brett. And that is the wicket that takes us to lunch. With the momentum multiplied Titans on 122 for 8. Neil Brandt still carrying on, holding the innings together on 58 of 137. He will be joined by Junior Dalla after the lunch break. 5 wickets have fallen this morning.
Absolutely needed by the Knights. We look at the play-by-play. The first innings, Titans coming in and scoring 307 all out. The Knights' response to that first innings was 193, leaving that bracket of 114-run lead in between those 2 sessions. But today is really all has been about this morning session today. With the Knights picking up the 5 wickets, well, just an addition of just over a little bit of 60 runs coming in the second inning. Titans are now 122 for 8 in 48 overs of their second innings. I mean, it's been really good. That overall lead now just pushed up to 236 and is still there.
Yeah, I think that lead at 236, both teams will still feel that they are very much in it here. It isn't ran away from the Knights as the Titans would have liked. But that is the match situation currently, and we will be going to lunch. We'll see you back in about 40 minutes time. Have a good lunch.
Welcome back to day 3 of this important clash between the Momentum Multiplied Titans and the Knights. Session 2 about to start, and we had a very interesting end to session 1. We were calling on Dale Pitt to come on a bit earlier to the left-handers, getting 2 in 2, restricting the Titans now to 122 for 8 after 48 overs with an overall lead of 236. So they would want to wrap up this innings as soon as they can and try and chase as less as they can in the 4th innings. With me today is KG.
Yeah, definitely, Palis. We were speaking about if Dan Pitt could have bought a couple of more overs, especially with the 2 left-handers that we had on strike. And he showed after getting rid of the left-hander in Matthew Boast, immediately got rid of Merrick Brett rather. So coming back from this lunch session, it's going to be very important for the Knights to wrap this up as quickly as possible. We had a bit of a debate as to does it look like a game that can finish today, or the Knights bet a bit better in the 2nd innings. But to get us going after lunch, it will be Tiaan van Vuuren from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Neil Brandt approaches his innings now. He's currently on 58 off 137 balls. Just got Junior Dala with him and Chepo Ndwandwa to come. I'm sure the Knights will just give him a single and try and bowl at Junior Dala. He's quite set and looking quite solid. And he would probably want to farm the strike more. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about this. There's still plenty of overs left in the day.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very interesting as to do they actually just allow Neil Brandt to get off strike early on, or try to squeeze him and force him to go over the top. It does look early on here that they've got a bit of a spread out field with a deep point, deep mid wicket and a fine leg.
Straight on the button after lunch from Tiaan van Vuuren, and equally well dealt with by Neil Brandt. Hasn't been much swing for Tiaan van Vuuren today compared to day 1. Still hitting good areas and good lengths. Got the 1 wicket of Rivaldo Munsami, who just popped one up to short cover.
Yeah, I mean, we're speaking about how they having those 3 fielders out, but they still do have a bit of an attacking sort of field, having a slip and a bit of a gully. They do have a mid wicket and also a cover there. So they are still saying that even if they might allow him to go to the other side, there are still fielders that are also in position to try and get the wicket.
Pushed out down to 3rd man, and Neil Brandt sprinting back and coming back for 2 runs. Yeah, he ran the first one hard there, so he understands the importance of him facing most of the bowling for the next couple of overs and trying to extend that lead just beyond the 250 mark. I think that's a psychological number for the Knights. Anything more than 250 just could be a bit difficult to chase on the Centurion SuperSport Park pitch.
Yeah, they want to keep it in control. There is a lot of time, so the time is not the factor here. Once again, just fending it off down to that deep point to Ambriswana Bull to come through for a single. Gives Junior Dala 2 balls to contain with here.
Yeah, I suppose there's still so much time left. I don't think Neil Brandt needs to farm the strike as much as he needs to. He can still try and get the bound in the first 4 balls and leave Junior Dala 2 balls to defend. The pitch is still playing well, no demons in it as yet. All the ones that are inconsistently keeping low are outside the line of the stump, so we haven't seen any of those deliveries causing dismissals thus far.
I just wonder that, particularly bowling from this side, outside that off stump of the right-handers where we saw the ball maybe keeping low a little bit, just wonder if it's worth it then for Van Vieren to maybe come around the wickets and just angle the ball in, try to hit that pitch, angling the ball in and see if he can get something out of it.
Yeah, especially with the field set set now with a short leg and a deep backward square. So you'd want to try and get it into the body of Junior Dala, not give him too much width. Just forward defense there by Junior Dala, ball running down to square leg for an easy single, and Junior Dala off the mark.
Junior off the mark of his first ball there. He's definitely not a slouch with the bat. He can bat. Just a couple of times, particularly in one-day cricket, that he's gotten some very, very much needed runs for the Titans. I think today also, anything if he can get about a 15, good 15, 20 runs would really put the Titans in a driving position here.
Attempted bouncer there that didn't get up, and Neil Brandt deals with it equally well, and it goes to the boundary for 4. I don't think the Knights would be too disappointed with that, because Junior Dala will be on strike now to face the hat-trick ball from Dane Pitt. Tried to go for the bouncer, just didn't get up. Shows the pitch definitely slowing now, and the ball 49 overs old, so not that much zip like he had yesterday.
Yeah, and I think obviously that almost does tell you that it's not going to get easier to bat on this wicket. Does feel that the Titans will feel when they come into ball they'll have lots of opportunity, but still a bit of work to be done with the bat before we can talk about that. Dane Pitt will continue from the Henops River end. He's bowled well so far in the second innings. It's not too many times that you see a team bowling in the second innings getting into the 49th over and only bowling 6 overs of spin and 1 spinner out of the 4 spinners that they actually have out there.
Yeah, Junior Dala just blocking the hat-trick ball there. I wonder if the teams were aware that it was a hat-trick ball. Because with the field set, just the conventional slip and short leg, that's the only 2 men in attacking positions. Yeah, it's also interesting that Aaron Pangiso hasn't been used yet in the second innings, and very sparingly in the first innings. Easy playing as a specialist batsman.
Not too far off, getting about a 60 in the last game. So, one thing about players like Aaron Pangiso is they always look to contribute some way or somehow in the match.
Just a bit of turn there, lack of bounce, and Junior Dala getting an edge between the slip and keeper and running away for 4. But lucky there for Junior Dala. You can see the disappointment on Dane Pitt's face there. That was mighty close.
I must say that kind of a delivery will, although the batsmen at the moment will be a bit too worried, but I think their bowlers, the Titans bowlers in particular, will be licking their lips there, saying that there is a bit of something that we can get in the pitch here.
Yeah, definitely from the Henops River end, we have seen inconsistent bounce throughout the 3 days thus far, and it will just get more variable as the game progresses.
There's a bit of a spot there on that foolish length, particularly for an off-spinner bowling, turning it in. There was a bit of a spot there that we thought maybe might be a touch too full, but maybe not also, might get the batsman stuck in his crease. And that's where something can happen there. And that's exactly what Dane Pitt is looking at as he's going past there. He's just looking at that spot there that we saw early in the morning.
Yeah, he's bowling to the right end as well because Tian van Vieren bowling left arm over from the pavilion end. And on his follow through, he would be creating some rough patches there outside the right handers off stump. Dane Pitt just having a look to see what length he need to bowl, and I'm sure with his experience he'll make that adjustment in the next over.
Yeah, definitely. I think it does help if you've got also a left arm over that you say, as you say, coming from this area to just create a bit of rough patches for you there. Straight there from Van Vieren, and
Yeah, that just shows Neil Brandt trusting his partner there, taking a single off the first ball. So I think they'll probably just bat conventional as for this partnership and see how it goes and see who's there for the last wicket. Not going to farm the strike. Like I said previously, still 70 overs left in the day, so you can't be protecting the number 10 batsman.
we did speak, I think, throughout the 2 days that gone are the days that Future number 10 and number 11 can't contribute with the bat, so there's a bit more trust. It's been given to your number 10 and number 11 because they can really hold the bat. But also looking at the squad 248, 249, we said that 250 might be the magic number, so they feel that they're close to that, they don't need to protect them. I'd rather get as many runs as they possibly could get.
Yeah, I think the Knights would be satisfied with their first session's work today and wouldn't want that lead to extend much more beyond the 250 mark. They would really back themselves to get that. There was quite a few soft dismissals in the first innings, and I'm sure the coaching staff must have had a word with one or two of the batters and said, knuckle down, it's an opportunity to win a game. Swing and a miss there from Junior. Bowlers have done their job to keep them in this game, and now it's going to be up to the batters to see if they can get them over the line. Won't be easy.
Yeah, definitely. It won't be easy here. And the result of this game has got absolutely nothing to do with the amount of time that's left, but rather about which team will want it more, which team will want to take it. Excited to see if Van Vieren now coming around the wickets to Junior Dala. Get that touch closer, just get him to play a bit more.
Yeah, see the Junior Dala there, well protected with a chest guard and arm guard. I'm sure he's expecting a few deliveries in that area.
Yeah, he's expecting a barrage of short balls here. Like the angle that Van Vieren is coming in here. It will be a touch difficult. Just a bit too wide. Probably want to get that more straighter. And I get Junior Dala to try and play at that ball. That bit of a wide line just allows Junior Dala to just let the ball go through. So we'll definitely look to get that a bit straighter, especially when he spoke about a bit earlier on that it looks like there's something there, a bit of variable bounce. If we can get that in tighter to that off stump, angling it in, there are lines there from Van Vieren. Good solid block from Junior Dala.
Yeah, getting a bit easier now with the ball a bit softer. I think the Knights' best chance of getting another wicket is through the spin option. Maybe it's time for Arun Pangiso to come from the pavilion end with twin spin.
This is a hoza now to the upcoming T20 international fixtures for the women, starting off this Sunday, the 24th of November, where the Protea women will be taking on England at Buffalo Park Stadium in East London. starting at 2 o'clock, and then Wednesday the 27th of November up in Benoni, Wolamo Park. And then they come here to SuperSport Park on the 30th of November, Saturday, that match starting at 6 o'clock. To get your tickets, go to www.cricket.co.za.
Just an easy little one down the ground there for Neil Brandt. Sure, Dane Pitt now is going to put some pressure on Junior Dala, trying to entice him to play a false shot. Ball spinning back into him.
Just gets it out past Isaac Dikhali there, that short leg.
Lots of air there by Dane Pitt and quite slow through the air.
He's definitely looking to attempt Junior Dala. Ooh. Struck that one out.
There's a tendency from South African batsmen to prefer to play the spinners of the back foot. I mean, we do have some good pitches where the bounce is through, not much turn, so you can get away with it. However, when you do go to the subcontinent, the spinners do bowl a lot quicker, ball skids through, and that's why we find ourselves in trouble playing spin in the subcontinent. And you look at the way the subcontinent guys play spin, they either right forward or right back. They don't employ much of the sweep shots. That's a go-to shot here for us South African batters. If we're unsure about the length of the ball, we pull out the sweep.
That's the end of the over, the 52nd over from Dane Pitt, and the score is 136 for 8. Yeah, I think that is why now you see teams before they go over to the subcontinent, Proteas teams that is, they look to camp in Durban, which gives them a similar type of a wicket, which I think Palika, coming from Lodium, you would have faced similar type of conditions, slower wickets that you would get in the subcontinent. Lodium also tends to be that kind of a way, so you had to play differently to when you would go to your attacks, so Boys Eye or CBC.
Yeah, we have different type of pitches within our own region. That's a challenge where the high felt pitches generally has good bounce. You can hit through the line, ball travels. Just nurdled down to fine leg, running the first one hard, coming back for the second. No one backing up and overthrows there from Garnet Tar. Four bonus runs to Neil Brandt. 6 runs scored of that delivery. No awareness there from the Knights.
Yeah, I think all round there from the keeper, not also looking if there's somebody, but also from Captain Dane Pitt not covering the line. So you would say that everybody was just not in it. They just speak about, we thought those 2 wickets just before the lunch would have woken them up a little bit and get them to have a bit more energy, but coming back after lunch, it still looks like they're back to waiting for something to happen rather than making something happen. And I think Neil Brandt has identified that, has seen that they're a bit relaxed, and that's why he's able to take them on for that 2 there.
Yeah, they've scored 20 runs in just over 4 overs since lunch. I don't think the Knights would have had that as a discussion during the lunch break. Would have wanted to minimize the runs and try to get another wicket as soon as possible. As you mentioned, every 10, 15, 20 runs at this stage of the game is vital. It just plays on the minds of the Knights players. If the target gets closer to 300, maybe a big mountain for them, maybe a bit too high.
Yeah, I think definitely it's one of those annoying partnerships once again from the Titans. The last 3 partnerships in the lower order have all gone over 25 runs or so, which can get annoying with 3 wickets down or 3 wickets to go or 4 wickets to go. If you can punch in another 100 runs, makes it a touch difficult for the bowling team. Gives a little bit of confidence to the batting team going into their bowling innings. Now Brandt looking to carry his bat here.
Yeah, he's already got more than 50% of his team's runs in the second innings. He's going to look to dominate here. Still maintaining his disciplines, well left there. He's on 73 of 147 balls. He's left very well outside the off stump and made the bowlers bowl at him and waiting for those bad deliveries.
Yeah, that's something that he has done very well, is that he's not looking to fetch anything outside of his hitting zone. He's playing zone, so leaves the ball, allows them to bowl at him. You've seen how he's comfortable when the ball is coming straight, just plunks it to that leg side for the runs.
Firm push on the offside to the man on the boundary for a single. That leaves Junior Dalla with 2 balls to negotiate, or 1 ball to negotiate.
Yeah, I think, in all honesty, the way that the Knights have gone about it is that they've just allowed Neil Brandt on too many occasions to get the 3 runs. Can certainly say about 15 or 20 runs to Neil Brandt, which is easy runs that were given to him.
Lot straighter there from Tian van Vieren. 1 ball in the over, thought, let me try and go for the LBW, but well dealt with by Junior Dalla. 144 for 8 after 53 overs, and the Titans lead by 258.
To say maybe a temptation, Dane Piet has bowled well, no doubt about that, but having a Junior Dalla right-hander in, maybe bring in Aaron Pangiso, the left-arm orthodox, to come and look for something.
Yeah, it's definitely a case for twin spin. And just there we see the upcoming test series against Sri Lanka happening in Durban and Gqeberha on the 27th of November next week, Wednesday, day 1 of the test between South Africa and Sri Lanka. A very important series there for the Proteas, looking to get into that final in June. It's quite tight at the top of the log there. 4 teams can possibly still make it.
Yeah, definitely. I think interesting and exciting times coming up for the Proteas, and I don't think that they would have wanted any other way to try and qualify for the Test Championship final than playing 2 subcontinent teams at home, where you would say the conditions would probably suit them a little bit more, although the last time around when Sri Lanka was here, got 1 up on us. So
yeah, just Junior Dalla pulling away there, dead ball.
bit of a break in play here. Looks like some discussions happening. Wonder what that is about.
Possibly around wonder what's happening.
Interesting. Dane Piet gave the ball to the umpires, went to Aaron Pangiso there, it slipped.
It's possibly around the batter not being ready and pulling away, and Dane Piet still delivering the ball. I think he had ample time there to abort his delivery, just probably some mind games with the batsman. Well handled by the umpires and stepped in straight away.
You wonder if there were maybe some words exchanged there. And when I say that, it's like we say, Dane Piet gave the ball to the umpires and went to Aaron Pangiso at first slip. So you wonder if maybe there was something that was said.
Bit of gamesmanship going on, I think. Dane is too experienced. But yeah, maybe just had a word to Aaron and say, loosen up. I think I need you from the other end. Just saw a bit of variation there in the last deliveries from Dane. Tried to bowl one that was going the other way.
And he does have that, doesn't he? That's earlier on in his career, he could bowl those two shots, get the balls to go a better way. So definitely has got the skill for that. Big inside edge to end the over. That's the end of the 54th over with the momentum multiplier Titans on 144 for 8 in the middle of a very annoying partnership for the Knights. Currently at 22, the 10th wicket partnership on 22.
We have a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Matthew Pollard, who's just one away from his fifer, bowling from the pavilion end for the first time in this innings. Troubled the Titans' top order from the end observer end with some variable bounce and some seam movement. It'll be interesting to see now with the ball 54 overs old if he gets that same movement.
Yeah, it is that time of the innings where you say that the skill level is going to be very important, especially if you can get the ball to reverse a little bit. There's some bowlers in South African cricket before that are very good at getting that reverse sweep. Probably Dale Steyn being one of those guys that just had that ability to get the ball to move both ways.
I have noticed over the last couple of seasons that it is a dying art in South African cricket. Not many bowlers has that skill to get the ball to reverse. Quick single into the covers. Good fielding there by Lesego Senekwane. Batsman through for a quick single. A throw hitting Neil Brand there, showing good sportsmanship, not taking another single.
Do you think then, in terms of the systems, with Paul Adams now being the spin bowling lead, high performance, and also Imran Khan on the batting side of things, that maybe it would be a better idea to also have a fast bowling, high performance lead type of a thing? You just spoke about how we haven't seen a lot of bowlers recently that has got that ability to get the ball to reverse, and it's such a wonderful weapon to have, that we need to have somebody that can guide our pace bowlers into that.
I think a lot's got to do with the conditions that we play. And if we look at the conditions in this game, nice lush green outfield, quite a bit of grass on the pitch, so that does tend to keep the ball shinier for longer, and there's not much deterioration. So you need to get the ball also to help you with reverse swing. You can shine and shine and shine one side, but if the other side doesn't deteriorate, you're not going to get that reverse. But yeah, maybe something to look at. We do have Pete Botha as the bowling coach for the Proteas, and he was a good bowler back in his days, and I'm sure he's passing on some of those knowledge to the seamers that's coming through.
Yeah, because you think somebody like Dale Steyn, who's obviously with who's that in the SA20, the defending champions?
The Sunrisers.
The Sunrisers as their bowling coach, so that is somebody that is around, that is got the ability, you would say.
Yeah, but it is a skill as well from the bowler. It's all about the wrist position and knowing shiny side on which side and sling action type of thing. But probably a coastal venue like Port Elizabeth, that's maybe possibly where you could have reverse swings. But then again, outfields are lush there, it's in fantastic condition. But maybe the surface there maybe is just a lot drier and less grass and could assist in scuffing up the ball. Even if you look at the rest of the square here, it's in magnificent condition.
Yeah, I think that even if, because we've seen teams do it quite often sometimes, where they get their fielders to be hanging a bit, to be far out, so that when they pick up the ball, they can just throw it in on the bounce, so to scuff it. But as you say, the outfield looks green. the pitch square also looks very green. Looks like bouncing it there won't give you that much that you're looking for. So
If you look over the course of the 3 days, nobody's really tried to bounce it in. All the throws have gone straight to the keeper. So yeah, probably the teams notice. Nick from Junior Dala with nice soft hands down to third man. Another boundary for the Titans. This partnership moves on to 27. It's quite annoying for the Knights. Dane Pitt still having a discussion with Bongani Jele over the incident in the last over. The Titans now 149 for 8. Well guided there by Junior Dala. The lead grows on. It's 263 now. The Titans lead by.
in this previous ball also you saw a bit of movement from Aaron Pangiso behind it, moving a bit to his right. The ball just evaded him. You say that it looked like a nick, but when you look at it again, it almost looked like it was a deliberate ball that was played in between that gap there from Junior Dala.
Yeah, it just shows that the pitch is slowing down, the ball is softer, so batsmen having time to adjust. Just using the pace of the bowler and running it down to third man. Titans can be grateful for the tail that has wagged in the first innings and doing a similar thing now in the second innings with this 9th wicket partnership of 27. All the runs being scored now, very vital.
Yeah, definitely. I think now I think the Titans feel fairly comfortable with the mate situation. And now a lot will be about just how many more runs can we get here.
Yeah, the Titans batters really valuing their wicket in this match, making it tough for the Knights. They've had to work hard for the 18 wickets that they've got thus far. We still need 2 more. You need 2 more. You always need 20 wickets to win a game.
A bit more of a round-arm delivery there from Dane Pitt.
Yeah, that just shows that trying all his tricks now because the conventional off spinner is not working, easily dealt with by the batsman, and the pitch not assisting much.
Just easy single.
That single brings up the Titans 150. No bonus points in the second innings, so doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but very valuable runs, you'd say, here from the Titans. Especially if you can get so many runs lower down in the order. Makes things a touch more difficult for the Knights when they're going to come out to chase their score down a bit later.
Junior Dala really feeling comfortable now. He's 10 not out of 30 deliveries. And he would want to value his wicket because the longer he can stay out there, the less overs he's got to bowl later on this afternoon. Matthew Pollard continuing from the pavilion end. Looked a bit threatening in that previous over, trying to go bowl wicket to wicket. Coming around the wicket now to Neil Brandt. Maybe time for a change from the Henops River end. Maybe give Pangiso a go.
Yeah, we did speak about it that he's been underused as a bowler in this innings. Not used at all, actually. Underused in the match, not used at all so far in this second innings.
Pollard just having a look there at the foot marks. Looks like there's a bit of a crater there. Umpire Jele just calling on the ground staff to bring out the hammer and just even it out. always can be a bit discerning for fast bowlers running in. Every time they land, it's 8 times their body weight onto that front lee.
You say the more that happens, as we see the groundsman, Kruger Wachena, coming onto the field to do a bit of repair work. I'm sure the Titans won't mind that at all, because that just is telling you that the pitch is deteriorating, and they will be coming into ball quite soon, building up a nice lead here. I'd say that as much as you say that we say that the game is more, it was in the balance, we'd say that the Titans are slightly notched ahead here of the Knights. See the body language also.
Umpire Jele and Tainpit still in conversation about the earlier incident. And our test squad having a training camp a couple of days before the test match in Durban. I think the biggest question for the coaching staff is whether to go in with 2 spinners or 1 spinner in Durban. After the last test there between Sri Lanka and South Africa, I would think they would probably be asking for a bit more grass on the Kingsmead pitch. One that encourage a bit of pace and bounce and not making it too comfortable for the Sri Lankan batters. However, Marco Jansen back in the squad and Gerald Coetzee, they've beefed up during their time off. And then we have the T20 squad announcement for the Protea ladies. Going through a rebuilding phase at the moment. A lot of experienced players having retired, and they did fantastically well in the World Cup, reaching the final. And that was 2 finals in a row. It will be a competitive series with England. Just squeezed out onto the offside for another single. Neil Brands looked very, very comfortable today, knowing where his off stump is, playing nice and straight, waiting for the bad balls, showing lots and lots of patience.
Yeah, that is the name of the games now from the Titans. A lot of patience. They only needed 2 sessions the last time around when the Knights were batting. So we still have about 4 and a bit of sessions to go. So definitely lots of time for the Titans to get a result that they would be looking for, to get their first win of the season.
One thing's for sure, there won't be a draw. It's either a Titans win or a Knights win.
Unless, of course, there's crazy weather around or something changes quite drastically in the next few days.
Just a bit of cloud cover coming in now, just to cool conditions down. But yeah, some good weather predicted for the rest of the game. I'm quite impressed with Matthew Pollard in this game. He's bowled good areas in the first innings without much reward. Second innings, knocked over the Titans' top order. Currently has 4 for 43 in 18 overs. And he'll be looking for that 5th scalp.
Bit of misdirected bounce there.
Just a bit too high there from Matthew Pollard, and correctly called wide by the umpires.
One would say that wasting energy there, too high, wide. Short ball is normally meant, they call it the effort ball. So you don't want to use your effort to just get the ball looping over the batsman's head.
Yeah, as you can see, as soon as the ball gets a bit older, it's a lot easier to bat. Junior Dala looking like he has loads and loads of time, playing like a top order batsman, currently on 10 of 33 balls. Pollard would want to end this over well. Maybe try and get through Junior's defenses. Well dealt with by Junior Dala again, and that's the end of the 57th over for the Titans. 152 for 8, and the lead growing and growing, currently on 266.
That's a solid block there from Junior Dala. In Afrikaans, you'll hear them say, block him sat. Just blocking him dead there. No opportunity whatsoever to the bowler. Just ensuring that he's behind it, and he knows very well that the more they go there, the more they take the energy out. As we look at the scorecard for the Titans so far, Neil Brandt still out there on 77 and 157. Not too much from the rest of the batting lineup. Jetley van Bres has held up a little bit with Neil Brandt for some time. Coben Bosch also came for good little partnership, the two-odd partnership. Matthew Boast also a bit of a partnership with Neil Brandt, who's been the mainstay there for the Titans. And first ball,
Running hard there, trying to get a second, but good fielding there from Matthew Pollard. Besides the 2 wickets that Dane Pitt's taken, those 2 very good classic off-spinner delivery. One to the left-hander pitching in line, turning and hitting the top of off, and the other one to the right-hander turning and going through the gate, hitting the top of off stump. But other than that, he hasn't really troubled the batsmen. They've played him with ease. Change in attack now to the right-hander coming around the wicket. Oh, a misfield there enables the batsman to scurry through for a single.
yeah, definitely. I think if the Knights are gonna win this match, they'll have to break a record. Coming into this game, their highest 4th innings total to win a match against the Titans was 255 in the 2015-2016 season. So they would need to break that, as now the lead is currently on 269. So they would need to get more runs than they've ever have done against the Titans in the 4th innings to win a match. They've gotten bigger scores, 402, 396, 390, losing on all those 3 occasions. The only time that they've won is when they got the 255.
So that should be a bit encouraging for them, that they have had the ability to make more than the 270 currently that the Titans are leading by, albeit in losing causes.
Yeah. They've got 402 before, 10 years ago in this venue. All that happened here at Centurion, SuperSport Park, got 402 all out. Lost the game. They were chasing quite a lot in that game. So definitely they would know that they do have the ability to score big runs in the 4th innings against the Titans.
However, I think conditions here are a lot different to back then. I think there's still something in this pitch for batters and bowlers. Just never feel settled, you never feel in. Always one that will do something. And that's created an even contest between bat and ball. Credit must go to the groundsman Brian Bloy for producing another fantastic wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's done a very good job, Brian Bloy, to give us a wicket that provides a bit of good contest between bat and ball. I don't think there's ever a time that you say that there's been absolute dominance from the batters or absolute dominance from the bowlers. So it's shown that there's just been a good, even contest here at SuperSport Park so far.
Just another easy single for Neil Brandt, who moves on to 80. Just feels like the Knights are just going through the motions now. Got those 2 wickets quickly before lunch. Thought they were just going to roll over the Titans. And credit needs to go to Junior Dala, who's held up his end. 11 of 38 deliveries and not giving the Knights a sniff.
Yeah, definitely. I think just speaking further into the records, that besides the Knights, just the overall, the highest fourth innings total to win is 261 for 6 by the Titans versus the Warriors in the 2006-2007 season. Were you still playing at that time?
No, long retired. Actually, not long retired. That was my first season of umpiring.
Yeah. So definitely the score that the Titans are at the moment, they'll feel quite confident.
Just a little leg glance there. Matthew Pollard straying down leg, just clipping the pad of Junior Dala and running away for 4 valuable runs. As the lead now grows to 274. If the Knights have to chase this down, it would be the highest fourth innings chase at SuperSport Park.
Yeah, I think they've got their work cut out here, the Knights. Lots to do here. I think, like I said, we spoke about it a bit earlier on, about just the energy levels and trying to pump themselves up a bit, and sometimes you just need that one guy that just can come and be like an energizer to the team.
Matthew Pollard just straying down the leg again. And often what you find is teams take through the momentum of that previous innings into the next innings. And at the moment, you'd feel the Titans are feeling fairly confident. Good partnership here for the 9th wicket of 38 runs, unbroken. When they go back into the change room, they'll be confident knowing that the Knights would have to chase the highest score here. And all it needs is 1 or 2 quick wickets up front and the Knights will be under pressure.
Yeah, definitely, I think the Titans now are just sucking the energy more and more. Bit of a python squeeze here on the Knights. See lots of batters, they probably not even thinking about the batting yet, because of the frustration that the Titans are giving to the Knights. But if anything, then it should show the Knights also that if you do apply yourself, you can bat there for a long time. Time is not going to be a factor, certainly. So if you just keep your wicket out there, you really have got an opportunity in this match.
And as we speak, the little bit of cloud cover that was there a couple of minutes ago has disappeared. Bright sunshine, and the Knights feeling the heat now.
That is the end of the 59th over with the momentum multiply Titans on 160 for 8.
Another meeting here by the senior players. No sign of Aaron Pangiso yet. I do see Malusi Sipoto warming up on the boundary. So he may replace Matthew Pollard from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's quite interesting if you've got a player of the caliber of Aaron Pangiso, with all the experience that you have, struggling a bit here to get the wickets. 60th over and he still hasn't had a ball yet.
There must have been a reason for the Knights playing 2 spinners here at the SuperSport Park. I don't know when last a team has played 2 specialist spinners here. In fact, they've got 4 players who can bowl spin.
Yeah, I would say with Pangiso and Ten Pit will be 2 very specialists, and Aubrey Swanepoel, who is employed now to bat at number 3, is also a spinner. Knows a lot.
Very confident on defense there from Junior Dala. This must be so disheartening for the Knights, who at the lunch interval were cock-a-whoop with those 2 wickets before. And it's been almost 50 minutes of play since lunch, and they haven't got the breakthrough yet.
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a lot of work that needs to be done by the Knights here. Just the 2 wickets that the Titans have got in hand. I feel that those 2 wickets just before lunch would have energized them a little bit. But just as if like those 2 wickets never fell with the way that we've continued after lunch. And that is the wicket down. But against the run of play there, Dane Pitt gets another one, the 3rd wicket that is getting. Junior Dalla trapped, going back there. Junior Dalla just completely missed that one. That is a good wicket, a much needed wicket by the Knights. We just have a look at that again.
Just the conventional off spinner there that Dane Pitt bowled. Looks to have straightened that one. That's the breakthrough that the Knights were looking for. 161 for 9. With the lead now 275 with 1 wicket left. Last batsman Tsepo Ndwandwa making his way to the crease.
Tsepo Ndwandwa, who got 5 wickets in that first innings. No doubt that he will be going out there and try to see how spinners are bowling. Maybe hoping that we'll see Aaron Pangiso come in as a left-arm orthodox also, just to see which areas might work out for them.
Yeah, he's was mainly employed from the pavilion end, didn't bowl a ball from the Henops River end where Dane Pitt is currently operating from. Chepo there with higher score of 23. He'd want to get that average up, currently at 5.9 to at least maybe 10 runs. He's played 46 first class matches, only batted 54 times. That means that his teammates have been doing the bulk of the batting in those games, not needed. Yeah, he's in the team for his bowling and proved that yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Man, that comes from the Lions. No doubt that we spoke about the average of just 5.9. However, does have a best of 23. If he can get that again, that will be gold. We'll get the Titans over 300 lead. Just very excited, but obviously still 2 balls from him to negotiate as to if he can hit this out. What or how will Neil Brandt approach the game from the other side with just the 1 wicket in hand?
Safely negotiated that ball. He's got 1 more to get through, and then I'm pretty sure Neil Brandt will start farming the strike, and we may see the field spread for the first 3-4 deliveries, giving Neil Brandt the single.
And that is the end of the 60th over, with momentum multiply Titans on 161 for 9, and with that there'll be a change in commentary, and I'll be leaving for Odwa to come back into commentary and join Paddy's.
Yeah, just going through the motions a bit there. The Knights, that wicket did come against the run of play.
And now looking at the score, I mean, they're squeezed on a little bit more. The multiply Titans are now sitting on 161 with that lead pushing past 270. We talked about how difficult it will be to actually chase down anything in and around above 260.
Yeah, the Knights would want to wrap up this innings now. Titans would want to keep them out there for as long as they can. And like I just mentioned previously, the field is spread. Still have a slip and a gully. But the rest of the fielders are all not saving one. So giving Neil Brandt the opportunity to take a single. Let's see if he takes it.
They truly do want to bowl at Tsepo here for the final couple of deliveries. That's why they are opening the field up so wide, in order to make sure that Neil Brandt does get the single and get off strike.
We may see a bit more of Neil Brunt's expansive game now. Maybe try and clear the boundary.
It's always that situation when you're batting with the lower order. When do you decide to actually go for scoring runs, or do you just sit back and just try to absorb the pressure and then get yourself off strike towards the final end of the over?
Ndwandwe showed in the first innings that he's more than capable of hanging around. Supported Matthew Boast in the last wicket partnership.
I see Neil Brunt is definitely not looking to be taking singles in this over. It's going to be interesting though at this point. I mean, the Knights have worked so hard to get themselves back in the game. They kind of lost it there a little bit towards the end, especially with that partnership between Brunt and Dala. It was just a crucial time to get a wicket. Shot.
Short and dispatched to the boundary for 4. Great shot by Neil Brunt. Just a half tracker there from Matthew Pollard. This is too short and too slow and easily put away by Neil Brunt.
It just dissects the men at the boundary perfectly. None of them even move towards the ball. They're just looking at that and thinking, that's definitely 4 any day of the week. And it's chasing behind it, you just feel the ball at that point because, my goodness, that's a good pull.
And once again, value for shots here on this fantastic SuperSport Park outfield. Just raced along the ground. Just clipped onto the leg side, running hard, trying to get 2, but just settling for 1. And that leaves Ndwandwe to see out the last 2 deliveries of the Pollards over. We're still looking for that one more wicket to get that fifer. We saw yesterday that Ndwandwe got the last wicket to get his fifer. Can Matthew Pollard emulate him and get the last wicket of the Titans innings and thereby going to his fifer?
The only question now is how well does he bowl to Tsepo here? I mean, seriously, it all comes down to those little things that you do. Do you bowl well enough to make sure that you get the wicket? If you're too good, you might miss the edge. But you need to actually be accurate. Enough times to actually bring in all sorts of dismissals. You need to bring in the LBW, you need to bring in the caught behind via the edge. You need to ensure that you're bowling in the right zone to allow yourself that opportunity to get these wickets.
Nice and straight and well kept out there by Tsepo Ndwandwe.
See how the field just closes in on him the minute he takes strike. It's just that all sense of where we are here, we're around you, it just builds that ambience of pressure.
And now the field spread again, trying to give Ndwandwe the easy single so that he could be on face for the next over. But I'm pretty sure they'll turn out that run.
Nah, you just look at how Brunt is sitting on his bat there.
Not interested.
It's just a situation of, no, you can have this one.
Well kept out by Ndwandwe. And that's the end of the 61st over. Titans 166 for 9, leading by 280. The lead just creeping up towards that magical 300 mark.
It's a really good forward defense from Tsepo. I mean, he just gets his body behind the ball, plays down the right line, and just gives it the full face of the bat. I'm pretty sure Neil Brunt is looking from the other end thinking, yes, that's definitely a batsman's shot.
Yeah, as we mentioned previously, these days there's no typical number 11s. Nobody's a complete mug with a bat. Everybody can at least hold the bat and hold up an end. May not be able to score freely, but more than capable of keeping out the good balls and just defending.
And it's very helpful because sometimes you can see it's always important when the lower order can actually contribute to the score with the bat. And you see what happened with the Titans that first innings.
Just played onto the onside and refusing to take the run. So this will be the trend for the first 3 balls of the over, and then possibly on the 4th ball the field will come in and try and stop the single, and then that's the opportunity that Brunt has to get a boundary.
Oh, definitely. I've never really been a fan of this tactic. At the end of the day, just bowl at whoever batsman is on strike. At the end of the day, you are in with an opportunity to get a wicket either way. bowl your good lines, be stable enough and be brave enough to attack the actual batsman who's scoring against you.
Yeah, because what will happen now is you'll find there's just a period now where the game's just drifting, fielding team is waiting for something to happen, batting team more than comfortable just to block out the good balls and wait for the fourth or fifth ball of the over, then try and go for the boundary or try and rotate strike then.
Definitely. And with that waiting, you kind of lose the intensity. It just becomes a bit indifferent to try and stay out there for as long as possible. Just bowl at the person who's on strike, ensure that you can get that wicket.
Yeah, and that's the trend there. The fourth ball, taking a Neil Brunt taking a single, and just leading Ndwandwe with 2 balls to keep out. And you see the field changing again with short leg coming in, silly point coming in. Just trying to put some pressure on Ndwandwe. And he's just going to try and survive these 2 balls.
Ooh.
What a classic off-spinning delivery there from Dame Pitt. Pitching outside off, turning back and hitting the top of off. Tsepo Ndwandwe looking there in disgust and cannot believe that.
I think that hit that opening that we saw when I was with KG at the pitch this morning. There was a little bit of patch of space right there in front of where the batsman is. It just looked like it just hits that indentation and just turns sharply in right there. There it is. Oh my goodness, what a delivery that is. What a way to finish off that innings. 167. The multiplier Titans are now bowled out officially for 167. Having lost the 10 wickets in the innings, Neil Brunt top scoring with 87 of 169. That brings our target score now as 282 to win for the Knights.
The Knights require 282 runs to win this. Will be an interesting run chase. Excellent innings by Neil Brunt, carrying his bat through that innings. Just didn't have enough support from the lower order to get him to his 100, but fantastic innings, 87 not out, ensuring that the Titans get that lead close to 300. Should be an interesting afternoon's play.
Definitely. We spoke about how good the Titans were with the ball in the last 2 sessions of yesterday. It really is back to that same situation again today. It just comes down to who now can actually hold out their nerve a lot more. Can the Knights actually manage to chase down 282, or will the multiplier Titans bowl them out again in short order within the 2 sessions?
Fantastic effort by the Knights bowlers, getting them back in the game. Now it's up to the batters to try and pull off this comeback victory. And just a summary there, the Titans getting 307 for 10 in the first innings. The Knights replying with 193 for 10. And then the momentum multiplied Titans getting 167 for 10. And we have an innings change now, and we'll chat to you after the break. Welcome back to this fourth innings in this important clash between the momentum multiplied Titans and the Knights. Titans being dismissed for 167 earlier, with the Knights now needing 282 to win this game. It's a mammoth chase, which the Knights batsmen would want to try and attempt to. It will be the highest chase at this venue. And after their first innings blemishes, they would want to correct that and add some more fight in their batting this time round.
They definitely want to correct it, but it's also important to note how good the momentum multiplied Titans were in the first innings of the Knights' batting innings with the ball. And right now, Corbin Bosch has the new ball in hand, about to kick us off in this fourth and final innings. And we are almost halfway through on day 3. There's still another entire day left to play in this game.
Yeah, it was interesting to see in the change of innings that the Knights opted for the light roller. So they obviously think that the heavy roller will do some damage to the pitch or just make it deteriorate a bit more. The crack still hasn't widened up enough.
As much, yeah.
So that light roller would do no damage to the pitch, just flatten out that spike marks. Still a very good pitch for batting, but I think the key would be wickets in hand after the 45th over, because that's when you can score the bulk of your runs.
It's definitely going to be that. Oh, that kind of spit at him. It's a bit too high to be given LBW, but that was a really good delivery from Bosch. Starting off in this over, it's actually been really good. He's hit the mark twice now in a row. And it's just something to think about, because all we saw in that previous innings when the Titans were batting was the uneven bounce of the actual track, where the ball was keeping low much often than not, and that one just spiked up a little bit. And Tikhali is just looking at it thinking to himself, how is that climbing on me?
I think with the newer ball there will be a bit of more bounce than what we saw in the previous session. And Corbin Bosch will be looking to angle that in and making the batsmen play as many balls as they can. And just as I say that, he gets one to nip away, keeping the batsman honest.
Because one thing that's truly there about Corbin Bosch's bowling is how good he carries through the keeper. I mean, yeah, granted, with the new ball you have a lot more of that than with an older ball where it kind of just dies off right at the end after passing the stumps. But so far it's really been a decent start for Bosch. He just needs to get a little bit closer now to the batsman. Just offer them that era of room of mistake to actually try and play at the ball.
Yeah, still an attacking field from the Titans. They've got 3 slips and a short leg as well. Ooh, loose shot there from Tikhali. Not sure whether the ball's coming in or going away, and just hanging his bat outside the off stump. We did see in the first innings that he got one that just got a bit big on him, wrapping on the gloves, and an easy catch at short leg.
That was close. That was very, very close. And looking at that ball right there, you're just thinking, that was really close.
Yeah, good length that's from Corbin Bosch.
Oh. That's another brilliant ball in this over. And it just looks like Tikhali is caught in between decision making there. He's just not sure whether to play or whether to just leave outside of off stump.
And that's the difference between him and Neil Brandt, who left very well outside the off stump, made the bowlers come to him. And as an opening batsman, that's key. You just want to see off the shine of the new ball. Play at as little as you can. And on the other hand, the bowlers will want you to play at as many deliveries as they want you to. That's the end of the first over. A maiden from Corbin Bosch.
Still 0 for 0. Still required 282. It's actually pretty interesting now. And just seeing how well the pitch is still playing. Everything is there. There's something in it for the bowlers. It's definitely a good track to bat on. So it's just a fair contest at this point moving forward into this game.
Yeah, still a very warm day out there, so the longer the Knights can keep the Titans wicketless, then the heads will start dropping. A few more freebies will come.
Absolutely, and looking at that first innings, they didn't really work all that much to get the wickets. So it's very important that the Knights really just kind of just control that.
Matthew Boast now from the Henops River end. Just knocked onto the offside for a quick single. Post was very impressive in the first innings, causing lots of headaches for the Knights batters, getting some steep bounce, nipping it away. Also got one to climb and seam back at Dikhale, wrapping on the gloves, and an easy catch for Van Brises at short leg.
It's going to be important now to see how Dikhale goes about this, because Senokwane just got off the strike immediately with that first ball, just punches it into that vacant space at cover and just gets off the strike. Now Dikhale needs to find a way to actually score and not just accumulate a lot of dot balls, because that will just build pressure on him.
And Dikhale knocks it into the offside, and he's off the mark as well. It's always a difficult time for a batsman when he looks up at the scoreboard and he sees he's got no runs to his name, and that will definitely relieve the pressure.
It stays with you a little bit. You just kind of wonder when you're going to get that opportunity to score. It's kind of just difficult to get things rolling quicker. Matthew Post looks very good. It just looks like a really formidable bowler, and having that frame just run in at you and hitting the pitch really hard, it must just be a very indifferent situation being on the striker's end.
Yeah, just a quick field swap there with Neil Brand going to slip, and Keegan Peterson was a lot more agile in the covers. Ooh, short and wide and flashed by Senokwane outside the off stump, getting the first boundary for the Knights. I think the Knights batters, when they recognize an opportunity to score, they're going to have to cash in. Just a bit wide there from Matthew Boast.
If you're going to flash hard. And that just goes off the top edge of the bat and just over that slip cordon and rolls easily, because there's no one at third man for 4. Simple boundary.
Woo. And an expansive drive there from Senokwane, pitched up by Matthew Boast, and caressed through the covers for 4 by Senokwane. I think he realizes maybe while there's an attacking field, he must make use of that and score whenever he can. Big gap on the offside.
You just look at the overcorrection there. The previous ball that went for 4 was a bit too short and too wide. Got the top edge, went for 4. That one on that occasion is too full. But yes, the width was still offered there on that occasion, and that allowed Senokwane to just drive through the ball. And it went all the way for 4. Quick outfield.
A lovely drive there, but just finding the fielder there. And now the Titans have gone to that ploy of having the deep point at the boundary to try and cut off that boundary for the whenever there's a full half volley smashed in that area. Trying to defend that.
I'm kind of thinking how hot Keegan Peterson's hands are at that point. I mean, that ball was well struck. They just found him really right there. Either end of him would have been 4, but that just went straight into his hands. That was well timed by Senokwane.
But with this field placing, there's always that easy single if you just drop it down on the offside, and you can just easily get 1 and rotate the strike. After 2 overs, the Knights are 11 for 2 in pursuit of a target of 282.
It's been a decent start after 2 overs. It's been a really, really decent start, especially with those 2 boundaries. Senokwane will probably feel that is well and truly on his way now to score runs in this game. So just will give him time to see how well he works out the situation.
Woza Nawe, upcoming T20 fixtures. Protea Ladies on Sunday the 24th November 2024 at Buffalo Park in East London. Wednesday 27th November at Willamore Park in Benoni, and on Saturday the 30th November here at SuperSport Park Centurion. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Was on our way.
Sinogwana just standing in and around that off stump region. And he's comfortably just across the line of the stumps there.
But what is key in that he stands very still, there's no trigger movement, therefore he's able to clip the ball quite easily off his pads, and anything straight he can negotiate without risking missing it. It's when you're on that off stump and you trigger back and across and your head's moving, that's when there's a chance that you could miss it.
The issue that I see there is that now he's trying to negotiate those balls outside of off, because that last delivery from Bosch, he looked like he was gonna play at it and then pulled away like right at the last second. If he's comfortably standing there on off stump, that's exactly where he knows where his wicket should be. So it should be easy to leave anything outside the line of his body, like that. And that's a perfect leave on that occasion.
Yeah, that's the key to an opening batsman, you know, where your off stump is, leave well. Like we mentioned on day one, there's only two types of leave, a good leave and a bad leave. And we had a bad leave. But yeah, Senekwane, if the Knights has any chance of chasing down the score, it's going to be Senekwane who's going to have to play the big innings here, maybe get a big 100. He is capable of that. Got a double 100 early on in the season.
It's going to be very interesting here how we go about this game.
But straighter there from Corbin Bosch, realizing the fact that Senekwane is just leaving those that are outside off stump.
It's been a good start from Sinokwane. He's actually seeing it well enough. He's leaving well. He's playing the ball on merit so far in the innings. In his first 9 deliveries, he's already scored 10 runs from those 9 deliveries.
Even in the first inning, he looked very composed, played nice and straight in the V, left well, and got undone by a beauty from both, just Yorker length, and he couldn't keep it out and rattled the timber. Play and miss there from Senekwane. Good areas again from Corbin Bosch. Just nagging outside that off stump. Hasn't conceded a run yet and has almost completed 2 overs.
You see what I'm talking about there, Palis? That's the ball that he leaves again, because he's comfortably standing in around the region of off stump. That ball is outside the line of the stump. He doesn't have to be playing at that, because if he edges that, he then looks back to see where he's actually standing while he's playing the shot. That's an easier ball for you to leave. Show some patience, just be well within it, wait for the right ball to actually score the runs, and don't try and force a shot.
I think it's very tempting with that vacant offside field. That one didn't bounce much. Well left by Senekwane, and that's the end of the 3rd over.
And with the end of that 3rd over in this 4th and final innings, we have a change in commentary as KG joins us for some time during the 2nd session of today.
Decent start here from the Knights. First 3 overs, haven't lost a wicket. Going a very steady rate of 3.7 to the over.
It all comes down to how well they can construct their partnerships here in trying to chase down this total. We're already looking at 270 to go. It's actually been a good start.
Well, not the way that you wanna go at this. Flashing quite hard. Isaac Saki Dikhali outside that off stump. Just a bit of a flash. It's when you commanding, when you started so well and all of a sudden you just give an opportunity to the bowling team. Playing a bit of a loose shot there from Dikhali.
It's actually been very interesting to see the differences in how Dikhale and Sinokwane are actually playing the ball today.
Very close. Straighter that time around from Boasty. Getting Isaac Dikhale to play. Looks to be itching Isaac to get his bat on ball, so when you get the ball straighter to him, you get something out of there. Wonderful bowling here from Matthew Boast.
As much as Matthew Bose has gone for 11 off that first over, he's actually really asking all the right questions here of Dikhale. You look at the differences with when Bosch was bowling. Bosch coming into Senokwane comfortably leaving outside off stump. And Matthew Bose is a little bit in tighter to Dikhale, so he actually makes sure that he's playing at the ball.
Once again, just getting that outside half of the bat. Definitely Boast. Man with confidence. Took 2 wickets in that first innings. Scored 75 in the first innings also. Didn't go so well with the bat in the second innings, but sure he still has got the confidence with the ball. A lot of energy also, is running in quite well here, which is quite difficult sometimes in this part of the game, in the middle session. There's just a lot of strolling around, but you can see that there's a lot of energy still from Post. Oh, yeah, and that is a wicket. And that is exactly what he's been looking for. Just outside that off stump. Isaac Dikhale just leaving his bat hanging out there, getting that outside edge. Wonderful bowling from Bose. We're talking about how well he's been bowling so far.
Look at that, no foot movement. He just kind of just leaves the bat outside there just to carry through. It's very difficult to actually look at that in full. It's not a good shot to play. I mean, the ball is comfortably outside the line of stump. He could be leaving that with ease. But unfortunate to fall down. Dikhale goes for 1 run from the 10 balls that he faced. And the Knights lose their first for 11 in 3.4 overs.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying 2 balls ago, that it just looks like Isaac Dikhale is just itching to get bat on ball. And that was just another form there. Just leaving his bat hanging out there. There wasn't really a full attempt to play at that one.
Yeah, you actually see that. He doesn't really move into a space where he's in a position to play the shot. And I mean, look at this. He's standing still. He's trying, and he just flicks it outside the line of stump. He's never in any position comfortably enough to actually play that shot. And Aubrey Swanepoel now coming in at 3. He's played 134 matches, 211 innings, scored 14 hundreds along 31 50s, highest score of 168, and that average of 34.4. They need him now. They need one of those centuries or one of those 50 types of scores just so that they stay in the fight for this game, the Knights.
Yeah, definitely. I think Aubrey Swanepoel also, we spoke a lot about how much he's also a bowler. He's bowled over 5,000 balls. However, in this game in particular, it's been used as just a top order batsman coming in at number 3. So a lot of work for Aubrey Swanepoel to do, coming in as a specialist batter, it looks like. And coming in at 3 with the team chasing a very big score of 281 for victory. No doubt that we're looking to get some runs under his belt.
It's a lot to do, yes, granted, but they're still in this, the Knights. They should look at this as an opportunity for them to actually manage to chase down the score. They have enough time to actually chase down the score.
Oh, coming in this time around from Matthew Bose. Bit of excitement. Probably too high.
It just looked too high.
Yeah, it's just probably a bit more. It's a lot of energy from the Titans. You see that once again. Matthew Bose running in, just definitely too high.
You see what getting a wicket does? It just kind of galvanizes the whole team. Now all of them are in unison out there, and they just look like they've just picked it up a notch a little bit.
That's exactly what we were talking about in the Knights bowling innings, that it just looked like that energy was lacking a little bit. A bit wider this time around. Aubrey Swanepoel just gets it down to Merrick Brett at that deep point for a single.
He just gets off the mark with ease through the offside. And that brings the end of the 4th over. Knights are 12 for 1 after 4. Still require a further 270 runs to win.
And a very good over there from Matthew Post, getting that breakthrough. So just look at this, guys. There, bit of cloud cover that's coming in here. We spoke about the conditions of the pitch will start to change a bit and deteriorate a bit, and with that and the clouds also starting to assist the bowling team a bit more. So we take another look at the T20 international squad that will be playing against England in the upcoming series. Very exciting names there. The ever reliable captain Laura Woolvert, one of the best drivers in the game.
Oh yeah, you've always seen a cover drive. It's the most splendid thing you can actually see.
Yeah, and Nankulileko Mlaba, they call her lefty, left arm orthodox, very good bowler for the Protea Women. Had a very good World Cup, reliable, very experienced. Sunay Lees has been around for a very long time. Chloe Tyron also trying. And a bit of a flash outside there from Aubrey Swanepoel.
Similar situation to what we saw with Dechale there. No foot movement, just trying to squeeze the situation. It's just throwing the bat at the ball that's way outside the off stump. There's actually no need to be playing at that. You can comfortably leave and be in a position to do something else.
But
just leave the ball.
Yeah. What you certainly see here from Cobb Bosch is that he's creating angles. That last ball is just about very wide of the crease. Look at that. And this one just going down leg side. But there's definitely a bit of variation just from the crease from Cobb Bosch. He's constantly looking to make something happen. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings. No doubt that he'll be looking to get a wicket here.
Interesting when you look at the field right now. Swanepoel is actually not really looking much to play anywhere in and around the leg side, but they have a stacked leg side field for him. You have 4 men in the leg side. You have one there just behind square, shortish behind square. You have one person in front of square. You have your fine leg all the way down there at the boundary line, and then mid-on, obviously in the ring, but just a little bit squarer than much straighter as it usually would be.
Yeah, definitely. I think it just looked like, as I said, with the angle that Cobb Bosch is coming very wide of the crease, probably looking to just tail the ball in. And that's why you've got so much protection on the leg side.
Not ball. There's that surprise short ball. And now when you look at that field, you were expecting that type of delivery to be coming at any time in this over. It just kind of gives you that idea of, if I try to pull and I don't really connect, I can be caught at mid-wicket, I can be caught somewhere at square, or I can just top edge it all the way to fine leg. This brings so much uncertainty when it comes to playing that shot.
Yeah, and there's a lot of energy you see from the ball of Cobb Bosch.
He does hit the deck hard, doesn't he?
There's also just about 35 minutes to go till the tea break. So probably the message there, especially when you come in with 4 good seamers, you still got Junior Dala, Merrick Brett to come in and bowl. So to say that, go out there with all the energy that you can, you will get some respite, as we do have enough seamers in that bowling lineup for the Titans.
It's an excellent ball by Bosch. He's just maintaining that line outside of off stump. But as good as he's been in and around that channel, he just needs to bring it back just a fraction closer to the batsman. Just offer them that opportunity for them to actually play the ball. That will give the Titans an opportunity to actually get the wicket.
Yeah, definitely. That's the one thing that you want to do, especially with a new ball, is that you want to, as many times as possible, get the batter to play it, get them to commit to shots outside that off stump, not too outside of the off stump where they feel that they can leave. You always want to, in and around that 4th stump area where it's in an area where it creates a bit of doubt in the batsman's head whether to leave it or to play at it, and that's where you're going to get your edges from.
And with 4-day cricket, it's much easier to just leave outside of stump. Good line again from Bose, but there again, he was offering that much more width outside the off stumps, just a comfortable leave for Senokwane. He's really seeing it well today. He started this innings well. He started the innings in the first innings previously also well. So he has that going for him. He just needs to now knuckle down and actually convert those scores.
And as you say that it's a bit easier to leave the ball outside the off stump in 4-day cricket. And more so if you can see you've got so much time left in the game. And from Bost, getting some good movement there outside the off stump, but do you agree that looks like it's just going across a bit or tailing away a bit?
Yeah.
So you do want to get it a bit closer. I think with that bit of movement that is getting, you can afford to bowl the ball on that off stump line and just get it to just tail away onto that fourth stump area, and that is when you'll get the batter coming forward and maybe getting an outside edge.
Definitely. I mean, with that type of swing, you want to ensure that you start by pitching the ball in line with the stumps, in and around that middle and off stump region, and then it can slightly tail away towards the end as it moves through to the keeper past the stumps and offside. But once it moves past off stump and that line, especially with that length, it's going to force that decision for the batsman. I have to play.
When we do know batsmen, as much as you know you've got a lot of time, you also know that I like to get a bit of feel of the ball, especially early on in the innings. Get a bit of confidence from that. No doubt that Lesego Senokwane, a week or two ago, you got that 200 against Northwest, so that is someone that likes playing. You have to play quite a lot of shots to get over 200 runs.
Likes to feel bad on ball.
Very confident young man, Lesego Senokwane. Too wide there from Matthew Post, just allowing Senokwane to let that go through without any trouble whatsoever. Got to say that let's get it closer, and looks like once again I think it's the ground staff to get a bit of work done on that crease there.
It's probably, that's what they're looking at. Trying to push through the umpires, just forcing the issue. I think they're going to put in more sawdust there to actually just balance out the foot marks.
When there are foot marks that are created, you would say that means that something must be happening on the pitch itself, because it means that there's a certain sense of deteriorating from the pitch.
Definitely. And as you can see, when Matthew Bose comes in, he's so tight on those stumps when he's running in, because I think he steps right in front of them and then he just shifts his body weight through the follow on as he goes off the wicket there. Right there. I'll just try to level things out a bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of work will need to be done here from the batting team in particular to try and see if they can, get to that tea break without losing another wicket. The more time that they can spend on the wicket, not losing their wickets, will start to suck the energy out a little bit out of the bowling team. And that's what you want to do. You want to drag them and pull them, get the energy out. As we take a look at the test squad that will be taking part against Sri Lanka in that upcoming series starting next week, Wednesday, the 27th of November. We see the return of Themba Bavuma. He's been injured for quite a while. Good to see him back. Marco Jansen also hasn't played test cricket for quite a while, so it's good to see him back in the squad also, Marco Jansen. Gerald Coetzee also struggled with a bit of injury for quite some time. But bowled very well and quickly against India in that recently concluded T20 series. So good to see the players back to do duty for the Proteas. It's too full there from Matthew Bowes, and Sinokwane just
Helps himself.
he literally just went into that, didn't even try to hit it too much,
He
just pushed
leaned
at
into
it, hit it down in that vacant mid-off area for a 4. I don't think though that even when you see that he will be too disappointed. It's 280 runs in the 4th innings. It's quite a big score to be getting, so you do want the batsman to feel overconfident in playing. That one, it just pull back the length a little bit and
Yeah.
you might get something happening there.
If you do pull back the length on that one, it's just now it's a different shot entirely. He doesn't just lean in like that into the ball to make the drive, but he has to think about that uneven bounce kind of just coming and climbing up on him. And that was a wonderful shot. Far too straight on that occasion from Corbin Bosch to Swanepoel. No run coming from it though, as that ball just trickles all the way down to what looks like a shortish mid-wicket fielder, because I mean he's very square to be what we call a mid-on fielder.
Once again, straight to Swanepoel. Does have protection at that fine leg boundary. That'll just be a single, a bit more confident.
Well, definitely. I mean, looking at all of this right now, and it's a very different situation to be in.
Shot. High there. Very good shot from Lesego Sinokwane. Just riding the wave there, getting on top of that ball, hitting it in that vacant cover area. So take a look at that again. Shot on wide from Coben Bosch rather. Very good shot from Sinokwane. A man with a lot of confidence, you'd say.
I mean, you look at this whole situation right now and you're thinking, my goodness, Sinokwane is just looking at all his opportunities to score and he's taking them. He's comfortably taking them.
Oof. Bit fuller and straighter that time from Coben Bosch. Yeah, I think quite a quality batsman, Sinokwane. He just looks like he's got more time than anybody else most of the times when he's batting. And with that previous one also, just looked like he was waiting it for
Region 4. And we saw how beautiful that shot was down the ground the previous over again. He's just waiting on the ball that is there to score. And he's taking those chances to actually score. He's moved on swiftly to 18 from 20 balls.
Yeah, a lot of hope you would say that would be put on Sinokwane.
It just looks like ease out there at the moment.
Very experienced man, Swanepoel. I had a chat with him a couple of weeks ago in Bloemfontein. And sort of like said to me at that time that red ball cricket doesn't look like he's going to play red ball cricket anymore. But yeah, he is finding himself batting number 3 for the Knights. We would say that that batting lineup with all that talent that they have, you do need an experienced batter, and that's what Swanepoel brings to that batting lineup. Straight there from post. But very good youngsters there, Dikhale, Sinokwane, Forrester, Potha, Ta. But bit of experience I think was needed in the Knights side, and that's what Swanepoel brings. They have too bad. I mean, they are top of the log, so they've done well so far in this season. This is, of course, the first game of Swanepoel after doing duty for South Africa and that Hong Kong Sixes.
Yeah. Well, remember how that went. It was comfortable wins there before the actual series of the T20 against India.
Yeah, leading edge. Oh, and a wonderful catch from Devo Brevis. run into that. It was dying on him, but got his two hands to it. Very good fielding there. Nice and awake from Devil Brevis. Hasn't done a lot with the bat, but very good fielding there for the team. Again, a leading edge there from Aubrey Sonnepoel. We're just speaking about the experience that he brings to the team. But that is a wicket down. Very good wicket there for the Momentum Multiplier Titans, having the Knights now on 21 for 2.
What a catch. What a catch that was. I mean, the best thing about it, if we just have a look at that again, I mean, the movement through, the awareness about everything else. It's a leading edge. It looks like it was going leg side for a moment. And then Brevis just comes around and he dives right at the right moment. He gets his hands just under the ball, two hands to it, and he completes the catch. What a catch that was.
Very good catch indeed
Goodness me.
from Deva Brevis.
Matthew Bose dealing the damage here so far. 21 for 2 with the Knights in the 8th over. Oh, wow. It just looks like Osenokwane is batting man alone out there at the moment.
Did get 2 wickets also in the first innings, Matthew Post. Like I say, that's what happens also when you've got so many pace bowlers in your team, quality pace bowlers. And Matthew 53, very early in his career, only 10 first-class matches. But definitely a lot of talent, a lot of promise that he has. Does show that he's got a lot in him. So it's going to be 20 minutes before that tea break. Probably needs to ensure that they don't lose another. After getting the wicket of Aubrey Sonnepoel, just hitting the pads of Dean Forrester. Empire says going down leg. A lot of excitement behind the wickets. A lot of energy also being given to the bowler, and that's exactly what you need when you're creating something that the fielding team is also assisting you and just giving you that extra oomph that you might need.
Forrester just doing a little bit of gardening after that ball. Just surprised by that pitch. It's definitely pitching in line. Yeah, it was definitely pitching in line. Oh.
This time across, a lot of confidence you can see. Team in particular, there's a lot of clapping and noise that's happening out there. A lot of energizers out there that you would need.
I mean, I can understand that the Knights were in the latter part of the Titans' innings in that second innings, but you can see clearly the differences between the energy levels currently as we are seeing in this session with the Titans bowling in comparison to what the Knights were doing when they were fielding.
Once again from Post. Probably too high. Definitely Dean Forrester doesn't look comfortable so far.
Oh, that's a good ball. Matty has his tail up right now and he's just coming in. Look at how he's rushing in. Look at how he's pushing through from the hopping crease. And it's showing a lot of energy at the point of delivery. You just feel like the whole Titans team is backing their bowler in this moment and they are in it right now. I mean, taking 2 wickets before the tea break, they would love a third. Absolutely love a third.
Time Forrester does get back to it. And the one end of a very wonderful over here from Matthew Post, picking up the wicket of Aubrey Sonnepoel and troubling Dean Forrester with the Knights now on 21 for 2 after 8 overs. Still needing a further 261 here. Time is definitely not a factor here.
Time is definitely not a factor. And with that, Bosch will come off as Junior Dala replaces him from the pavilion end. I mean, it's not really a bad decision to make the change there. You just keep the batsman thinking. We have seen how Lesego has settled against Corbin Bosch. So let's just see how well he can now go. You can understand the thinking from the Titans camp. It's just situational. But let's just see how well he can go now against Junior Dala when we introduce a different type of bowler to him at the same end.
Yeah, and you definitely want to give your pace bowlers a bit of something before that tea break. Let's see if they get them a best of like 2 or 3 overs, just running in and trying to bowl quickly here. So close, but well played by this Senokwane, just allowing the ball to come under his eye. Immediately you can see the difference between Coben Bosch and Junior Dala. As we just took a look at a bit of a highlight there, just between.
Yeah.
Immediately you can see the difference between Junior Dala and Coben Bosch, because Junior Dala is a lot closer to the stumps, so it gives you a different bit of angle to look at as the batter, where Coben Bosch was choosing to go a bit wider. So
And also their differences in height is also a key factor, because their release points are not really the same. So it all comes down to how well you can watch the bowler, how soon you can pick up the ball from the length, and when you can decide to play what shot, the correct shot that is. Oh. He just pulls away right at the final moment.
for a second I thought he was looking to play a reverse there.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Looked like he was shaping for. I was
It
about to
almost
say the
like-
same thing. It looked like he was shaping up for the reverse scoop as Joe Root would do it.
It did look like he was.
Then he just pulls away. I think maybe he got his feet all muddled up there in the same. He was like, nah, let me just pull away right at the end. Dead ball called by the umpire on that occasion.
Nice and straight there from Junior Dala. He's one of those also that bowls a heavy ball.
He does.
Can always hear the impact whenever the ball hits the bat. It's a
Very strong bowler.
two balls so far in the over from Junior Dala.
He's still got a few minutes before tea.
Some blocked that time from Jan Forrester, getting behind the ball.
Previous ball was a bit too straight, hitting on the pad on the leg side. That one just shaping away from the left-handed batsman, and he actually just puts bat to it outside the off stump. Tough to contend with Junior Dala. That's way down the leg side on that occasion from Dala. It's coming in a bit too straight. Is there something that he needs to look into? Just maybe shape the ball indifferently a little bit. Kind of just trying to pitch it in line and let the movement take over from there, because what he's looking to do is just shape it back in towards the leg side of Dean Forrester. And he just needs to maybe position that ball in line, in and around that middle stump region, and then it kind of drifts inside back towards the leg stump. Better ball on that occasion. When Forrester just pushes it through that point region and takes a comfortable single to bring back Senokwane on strike for the... Oh, that's the over. I actually thought there was a couple balls left there. Junior Dala's over comes to an end with only the 2 runs from it. Multiply Titan should definitely be on 20... Oh, I'm sorry, the Knights. Pardon me. The Knights should be on 24 for 2 after 9 overs.
Matthew Bose will continue from the Henops River end. He has bowled well so far, picking up the 2 wickets. He's picked up the 2 wickets for just 16 runs in his 4 overs. About 11 minutes to go here. I would say about 3 overs or 2 overs to go here. No doubt that we're looking Matthew Bowles to say all that extra energy that he might have to leave it out there. He's been bowling very well, a lot of energy behind his bowling. Once again, nice and straight, and very good shot there from Dean Forrester. This time around, just hitting it past that mid-wicket for a 4.
Looks more comfortable with that shot, Dean Forrester. I mean, especially those first couple of deliveries against Matthew Bose, he just looked out of shape. He looked to be missing it, but that was an excellent shot. Well timed through the leg side. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Into that vacant mid-wicket region, because after it passes the inner ring, there's nobody out there to stop it. It goes all the way for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, again, I say that it's always exciting from the batters when the or for the bowlers when the batters are looking to be a bit more attacking. A bit wider that time around from Matthew Post, and
Looked like an overcorrection a little bit. It was a bit too straight with that previous delivery that went to the boundary for 4, and then too wide and 4 on this occasion, and it results in a dot ball.
right that time around from Post, and Forrester just letting it go. He is a fighter, Forrester. It's always been like that. Did play for the Titans under 19 with the likes of Merrick Brett into the Kaya Majola week.
When he was a youngster.
Yeah.
But he looks like a decent, solid batsman out there. I mean, judging from that shot that he played for 4 on the leg side, and secondly after that, it's how he's going forward to defend the ball. It just looks pretty solid as a setup. Right there again. No risk element to the way that he's batting right now. It's actually really decent to watch. It's what you need at this moment, having lost 2 quick wickets back to back. You just want to go into the break, go into tea, having not lost further wickets, and then rebuild from there after the break.
Yeah, Dan Forrester, very good all-rounder. He's played very well. Averages 53 so far. So definitely can hold the bat and score big. It's straight that time around from Matthew Bose, asking some questions there. And that is how you're gonna get batters into a bit of a trouble. Starts at that off stump there. And especially in the over, if the batter has hit a 4, his confidence will be very high. And what you wanna do when batters are very high is that you wanna play in that confidence of theirs. Just see how far they can take it. So you do get overconfident sometimes.
That's true. And in this spell, Matthew Bose has really actually asked the right questions of all these batsmen.
2 at that time from Matthew Bose to end the 10th over. The Knights on 27 for 2. This is Hosnokwani going on the other side, going very well. 19. 123 balls. Hasn't faced too many balls in quite a while. Dean Forrest down on 5 from his 14 balls that he's faced so far.
Partnership still fairly tight at 6 runs. It just shows that they're just beginning to kind of put things together. Junior Dollar to continue from the pavilion end. Snovano will look to score with every opportunity that he receives here.
Oh, that's nice and tightly ball there from Junior Dala. Not making it easy for the batters to just, or for Sunukwan to just leave that. Really getting him to play. He's looking to hit that top of off. Spoke about how confident Sunukwan would have been. So the more you get him to play, the more chances that you might get to nick him off.
More bowled again from Junior Dala. Kind of hits the same spot on that occasion. So Nowani just then pushes it back with a similar shot. Dot ball again. Actually 2 dots to follow on each other in the start of the 11th over.
You do know also from Junior Dallas that has got a very quick short ball. So I don't think it'll take too long for us to see Junior Dala just go in for a bit of chin music.
I think the major deception in his type of bowling is that right at the gather, he doesn't really jump up that often. No, he doesn't jump up that high at all when he approaches the popping crease as he's about to deliver. It's just one of those things where you kind of look a bit confused as to how he's going to deliver the ball, and you're not expecting it to come at that pace at you as well.
Yeah, especially delivering a bit on the wrong foot.
Exactly.
Something
like
that
a stop-start.
it was something that is very unusual, but he's got action cricket background, and that's where all of this comes from. Oh, no, gets the inside half of the bat, but no one catching at that short leg there from Junior Dala. It's the first time that you can say that Lesego Senokwane looks a little bit surprised. Otherwise, he's been very confident in the way that it's been going, but that time around, Junior Dala.
And the way he gestured as he was completing that single, it just looks like the ball just tailed in at him right at the end. And he was a bit surprised by that movement. Because he's trying to play the correct line of the ball, but that just kind of splices off the inside of the bat and goes on to the leg side.
Ooh, getting the outside half of the bat of Dean Forrester. Certainly some excitement that is created here by Junior Dala.
He's bowling a good line. He's bowling a really good line. He's actually also now ensuring that the batsmen are actually playing shots at his deliveries.
You'd say that that's exactly what you need to do in the fifth innings of the match. Bowl a lot more wicket to wicket. Because the pitch, though there's still a lot of grass cover there, the pitch will be slower, deteriorate a little bit.
You need to really force. What a shot. What a shot. That was a beautiful shot into the offside. Yes, it doesn't get to the boundaries. It's cut off right at the edge. They take a simple two, but that from Senokwane, he just wakes back on the short ball, plunges his back leg behind him, and he just pushes that through the offside for two.
Yeah, and that is just the one ball in this over that's a bit wider than the others, and thus gave Senokwane the room to play with, a bit more comfortable when the ball is away from him. To say that with Junior Dala, when he gets it nice and tight, it makes it difficult. And as we see that, we've got a bowling change from the head observer end with Tsepo Ndwandwe, the man who got a fifer in that first innings, coming into the attack. It's about 3 minutes to go before that tea break.
We spoke about how quick it would be before they introduced the spinner in the second innings. And I guess the Titans are truly going for it. We're 11 overs into the new ball, and already we are seeing the change into spin. Tsepo had a fantastic first innings against the Knights, picking up that fiver. But can he back that up now in the second innings and maybe collect a 10-wicket haul in this match?
Yeah, a bit of a difference in the approach from the Knights and the Titans with their spinners. First up, it's straight from Tsepo Ndwandwe, nicely controlled by Dean Forrester down to that long on for a single. Different approach here, which is quite interesting, that the Titans are basically coming in here with a one frontline spinner in Tsepo Ndwandwe. We know that Neil Brandt also bowls quite a lot, took a 5 against New Zealand. Devil Brevis also does bowl some leggies, but they got their spinner in quicker than what the Knights have. But the Knights, they do have a lot more spinners, but they held their spinners back for longer.
And you saw the difference after Dame Pete started to come in and he got, I think, 4 wickets towards the end there. It just shows you how important it was to actually come in with the spin a lot more quicker than what we anticipated. I would say about being the only frontline spinner here for the Titans, they're just looking to kind of squeeze the whole situation. But I must say, it's not going to be easy having the left-hand, right-hand combination out there for the Knights, between Forrester and Sinokwane, so you always have to keep looking at the lines that you're bowling. You need to always keep it changing every time they take a single. But you still need to execute.
Right at that time, trying to tempt Sinokwane into playing a false stroke there. But just look very confident, comfortable most of the time. Lesego Sinokwane. The one ball to go. Probably the last ball before the tea break. Straight from Ndwandwa. As you said, that it does indeed hit 3 o'clock and they can't get another over in, and that's the end of the over, the 12th over, with the Knights on 32 for 2 going into that tea break. Still got the 8 wickets in hand, still need 250 runs in this match. Lots of time still left, 4 full sessions still left in this match.
It's actually been a very decent start here from the Titans. You look at the current situation, you look at the target of 282, but 32 for 2, they'll take that. They'll definitely take that. The Knights have all to do right now from this point. Coming back from tea after the break, they have it all to do. And it's going to be tough. It's not easy to chase down 250 plus on this pitch in the 4th innings. We are all very aware of that. And looking at the play-by-play, we see the momentum multiplied Titans. First innings at 307 all out. The Knights came in response to that with 193, trailing that difference score by 114. Multiplied Titans came in again in the second innings, being bowled out for 167, leaving behind a total target of 282. The Knights are currently 32 for 2 after 12 overs in their second innings in pursuit of that said target. It's going to be a good game. Still so much time left in this match. Anything is possible at this point. All 3 results still possible.
Yeah, definitely. I would say 2 results are possible. Yeah, I think we'll definitely have a win. We'll have a win now as long as the weather stays off, which it looks like it's the case. There's a bit of rain that's predicted tomorrow, just after the lunch break. But with the way that things are poised at the moment, the Knights on 32 for 2, you would definitely say that the Titans will probably be the happier of the 2 teams right now. Still got 250 runs to play with. The Knights only the 8 wickets. Do have quite a bit of batting still to come, the Knights, so they're not out of the game. They're behind, but not out of the game, definitely. Especially with somebody like Lesego Sinokwane, who's showed his temperament that he can play. He's got a 200 already in this series, so very good contest. And I think that last session today is going to be a very big session for both teams to dictate which way it's going to go. And that is us from commentary for the tea break. We'll see you back in 20 minutes time. But we're back here after the tea break with the match. You can say a bit evenly poised, but maybe the Titans slightly ahead here after picking up those 2 wickets in the second innings of the Knights. We are currently on 32 for 2 after the 12 overs and after the tea break. With me, KG and Alhudun Palika in commentary.
Yeah, the Titans would be happy with those 2 wickets just before the interval. As we chat, there's just a bit of cloud cover since the players left the field, which may just assist with a bit of swing. The ball's only 12 overs old. We've got Merrick Brett coming from the pavilion end and starting around the wicket to Forrester, who's on 7 of 16 balls, and Senekwane not out on 22.
Merrick Brett, of course, got the wicket of Dean Forrester in that first innings. Former teammates, they played for the Titans provincial teams, played last together in that under-19 Titans team in 2019. Also played for Tuks together, so very familiar with one another. And the last thing that you want to do is to lose your wicket to somebody that you do know. And so far, Merrick Brett has got 1 up on Dean Forrester.
Yeah, set him up beautifully in the first innings, went away, and then nipped one back up the slope. Forrester just pushes that into the covers for a single. Happy to be on the other side. Yeah, nipped one up the slope. Forrester didn't offer a shot. Struck him on the pad in front of off stump and would have gone on to hit the timber. Just a miscalculated judgment there from Forrester.
Yeah, and that kind of a thing does create a bit of doubt going forward into the batsman after you've been dismissed like that. So when you have to come up and face up against the same bowler, start doubting yourself a little bit with that leave and play. Which ones do you leave? Which ones do you play? Simply because of the way that you would have went out in the last innings. But nonetheless, Forrester did get a single, get off strike. With Lesego Senekwane now facing up to Merrick Brett. Got the 3 wickets in that first innings. Straight there from Merrick Brett.
Just a bit of extra bounce there and just a rib tickler there for Senekwane, who doesn't have as much protection as Junior Dala. He obviously backs himself to use the willow.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's more of a recognized batsman. So if you do want to bowl it in that cage of his, he's going to use that timber. He's in good form.
Yeah, with all this cloud cover around, I think we could have some interruptions with bad light. The umpires may have the option of offering the bowling team some spin from both ends, which means we would see Neil Brandt having to turn his arm around, who does have a test fifer. Just see him there in the distance, just warming up a bit there. Maybe there's been a few whispers from the umpires regarding the light.
Yeah, I think definitely the Titans won't want that to happen because they are bowling none of the same bowlers. Got 4 of them. They want them to bowl as much as possible.
Yeah, because there's so much time left in the game, I think if that option is given to Neil Brandt and the Titans, I think they'll probably refuse that and rather just go off the field and wait for the light to improve. Ball's only into its 13th over, and you still want to make use of it. As we know, as we've seen over the last 3 innings, this is a new ball pitch. You want to strike with a new ball, and the Titans have already struck twice.
Yeah, I think definitely there isn't pressure in terms of time for the Titans. A bit wide, and Lesego Senekwane just fetching that one, almost getting the edge. That's to end the first over after the tea break with the Knights on 33 for 2.
We spoke about that psychological mark of 250. Well, they still need 249 to go, which is a tall order. We've got Junior Dala continuing from the Henops River end.
Bit of change in ends for Junior Dala. Started off in the pavilion end, but with Tepon Dwandwa that operated from the Henops River end before the tea break. And coming back in now, Junior Dala coming from the Henops River end, coming around the wickets to the left, and Ian Forrester.
Titans still maintaining attacking field with 3 slips or 2 slips and a gully. Crisply driven but well fielded in the covers. I know that Knights struggled a bit in their first innings with a few soft dismissals, but I think they still got to remain positive. You can't go into your shell, which happened in the middle overs there when Garnet Tar was on strike, getting 2 runs of 35 balls, and they just battered themselves into a hole and then lost a cluster of wickets to Ndwandwa, who was very accurate. I'm sure the coaching staff would have mentioned that and said, just look for the 1s and 2s, try and rotate the strike and not bat yourself into a hole.
Yeah, I think definitely speak about soft dismissals. Even those first 2 wickets, would say they're fairly quite soft from the Knights. They don't want to give away too many of those going forward in this game. One thing about Junior Dala that he has done is that he's really bowled very close to the wickets, getting the batters to play almost every ball, not just free easy leaves. 2 straight that time around.
Tucked neatly through mid-wicket for a single. I think the batters are aware as well that the lights are starting to go and probably recognize if they can just get through a couple more overs and we may be off here.
Yeah, the predictions did say that there will be a lot of cloud cover and scattered thunderstorms, scattered showers rather. Just popping up very good field in there from Deva Brevis.
Yeah, every now and again there's just a bit of extra bounce which will keep the batsman honest. Like we mentioned a couple of times, it's Centurion Park, SuperSport Park. It's the type of pitch where you don't really feel in. There's always one that has your name on it or just does something out of the extraordinary. Senekwane is looking good so far in the second innings, just like he did in the first innings. Just prepare to bat time and wait for that loose deliveries. Been dished a few boundary balls in the second innings. Was undone by a beautiful delivery from Matthew Post in the first innings.
And there's a bit of an update in the other match that's taking place across the Jukskei River, with the DPY Lions taking on Western Province currently. DPY Lions on 155 for 2. Joshua Richards went for a duck in that match. Dominic Hendricks currently going at 58 of 183 balls. And Manak got 64 of 142. Now Dominic Hendricks with Zubair Hamza, who is on 21, and a wonderful shot there from Lesego Senekwane. Nice and straight, pitched up, hit it past the bowler. No problems whatsoever.
A great balance there by Lesego Senekwane. Head still, nice, showing the maker's bat and just following through straight down the ground. Great shot, not a half volley, but a great shot by Lesego Senekwane. The Knights moved to 34 or 38 for 2 after 14 overs. Still needing a further 244 runs to win. I think the Knights realize that this is a crucial partnership. You've got a couple of stroke makers down the order, but these 2 guys are the informed players this season for the Knights, and a lot of responsibility from their side. I'm sure during the tea break the coach must have mentioned, just get through this first hour after tea and then it will get a lot easier. Just heard during the tea interval that Aaron Pangisa was battling with a bit of a side strain. That's why he didn't bowl in the Knights' second innings. I hope that doesn't hamper his batting. because they'll definitely need him in this game.
And that carries to the first lip. Outside edge there from Dean Forrester, just chasing at one there from Merrick Brett. And just leaving his bat hanging out there, putting himself in trouble, getting the bat on it. And that just carries to that first slip there.
Beautiful delivery from Merrick Brett. I think he's setting up beautifully here with one just it swung away slightly. And Dean Forrester just hung his bat out there. Great catch by the slip fielder. And Dean Forrester back in the pavilion for 9. Merrick Brett 2-0 to Merrick Brett. We just spoke about how important this partnership will be, and that's not what the Knights wanted.
Yeah, definitely not the start that we're looking for. Second over after the tea break, third over rather after the tea break. Already losing the wicket of Dean Forrester just for 9, going for 9 from 23 balls. Very disappointed, and that's it. He's done for the game. And with that, brings Botha to the wicket for the Knights.
Yeah, now you're into the stroke players. Patrick Botha is not going to hold back. If there's anything in his arc, he's definitely going to have a go. But not easy conditions at the moment. The ball's still new and slightly overcast conditions, and which assisted Merrick Brett there. Got one just to swing away, nipped off the seam, found the edge of Dean Forrester, and a comfortable catch by George van Heerden at first slip. Patrick Botha with an impressive record, averaging 43.4 with a highest score of 212 not out. Has played 128 games, but majority of those games may have been in Division 2 or the old semi-pro competition. So hasn't proven himself at this level as yet.
Yeah. I think definitely he wants to show his caliber that he has. He's got a top score of 212. Just half of those runs in this innings will be vital. And Nagwats again getting the outside edge from Merrick Brett. Very close to that gully field there, just evading the gully fielder.
Great bowling from Merrick Brett. He's found a spot there outside off stump where there's a little bit of extra bound and some movement. Definitely squaring up Patrick Botha there. Fortunately, just gone through the gap there between second slip and gully. I think the Titans may want to insert a third slip.
Yeah, look like an opportunity there for Deval Brevis. Half chance they created. Time wider from Merrick Brett. Patrick Botha just letting that go.
I think the ability that Merrick Brett has to swing it back into the left hand is making them play outside off stump. As you could see, all 3 deliveries, the wicket and the previous 2 balls, all 3 just nipped away from the left-hander. So tempting them to try and play at that, and then it's just nipping away. And the slope's probably helping a bit as well.
Letting it go there from Patrick Botha. Merrick Brett would have started this game looking forward to taking the drinks on, but there was that concussion replacement for Andile Petlukwayo, and he's really taken his opportunity, hasn't he? He's just come in, picked up wickets, picked up 3 in the first innings, has picked up 1 so far in this innings, bowling very, very well. Could have picked up a second one, just didn't carry there to Deval Brevis. Fuller that time around from Merrick Brett. Wonderful shot from Patrick Botha, but equally good fielding from Neil Brandt. Stop that to go to the boundary.
Just doing a bit of stretching there. He batted all day today. He's been on the field for the whole day. I'm sure he was looking forward to a longer tea break. But good fielding there from Neil Brandt. I must say the overall ground fielding in this game has been very good from both sides. Been one or two drop catches.
Ooh, once again, just outside that outer part of the bat. Very good bowling from Merrick Brett. As he said, it's that one that he's got the ball, the ability to get the ball into the left-hander. So whenever he pitches that in that area, you always feel that you have to play at it. And that almost got the outside edge of Patrick Botha.
Yeah, Merrick setting to a nice area to the left-handers. Just not sure where the off-stump is, playing at deliveries they can leave alone. But it's that ability to nip one back that's making them play. It will be good to see when the right-hander gets on strike if he's able to adjust his lines. Junior Dala continuing from the Henops River end.
Nice and full, and a wonderful stroke from Lesego Senekwane. Just allowed that to come to him. Hit it under his eye level, past that vacant mid-off area. And that's a wonderful stroke on Lesego Senekwane, who looks like he's batting on a different wicket to everybody else here. It's been very comfortable since he came onto the wicket.
Fantastic timing from Senekwane. Straight back past the bowler. Time to perfection, and it just races along the boundary, along the carpet here to the boundary on SuperSport Park.
Got to say, bit of a half volley there from Junior Dala, but you still have to put it away.
Just a changing plan here, dropping the man to deep backward square. I think we could see some chin music coming from Junior Dala. The light's not too good at the moment. It's fading quite quickly. Maybe just a matter of time before the umpires get together. Titans maintaining that in-out field. 3 slips, and they've got the deep backward point and deep backward square to save those boundaries. Just off the back foot there, punched to the deep backward point for the single. And now Junior Dala to Patrick Botha. I'm sure he'll be coming around the wicket just to tuck him up and not giving too much room.
Got to say, another wicket here for the Titans would put them firmly ahead. So already picking up the 3 wickets, puts them ahead.
Right into the rib cage there, and just Patrick Botha just allowed that ball to hit him, not wanting to fall into the trap and bringing in the deep fine leg into the game.
Need to ask, did he maybe lose sight of it a bit there? Because it just looked like...
Looks like it stuck him on the glove.
Just didn't drop his hands in time. With Fuller that time around from Junior Dala allows Patrick Botha to just hit it past that mid-wicket for a 4. That is the kind of ball that you want after getting a bit of a nasty one.
Fantastic timing by Patrick Botha. Half volley on leg stump and put away comfortably. I think you want to be shorter rather than fuller on this pitch.
Definitely, I think the one thing that we've seen, which we haven't seen a lot from the Titans, is just a couple of boundary balls. 2 in this over so far. And that looks like a good shout.
I think the inside edge just saved him there. I heard 2 noises.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that inside edge, Batty Porta would have been back in the pavilion.
Good call there from the umpire. Have an inside edge there.
Interesting to see now how Merrick Brecht adjusts his line and length. I think the length could still be the same, but just now the lines to the right-hander with Lesego Senekwane on 31 or 43 balls being a lot more positive than in the first innings. Just trying to transfer the pressure back to the Titans by scoring some runs.
Fuller and straighter there from Merrick Brett. Yeah, so far Lesego Senekwane being the lone ranger. He's got that 31 out of the 51 runs here for the Knights. What has been quite good also from the Titans is there hasn't been a single extra so far in this innings. No ball, no wide. So the Lions have had to work for all the runs that they're getting. I mean the Knights rather have to work for all the runs that they're getting. Ooh, very good bowling there from Merrick Brett.
Well left there by Senekwane. Again, looking to just try and nip the ball back into Senekwane and then surprise him with the one that just hold his line. Senekwane has got to be wary of that and just continue to leave well. Ball still new and hard, only 17 overs old. We spoke about that. If you can get through this new ball and get past the 40th over, it will be a lot more easier to score. Very good adjustment from Merrick Brett, straight on the button to the right-hander, hitting those hard lengths with a bit of assistance with the slope, coming back into Senekwane, who's dealt very well with this first 3 balls.
Yeah, definitely. He hasn't struggled with his lines after bowling the back of his balls to the left-handers on the other side. It's just that very well here.
Solid in defense there from Senekwane again. He's really looked good in this game, besides the one lack of concentration when both surprised him with a quick full delivery that he missed and got castled. Other than that, he's looked quite comfortable in the 2 innings thus far.
Yeah, definitely a man in form also for the Knights. Just recently scoring the 200 against his former team, the Northwest Dragons.
Good patience being shown here by Senekwane, just waiting for that boundary ball. Doing a bit of gardening there.
I would say, I think, good patience from both the bowler and the batter there. Merrick Brett is just constantly bowling outside that off stump. Twice he went a bit straighter, but most of the time it's putting it out there for Senekwane to try and go after him. That's again, here we go, creating a bit of doubt in Senekwane.
Good setup there, 5 in dippers, and then it's just got one to hold its line and bounce a bit, tempting Senekwane into playing, and fortunately missing the outside edge.
We've got the upcoming T20 International Series, the Women's T20 International Series, with South Africa taking on England in 3 T20 matches, starting off this coming Sunday in Buffalo Park, East London at 2 o'clock. And then they come back up now to Sahara Willamore Park in Benoni on the 27th of November at 6 o'clock. And then Centurion SuperSport Park on Saturday the 30th of November starting at 6 o'clock. To get your tickets, go to www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag Hozanawe.
That's the area that Junior wants to be in, that length, you know, just outside the off stump with a bit of extra bounce and trying to tempt Patrick Kruger into playing at balls that he should be leaving. Patrick Botha is the type of batsman who likes bat on ball, so he'll have to show a bit of patience. As you can see, he's on 8 of 9 deliveries.
I think the match situation requires of him to play a bit differently. Again,
just punched off the back foot there into the cover for a single. It's been a very profitable area for both teams, just bumping the ball to cover, backward point with a boundary fielder out and just getting an easy single.
Yeah, there has been a lot of runs there.
What about having two fielders, one deep backward point and having a point? So you can save one and save the 4. That's what happens in one-day cricket.
Yeah. Oh.
Just squared him up there with a bit of extra bounce from Junior Dala. Senekwane looking to go square on the leg side there, and just the lack of pace finding the leading edge.
You get the feeling that Junior Dala has been given the license to be a bit more attacking to the batters. He's constantly bowling straighter to them.
And he's bowling from the right end, the end where we had a bit of inconsistent bounce over the last couple of days. So he's probably wanting to hit the deck and hope for one to either take off or keep low.
Yeah, that is the end that Matthew Pollard operated from a bit earlier. Got some joy from that side, picking up the 4 wickets. Hiding the bounce there from Senekwane.
It was well played by Lesego. Just shows that he had lots of time to adjust. Was a bit of extra bounce from Junior Dala. Lesego Senekwane was able to get his hands up and just ride it and drop it off on the offside. Junior definitely trying to hit the pitch hard and looking for some abnormal bounce.
Again, just riding it. Just look like, even though it's coming up quite a bit of a slower pace here. Allows the batsman a bit of time.
Yeah, with the pitch playing the way it is, the only time you get a wicket is if the batsmen are trying to take on those short balls. But if they're just looking to defend, it's quite easy because of the lack of pace. With the ball only 18 overs old, I would still be trying to pitch it a bit further up and try to find the edge. 3 slips in position. Merrick Brett to continue from the pavilion end. Currently 3 overs, 1 for 5. He's settled into a nice rhythm here. Nice and solid from Senekwane. I think the Titans may have benefited from the concussion sub, as Merrick Brett is more of a bowling all-rounder and Andile Pelekwayo more of a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, it has definitely strengthened their batting lineup, or their bowling lineup rather. Titan straight there, quick single.
Yeah, Merrick Brett just coming back to him. He normally takes the new ball, and in this game Matthew Post was preferred to him, and Matthew Post didn't let the Titans down with his opening spell, both in the first innings and the second innings. Picked up early wickets in the first innings, once again in the second innings, currently has 2 for 20. And that's just allowed Merrick Brett to settle into a nice rhythm, because he's no longer the strike bowler, but it's also a good thing having an opening bowler bowling first change. Still making the new ball talk. Just lost it a bit there and straight down the leg side from Merrick, maybe trying for that in-swinger.
Yeah, I think the benefit of having strike bowlers, 3 or 4 strike bowlers in your team, because Junior Dala also is a bit of a strike bowler. So the benefit of having them, especially in red ball cricket where the ball stays harder and newer for longer, does allow you to use them very well when the ball is still nice and new. Just speak about how the Titans benefited a lot from Merrick Brett coming in, and I think the biggest thing that also made them benefit more is the fact that when they lost the batter in Andile Petlukwaye, batting all round and Andile Petlukwaye, Matthew Bose put his hand up, who's more of a bowler that bats, but scored that 75 runs in the first innings, so they didn't miss the batting of Andile Petlukwaye that much, and then they added an extra bowler.
Merrick Brett really troubling the left-handers here outside the off-stump. He's found an area in the pitch where there's a little bit of assistance, some bounce, and a little bit of sideways movement away from the left-hander. Patrick Botha unsure there whether to play or not.
There's a lot of doubts created here by Merrick Brett. It looks like he really enjoys bowling to the left-handers. And no one catching at that short leg.
Just inside edge onto the pad there for the one that's a bit straighter. That's the end of the over. The Knights are 54 for 3 after 19, still needing a further 228 to win this game, and the Titans needs a further 7 wickets. After all the draws we had last week, at least we're going to have a result here for sure.
No, definitely, I think. Still got a whole day tomorrow. Just the 7 wickets that the Titans need. 228 runs for the Knights. If they bat all sessions, they'll definitely win the match. The Titans will feel that. Just try to nip 1 or 2 here again, going into the last hour.
Definitely a ploy from Junior to hit the deck hard. Senekwane is just riding it well at the moment. Not going for the hook or pull shot, just keeping a straight bat. And that is the safer option. It's the lower risk option by just playing back, straight back past the bowler. Trying to play there, look to score your runs there, not go too square.
And very good shot from Lesego Senekwane, just riding it there. He spoke about how when it's a bit shorter, it comes nice and slow, allows Lesego Senekwane some time to hit the ball, past the covers for a 4. Very good batting here from Senekwane.
Great shot, stood up, nice and still, punched it off the back foot, minimal foot movement, and racing away to the boundary for 4. You can actually just see that Senekwane is just expecting everything to be short, not even looking to go onto the front foot. Maybe Junior should just try something different and try and pitch one up.
Do you think something like a slower ball is something that can be used in 4-day cricket?
Yeah, definitely. It's always that element of surprise, you know. So I know bowlers don't do that. Not very often. If a batter is going after you and playing some shots, then they try and change pace. But yeah, why not have a go and see if you can flummox the batsman with a slower ball? But then again, the ball's only in its 20th over, and you don't want to waste it.
Something that you saw Stuart Broad doing quite a lot, just cutting the ball.
I think Junior's got instructions. You just run in for the short spell and bowl as quickly as you can, and hit the deck as hard as you can. He's not thinking about any slower balls now.
Definitely not. I know there's some fast bowlers that say that your variation should be even quicker rather than a slower ball. Then Junior Dala, probably one of those, likes bowling very quickly.
Ooh, great shot there from Senakwane. Just finding the fielder in the cover. Otherwise, a meter left or right, and that would have been racing to the boundary for another 4. That's the end of the over. Merrick Brett to continue from the pavilion end. Corbin Bosch just doing some loosening exercises. I'm sure he'll be eager to get the ball in these conditions.
Yeah, no doubt that you won't mind coming back into the attack. Be another short best of 4 overs or so. So you look upcoming T20 series with the Protea taking on Sri Lanka starting next week Wednesday on the 27th of November. That match will be taking place in Durban. Then they move on to Gqeberha at St. George's Park from the 5th to the 9th of December. A lot of cricket coming up, Palis, this summer.
Just punched onto the offside, a quick single. Yeah, plenty of cricket, both internationally and domestic. Important series for the Proteas. They still got a chance of getting to that Test Championship final, World Test Championship final, and 4 wins out of 4 will guarantee them a spot in the final. 3 out of 4 may just be good enough depending if results go their way. Get down to Durban and Gqeberha. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Waza Nawe. And straight after that, we're straight into the Pakistan tour for the men's Proteas team.
Yeah, so that will be that full tour, the full Pakistan tour, and all of format tour. I think just mention about the chances of the Proteas to play in the final. Probably one of the benefits also is that India and Australia are playing against one another, so they all cancel one another out, which gives the Proteas a bit more opportunities to make it to that final, which would be their first Test Championship final.
Yeah, that Border Gavaskar Trophy starts tomorrow, nice and early, the first Test match, down under.
Uh, 20 minutes past 4 in the morning tomorrow, India versus Australia. I know I'll definitely be waking up for that one. Get a few overs in before leaving for work in the morning.
Yeah, India would want to come hard. Were embarrassed back in India 3-0 by New Zealand. I don't think anybody has whitewashed India in a 3-match series in India. I think the last time they lost the series was against the Proteas. So they'd come back hard knowing that lots to play for. Need to come back, win a couple of games, get some more points to try and secure a place in that final.
Yeah, definitely. I think the likes of Virat Kohli, who don't play T20 cricket anymore, will be looking to get some runs under the belt. Does enjoy batting everywhere, Virat Kohli. Doesn't matter whether it's subcontinent or anywhere.
Yeah, just the important thing there about that series. Oh, that one's just crept along the ground. And all those that have kept low has been outside the off stump. We haven't yet seen one rolling around the ground straight in line with the stumps, which is a good thing for the Knights. Yeah, just looking at that series down under, there's quite a few Indian players that made their trip across there, possibly for the last time in their careers. Will not feature again in a test series in Australia. They would want to end off on a good note. Just add some more spice to that series. Comfortably kept out there by Lesego Senokwane, and that's the end of Merrick Brett's fifth over. He has impressive figures of 1 for 9. The Knights 61 for 3 after 21 overs.
Yeah, I think particularly looking forward to the contest, looking forward to see Patrick Cummins versus Rohit Sharma. You know how Cummins likes to foul into the body, Rohit Sharma likes hooking the ball. It's going to be a good contest, especially with the current crop of the Indian players. Years ago, you'd say that you can just go out there and bounce them out, but that's not the case anymore because they're very comfortable playing the short ball.
A couple of years ago, the Indians were not playing seam and fast bowling too well. There was definitely a ploy from the BCCI to encourage fast bowling also amongst their seamers. I mean, growing up in India, everybody wants to be a spin bowler. And there was a couple of seasons where the ground staff was instructed to prepare some seamer-friendly pitches. Just flicked away there to fine leg for a single. Just a bit too straight there from Corbin Bosch. And the ground staff prepared some green pitches, and the youngsters growing up said, we don't want to be spin bowlers any longer, we want to bowl seamers. And that was the emergence of Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj, Jasprit Bhuma, and a few others, Shardul Thakur, and a few others to mention. And clearly seeing the rewards now, because the batsmen were able to play on seaming pitches and adapt, and the bowlers started getting used to running in and hitting the deck and bowling good areas.
Spoke about Corbin Bosch. He is back into the attack from the Hennops River, and yeah, that's very important points that you're making there. That took a very long time being dominant in subcontinent and struggling everywhere else, and they identified that you have to have a bit of a change in order to be dominant all over the continent, or the world rather. And a Patrick catch it. That is the end of Lesego Senokwane. A cotton ball from Corbin Bosch.
And that's a big breakthrough there for the momentum multiply Titans. Extra bit of bounce that we're talking about from the Hennops River end. Just found the leading edge there from Senokwane and looped up. And a good catch by Corbin Bosch on his follow through.
It's just a nice loopy one there to Corbin Bosch. Cotton ball for a fast bowler doesn't come easier than that, does it? Normally running into it, but very good breakthrough here from Momentum Multiplier Titans. A much needed wicket here. Corbin Bosch coming into the attack, immediately repaying his captain. You should say that the back of the Knights has been broken a touch here, as we see coming now to bat Ganatar, the wicket keeper. Spent most of the time playing in Division 2. He's made his way up now to Division 1 this season, averaging 22.7. I'd like to get that up with the highest score of 68. Only the 250 so far in his career.
Yeah, he battled a bit in the first innings, got 2 of 35 balls. The Titans bowled very well to him, didn't give him too many scoring options. And he's another one of those players who had an explosive T20 competition. Just can't translate that form into the red ball format. He'd want to prove a point or two here to the coach. No better time when your team is needing 220 more runs to win in the fourth innings of a game to try and prove the critics wrong. Good bowling change there from Neil Brunt, bringing in Corbin Bosch. All of a sudden, body language is increased by the Titans, a few more chirps. Lots of buzz around now. They feel that they can get a couple more before the close of play today.
There's lots of time to go also today. 35 overs left in the day. Not too sure if we'll get all 35, but if they do pick up wickets a bit earlier on, there in more regular intervals, we might just have the extension if needed. Now it's still 220 runs away.
Nice and straight there from Corbin Bosch. That's the type of bowling you would want in the fourth innings, especially with the bounce a bit up and down.
Bosch will be looking to close this over while here. Would like to pick up another wicket. He's bowled very well so far in this innings, Corbin Bosch. Straight there to end the over to Kanata, and that is the end of the over from Corbin Bosch with the Knights on 62 for 4 after 22 overs. That will bring a change in commentary. I'll be leaving it for Odwa to come in.
Thank you for that, KG.
Yeah, just the breakthrough that the Titans needed there.
They really did. They were looking a bit. Things were looking a bit dire there for a moment. That partnership between Forrester and Sonogwane was coming together well. And it was just at the right time when the Titans struck to get that wicket.
Yeah, interesting bowling change now from the pavilion end. I know you got 5 wickets in the first innings, but they've just struck now and the new batsman's in. I would have thought maybe a couple more overs with the seamers before turning to the left arm spin of Shepo Ndwandwa.
I think maybe Tsepo might actually make inroads here. It's a new batsman, left-hander, and off-spinner just bowling against him now. It might just make for a very interesting matchup. And
yes,
should Tsepo maybe pull through with a wicket here, it just changes the whole game entirely again.
He did get both of these batsmen out in the first innings, so he'll be very familiar. Nice long half volley to start off, which Patrick caresses through the covers. Great fielding by Deval Brevis to save the boundary.
It's actually been really good to watch.
A repeat of that, just a little bit straighter, and he can scurry through for the single.
A decent start here from Tsepo so far. And they've made their way right into the middle order of this batting lineup now. Have the Titans, and they'll much rather look in this situation and think maybe they could finish this game today.
Yeah, you never know. 1 or 2 more wickets and you're into the tail.
I spoke about the difficulty of chasing more than 250 on this wicket in the 4th innings. Now that target just looks very far away. It looks very, very far away from the Knights. And looking at the whole situation when they find themselves 63 for 4, and they still need a further 219 runs. It's just a mountain to climb now.
Yeah, I think that's the Knights not thinking about that at the moment. Just maybe trying to bat time, occupy the crease.
Oh, he's bowled.
And he's bowled.
They are appealing for the LB. He's bowled. Goodness me, what a ball that was. It just went through his legs.
And Chepo didn't see that. I'm sure the umpire was ready to raise a finger for LBW as well. Just brushed the bottom of the pad and then rolled onto the stumps. Was straight in front.
Looking at this in slow motion, I mean, it just goes under. Yeah, it was always going to be given up for LB. It just goes under the bat. It just clips the pad on the way through, and then boom, right onto middle stump. Absolutely no need to be appealing for the LB there. It's well, that's bold. Gantar is dismissed for what? He scored no runs actually there without even troubling the scorers. He faced the 4 deliveries and he's out bowled. The Knights now found themselves 63 for 5 in the 23rd over.
That completes a miserable game for Garneta. Not getting many runs, 2 runs in 2 innings. And you could see he probably was under pressure and changed the game plan there, pulling out the sweep shot, which is not really necessary. The new batsman is number 49, Tiaan van Vuren. We had quite a dandy knock in the first innings. Very different circumstances now, with the Knights in trouble at 63 for 5.
And you're just looking at those numbers, 16 matches against 23 innings. He scored no 50s there. Just total score of 354 runs in those 23 innings. High score 47. Even that high score today could be very helpful for his team. There's not much with the bat as we can actually see, but it's a very difficult situation now to be finding yourselves in 63 for 5 and you still need 219 to win.
Yeah, and Ndwandwe proving me wrong there. I was hoping for a few more overs from the seamers, seeing that the balls knew he struck in his second over. And as we speak, the clouds are moving away and it's getting a bit brighter out there. All the possibility to extend play today if needed.
Yeah, definitely. Seppo starts well there to Tiaan van Vuren. I mean, it's really interesting now when you look at this whole situation. What the umpires think about how this game has progressed. It's gone on so quickly today.
Yeah, we've had 12 wickets already on day 3. We had 10 on day 1, 13 on day 2, and we've had 12 already. We're still 33 overs left in the day. I don't think we'll get all that in.
But that still looks at maybe at least another further 20 overs left.
Yeah, at
maybe
least,
25
at least.
best. But that's still a lot of overs given the situation that the Knights currently find themselves in now.
Yeah. This partnership will probably just have a look again at this delivery from Ndwandwe. The better option would have just been to play straight back past the bowler, look to play with a straight bat.
Yes. And we've seen that when you just play through the line of the ball, you actually get a lot more from your shots.
Just a touch too full there from Corbin Bosch.
I wonder what's the thinking now with Patrick Water. I mean, Tiaan just walked in, has only faced a couple deliveries. Right now, looking at that scoreboard, looking at the requirements, and we are 63 for 5. How do we go about this? Do we try to bat ourselves in? Maybe try to squeeze out the draw? It's an impossible situation, but it still might happen given cricket. Or do we just play our natural game, continue to attack when we can, and just try to score runs?
Yeah, I think Patrick Botha still got to play his natural game, which is he likes bat and ball. It will be positive. If an opportunity arises to score, you got to try and score from there. Not to what Garneta did in the first innings, where he got himself into a bit of a hole, where he got 2 runs of 35 deliveries, not rotating strike. I mean, there's still lots of space where you can just drop and run. Titans employing this in-out field, 2 slips in a gully. And they've got 3 men on the boundary, and 3 men saving 1. So there is lots of gaps just to rotate the strike.
The field is very surprising for me. I mean, I feel like at this point in the game, I'd be outwardly attacking. As a captain, I'll probably have 1 man just maybe find leg out in the ring, and everybody else would be inside where we're pressuring the situation. try and force them to make the mistake. There was one more wicket here, and we make our way into the lower order.
Yeah, Titans have still 219 runs to play with, so I'm sure you can bring up some more fielders into more attacking positions. But this is the formula that has worked for them, and they're just going to stick to that. And as we see a change in field, with Van Bries's coming into possibly a short leg position, just getting the helmet, we could see some bounces now being bowled by Corbin Bosch.
Corbin Bosch is going to employ his bouncer tactic. It's going to be a very interesting finish to the day today. Given the current situation, do the Titans also now squeeze to go for the win today?
Great shot that from Tiaan van Vuuren. Just a half volley onto the pads, and he strokes it beautifully straight down the ground for a boundary 4.
Phenomenal shot. That was a really, really good shot.
Actually, that was Patrick Botha, not Tiaan van Vuuren.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to show you how to play an on-drive. It's full, it's on the pads, and he plays it again. What did we mention? He plays it straight. Right into that V. And you get value for shots playing straight. Just play through the line of the ball.
I think it was a double bluff there. I'm sure with the field as said, Corbin's definitely going to build a bouncer in these last 2 deliveries.
Ooh. Now that was a good ball. That was a really, really good delivery. And that just kind of comes in on the inside edge of the bat, just between the bat and the leg, and then it goes through the keeper. That just shows you how close that was for a second. That's a fine ball from Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, hitting the deck. Good area, forcing Patrick Botha to play at it.
Always make the batsman try to play. If you do that, in those 6 deliveries in that over, you just try to make the batsman play. You'll eventually get that wicket.
Straying onto the pads there, good fielding there for Van Bries's. And that's the end of the over. The Knights 67 for 5. Still needing 215 to win, and the Titans needing 5 more wickets.
It's really, really interesting now. Just how far everything has happened and just how quickly this game has moved forward. Looking at this whole situation, 67 for 5. It's just a lot of thinking now. It's able to continue on pavilion end, which is actually pretty perfect to see. He has got 6 wickets now in this match. Still has that opportunity to get the 10th.
Umpire's just cutting off a bit of the seam that's come loose from the ball.
It's all about the tactic now moving forward for the Knights. How do we go on and playing out this innings?
Still good to see good intentions from Tiaan van Vuuren there. Slightly short from Ndwandwe, and he rocked back and tried to capitalize. Just finding the fielder short cover.
Oh!
A lot fuller there, and there's a miss.
Confusion! Oh! Wow. That comes into not communicating well with your partner. They're not even looking at each other at that point. Then on the other end, Patrick Botha was worried about having under-edged that just away from the stumps. He's ball watching in that situation, and Tiaan van Vuuren just calls him through for the single.
I think a direct hit there would have had him in trouble.
So close for all money. Now we're towards the latter part of the innings, and these things start to happen where you see inconsistent running between the wickets. It's good pressure, it's good bowling. Everything now is just coming together very nicely for the Multiply Titans, and the Knights don't really have an answer at the moment.
Yeah, not much turn for Ndwandwe, but very accurate. He's testing the batters with his pace, his flight, and that's the art of a good left arm spinner. You don't need to turn it much, but if you land it in the right area, there will definitely be some reward. And SuperSport Park always offers a bit of bounce.
It reminds me of how accurate Akshay Patel can be for India. He just bowls that wicket to wicket line consistently. It just drops in and hits the deck. All those flighted deliveries, every time he just plays with that variation, but it's always wicket to wicket. If you miss, you're out. Ronaldo's actually doing the same right now. He's bowling that tight line, bowling right wicket to wicket, and that offers no opportunity for Botha to actually make a mistake on missing those kind of deliveries.
And he's got a good in-out feel. There is some protection on the boundary if Botha wants to take him on.
There's still some element of risk to it. Yeah.
Just saw a puff of dust there as the ball pitched outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. Knight 68 for 5 after 25 overs. Still 31 overs left in the day.
Yeah, again, look at the two batting innings from the Titans, where the lower order actually made a bulk of the runs in the first innings. And again, in the second innings, they had a position. They had them 90 odd for 5 wickets. They squeezed a lot through, but still, to get from there to 167, the lower order still then contributed again, and that further pushed the lead from what would have been a 200 at the start of the day to now looking to be 280, and all of a sudden it looks unassailable.
Yeah, just summary there. Titans getting 307 for 10. The Knights replying with 193. Titans in the second innings 167, and the Knights 68 for 5. Still needing a further 214 to win.
214 runs. I like the position of that leg slip. Just creates that element of doubt. Oh, well fielded.
Yeah, it's a change in tactic here with Corbin coming around the wicket with a leg slip, fine leg and a deep backward square. Just gonna try and tuck him up and get a couple of deliveries in the rib cage there, seeing if Van Vuuren will have a go or not. Still got the 2 slips and a gully, waiting for the one that just goes across him, keeping both sides of the wicket open. And there's the edge we're talking about from around the wicket, just dropping short.
Tian was definitely squared up on that occasion. Just fortunate that didn't carry through to the slip cord. And it's stuff like this, brothers. When you look at that, you see that the ball is not carrying as much as it was during the first couple of days of this game. Do you not then position yourself maybe a little bit further, just a touch in closer, to give yourself that enough opportunity to actually make it for the catch? Maybe you need to dive forward, maybe you need to take a step further in as the slips, but it's just those decisions now that can change this game. Again.
And exactly what we're talking about, some steep bounce from around the wicket, and Tian van Vuuren just hangs his bat out there, gets the edge, and taken by Keegan Peterson in the slips. And with that wicket we have a drinks break as well, the last one for today. Knight 68 for 6 in the 26th over. Finding it hard to deal with the Titans bowling here.
The angle just did it there for him. The angle just did it there for him. If we have another look at that wicket again, you'll just see how the positioning of his body is actually front on facing the ball, but he doesn't move much anyway. He just watches the ball go across his body and he just leaves his bat outside of stump.
It's
That's
quite
a simple catch, then it's lit.
It's quite tough to play the deliveries from around the wicket coming into you. If we just look at that, he's wary of the man behind him.
There.
And just the steep bounce there.
It just gets it. Fantastic ball. You cannot take that away from Cohen Walsh. That was a really good delivery.
Good areas. Batsman had to play it, it couldn't leave it alone. And the new batsman coming in is Aaron Pangiso. Well, we've heard during the tea interval that he's got a slight side strain. That's why he didn't bowl in the second innings. We will see if that hampers his batting or not. Has scored a couple of runs in the last innings. Not this game, but his previous game.
And Aaron Pangiso does have a couple 50s under his belt in this format of the game. It's actually a really, really decent average at 21.3. But today, his team will actually need him to just stay in, maybe step up, score the runs, build a partnership here with Patrick Water. Just try and get as close as possible. I mean, you would enjoy going down fighting than being bowled out for less than 100 inside 3 days of a 4-day game.
Yeah, I think Aaron Pangiso will still play his natural game. Not gonna die wondering if he's gonna play shots or not. If it's anywhere in his slot, he's gonna go for it.
He only does play that one way. It's actually very decent when you know that your partner on the other hand is just gonna go for where they are strong. It's just a simple situation where you find yourself 68 for 6. You still require another 214 runs. That's now epically out of proportions. But what do we know? This is cricket. Anything is possible. Bosch with 2 wickets for 10 runs in this second innings. He's halfway through his 7th over. It's really been a really good day for him today. Burst was actually so good up front as well with these 5 overs, contributing on the 2 wickets there for 20 runs as well.
Yeah, the Titan Seamers has been bowling very well in partnerships. Nobody's given in. They've been relentless.
If you look at those figures, it's only Junior Dala who's the only bowler in that setup that hasn't taken a wicket today. But that could also change at any point in time. Everyone has contributed. They've bowled well, they've bowled tight, and they've created these opportunities where they took the wickets today.
They've just brought in the man from deep backward square to square leg, just there for the pop, and Pangiso baseball style like just runs it down to deep backward point for a single.
And he's off the mark quite quickly there. And Bosch still have 1 ball remaining in the over. When you look at the situation right now, so what does Patrick Border start to think now? Yes, I've lost another partner in Tian. So what else can we do now? Because we all know that Pangiso's not going to be waiting around on the other end. He's going to play through his shots. So with that known to Porter as well, what does he do now in this situation?
Yeah, I think he's still going to play his natural game. If an opportunity comes, he'll try and score. That's the over, 69 for 6 after 26 overs. Successful over there for Corbin Bosch and the Titans.
Let's have another look at this. Good delivery. Just offers him that. No space to do anything about that. He can't move out the way of that, and he's forced to play at it.
And just coming back to your point about the ball not carrying, if the field was a bit closer there, it would have been
Over their heads.
it would have been you needed some quick reactions to catch that. I mean, Keegan Peterson is not the tallest,
Yeah.
and he took it above the shoulders. So good thing that they just stayed where they were.
And it was a really good take at that. It actually came in very fast on that occasion. It just came quite quickly.
Ndwandwe continuing from the pavilion end. Once again, spin bowler versus spinner. I don't think Aaron Pangiso is going to allow Ndwandwe to settle and bowl just dotted up to him. It's going to take some risks. Be a bit positive. He's got nothing to lose
That is true.
with the score at 69 for 6.
Right now, it's just about trying to get as close as possible. That's if they can as a team. You just need to try and get as close as possible. Losing by big margins can sometimes dampen the whole team's confidence. It then rebutes how well they did in that second innings with the ball, given how badly they batted in the second innings chasing the total.
Yeah, there's always going to be a tall order chasing that mammoth 282, which would have been the highest successful run chase had they got there.
We all know how difficult it is to bat the fourth innings on this pitch. But following that performance, I mean, when they started the day yesterday, when they started that second innings for the Titans came into bat, that lead of 114 plus, looking at that situation, that's where the Knights found themselves. And they fought back so hard to actually manage to get themselves back into this game. But all that hard work is undone by this batting innings.
That's over. 70 for 6 after 27. Yeah, there was quite a few soft dismissals in the first innings, and again 1 or 2 in the second innings. I think the coaching staff got some work to do in the next couple of days before the next game. Make sure that batters are valuing their wicket tonight. Maybe a change in personnel. Gian Kluter was not included in this game, one of the more experienced batsmen.
Does he still open in that position, Gian?
I think he opens in the white ball cricket, but red ball it drops down the order probably 4, 3 or 4, maybe 5 even.
You know, one thing that's really stood out for me today about this setup entirely is just that majority of these Knights batsmen don't fundamentally understand where they're standing in their guard, because they've constantly been fishing outside the off stump. I mean, you have time, you have enough time in today and tomorrow to be leaving deliveries that can get you out in that region.
If there's anything in Pangisa's half, I'm sure he's gonna flay the bat at that, but with this field setting, I don't think Corbin Bosch is looking at pitching it up. Pangisa just turns it to deep backward square for a single. Happy to be on the other side and letting Patrick Botha face the heat from Corbin Bosch, who's on, Patrick Botha's on 17 of 31 balls.
Aaron is sitting pretty on 2 from 8. So far this partnership is built on 3 runs now. Pangisa has contributed 2 out of that 3. He's just starting to settle in. He's faced 8 deliveries already. And he's taken off pretty couple easy singles when he actually gets off strike.
Just pushed onto the offside again for a single. It'll be interesting to see how many runs have been scored in that area during this game. Both teams employing the deep backward point, and batters are just happy to drop it off onto the offside and amber through for a single.
And it's been very consistent where they've just been dropping and running. It happened today, it happened sometime last night. Sorry, yesterday before the end of the innings as we came into the evening. And it was happening a lot. Ooh.
Quick single again there.
It's good running. That's really good running. And as soon as Pangisa dropped that, he was looking to get off strike. Patrick Botha just responded in kind, and you get through that much easier for the single. You put pressure back on the bowling side, and Junior Dala just misses the ball as he's trying to pick it up. It creates that pressure when you know that you can trust your partner on the other end to come through when you call for a run.
Good bounce of that from Corbin Bosch. Patrick Botha just ducks underneath that. Still has 1 in the bank, allowed 2 per over.
It's the short stuff we were discussing earlier, and it was coming at some point. Oh.
Yeah, with this field setting, it's a wicket-taking option if you can tempt the batsman into playing at it, either fending it off to short leg there where Van Prieses is waiting, or playing at it and getting the top edge, either going down to fine leg or deep backward square, but definitely a wicket-taking option.
Sometimes they can always try to uppercut it and just edge it through the keeper. Shot.
Ooh, flick there and just on the 1 bounce to Merrick Brett. at the deep backward square, and that's the end of the over.
I don't think Brett picked that up in time at all. I think his reaction towards that ball, because he went left first instead of kind of just running in closer to kind of close the distance. So he really just didn't pick it up from the bat, and then by the time he noticed where it was going to fall, it was a bit too late. And he just then decided to just make sure that you field the boundary option, just give them the one. But could have been different if that was slightly hit more timely off the bat. It could have just gone straight down his throat to be taken.
Ndwandwe to continue from the pavilion end, still with this in-out field. He's got protection on the boundary, and he's got some fielders in catching positions. Trying to tempt Patrick Botha to go for the big shot. I think Patrick Botha is aware of what happened in the first innings. Came down the pitch, pumped him over mid-off for a one bounce four, and in the same over tried to repeat that and just ran past the delivery and got stumped. So he'd be wary of coming down the track. In fact, he hasn't used his feet at all yet in this innings.
He really hasn't used his feet since he's come in. Tempo's bowling well here.
He's just content to play from the crease at the moment. Very watchful from Patrick Botha.
It's just now a question of how much more of this pressure can Patrick Botha actually soak up.
Just a firm push to mid-off, who's quite deep there. And they get through for an easy single. I'm sure there's a few whispers on Pangi's shoulders to get down the pitch and loft Ndwandwe over the infield. He tried that in the first innings, but didn't clear the field at mid-on and was caught quite easily. He's also aware of that.
The way spinners hate being dismissed by other spinners is crazy. It always just makes me laugh sometimes, because what can you do? It's either going to be a fast bowler or a spinner.
Just a bit of chatting going on there between Munsami and Pangiso.
Oh. Yeah, called too late for the single, and then just sent him back in a wait no circumstance situation there. Because that was properly hit from Pangiso straight to finding the man at cover.
Pangiso itching to score some runs against Ndwandwe. Just can't find the gap at the moment. Ndwandwe just finished his fifth over. Very economical, 1 for 5. And we have a bowling change from the end-ups over end. And Matthew Bose replacing Corbin Bosch. An excellent spell from Corbin where he got the breakthrough and picked up 2 wickets. Matthew Bose looking to continue the good work from that end.
Really has been a good bowling performance here from Titans, and they've been doing well bowling in partnerships. We talk about the importance of that, where you can squeeze one end and create the opportunity from another, but it's been coming from either side of the wicket today.
Yeah, Matthew Bose been troubling the night batsmen, both the left-handers and the right-handers, getting nice and close to the stumps, and that allows him to bowl wicket to wicket with a little bit of extra bounce. If there's a bit of seam movement, batters just have to play at that and can't leave it alone.
It just leaves you in that area of uncertainty, whether to play, whether to leave, and you find yourself just caught in between and you end up playing.
Very attacking field for both 3 slips.
Oof.
Straight on the button, and then once again an easy single on the offside in that vacant point area.
Drop and run. It's been consistent today. All we've seen is just the drop and the run. It's been very consistent. I would actually love to see how many runs were scored in that position the whole game. Never mind the boundary count, but just those singles right there in front of the umpire there. It's crazy.
Boast will test Pangiso on the short ball.
Oh,
Well dealt with by Pangiso, just turning it around to steep fine leg for the single.
interesting that there's no leg slip on that occasion there for Pangiso. There was when Bosch was bowling. Now you look at that, it's the more additional pace from Boast. I really would have gone with that, leg slip fielder there under the helmet again. Just I'll wait for that because that shot would have been straight to him.
Yeah, maybe there'll be a change in field next delivery. Nice and straight there from Patrick Botha.
It's just how you defend. Forward, full face off the bat, front defense. Drop it right in front of you, just under your eyes, and you just push it through the shot. Absolutely nothing else. That's how you defend a cricket.
Mid-afternoon Gautrain just passing by there. All going to Johannesburg, probably to go and fetch all the people to come back home to Pretoria.
Ooh.
Just kept slightly low there, but well kept out by Patrick Botha.
It's been an absorbing day of 4-day cricket, especially for these players. All these emotions that go all over the place when you're out there in the middle, looking at how desperate the situation is for you and your team. You just need to always stay in. It's mentally exhausting too when you're looking around and the pressure's being piled on by the opposition team. It's just a lot that they can go through in a session of cricket. Oh,
Just outside half of the bat, running that down to third man. Deep point can't get around, and that's another boundary for Patrick Botha, who moves on to 25 or 41 balls.
definitely off the edge there, but the scoreboard will never say that. It's a 4 nonetheless. And there's nobody there in that third man region. We spoke about that. We spoke about the attacking fields, and all players that we see, there's actually 3 men controlling the boundary line. Now they're putting him in a bit of a third man situation from deep point.
Yeah, just moved a bit finer to try and cut off that boundary. He's just bowled 4 overs on the trot, Corbin Bosch. I don't think he's wanting to chase many balls.
Oh, well left. Well left, Patrick Porter. Well left.
Good areas that from Matthew Boast. The Knights are 81 for 6 after 30 overs. Still needing a further 201 to win, which looks a touch too far. The Titans needing 4 more wickets, which seems a bit more realistic.
More realistic. It is a bit more realistic. We look at these situations, we think which one is more easier, because now you just look at who's actually batting out there. If this whole situation is a different ball game, like maybe the 2 openers are out in the middle. Yes, you've lost 2, maybe 3 wickets, but your openers are still out in the middle. It looks like a different situation entirely. You have 2 very, very well-established batsmen in your lineup still batting together, yes, but when you're batting with the all-rounders, it just starts to get a bit too far. Catch it.
Oh, and Pangiso gets away 1 with there. It's just a matter of time before he decides to take on Ndwandwe. Went for the big hoik there. Just repeated the shot. Should have looked a lot straighter. Just to the right of Van Brieses and short of him. Certainly got away with that there, Pangiso.
Absolutely mistimes that. He mistimes that so much. It actually drops short. It doesn't carry the distance where it should have been. And after it just dropped short, it looked like it was still curving away at the point of bounce.
A lot more defensive there from Pangiso.
Yeah. Oh. Van Brieses did well to actually get his body behind that ball to cover up. Instead of just, leaking a single there, he kept it down to a knot. So with that dot, Tsepo still has more balls to bowl than Pangiso. So about backing up your bowler. always about backing up your bowler.
Yeah, your shot selection is very important now. If Pangi does decide to take Ndwandwe on, got to choose the right delivery to try and loft it over the top. Field is in, so the invitation is there.
Oh.
Nice and straight from Ndwandwe again there, wicket to wicket. Pangiso just keeps it out. You just need one of those to keep low or misbehave, and Ndwandwe will be in the business.
Oh, Pangiso didn't take the bait on that occasion. Hey, mix up. Ooh.
Scamper through for a single. Yeah.
I think it was safe either way, even with the direct hit on that occasion. He just looked like he was already in.
That's the over. The Knights are 82 for 6, going at 2.6 runs per over. Just look at this again. Patrick Bertha was quite keen.
Yes, no. Yeah.
Comfortably in.
Comfortably in. Yes, no, yes. Oh, wow. We'll never graduate from this sickness, can we? You see it even remotely on international days. That's just a positional standard of yes, no, yes. And there's always a run out somewhere, more especially in Michael cricket.
Yeah, after that last over from Matthew Post to Pangiso, I think they should think about getting in the short leg there if he's going to be continuing with the short ball tactic.
Even now, it's Pangiso on strike. You should bring in that leg slip in there, or maybe a short leg in that position. Try to kill off the game. That's what you need to try to do. Oh.
Pangiso showed during the season that there's no mug with the bat. I think in the T20 competition he batted up the order in a few games as well, and then last week got some runs for the Knights lower down the order. He's going to be looking to score, even though with the Knights in trouble at 82 for 6, he's not going to hold back.
Shot.
Fantastic shot there, good balance showed by Pangiso there, and just works that, uses both pace, clips it through mid-wicket for a lovely boundary, moves on to 10 double figures of 21 balls.
Where did that come from? Goodness me, that's a really good shot. Yeah, it's a bit too full from both, but at the end of the day, you still need to push those and punish those ones. Still need to put them away. And Pangiso just stands really tall over the ball and just smashes it through that mid-wicket region for 4. Wow.
And that shot's brought in a change in field here, and the short leg we spoke about earlier on coming into play now. I don't think there's going to be many balls in Pangiso's half now, especially after that shot. He's got this baseball type technique where he just stands and
delivers,
hands in the air, bat high up, and swings through the line.
And Matthew's probably looking at that thinking, oh, if you can put away my full balls, let's just see how you do against the short stuff. Ooh.
Ducking to that one that didn't bounce much. Pangiso was just expecting a short delivery there, was prepared, but that didn't get up as much as he expected. Still got to keep your eye on the ball.
Yeah, but can we take another quick re-look at that ball? Like if you were to look at that highlight, it just looked like Pangiso almost left his bat in the way of that ball.
Yeah, he was ducking before.
He was trying to duck, yes, he was trying to get out the way, but he left his bat kind of wide open there. It just looked like it was too close enough to the ball to actually induce an edge.
A change of tactic here now coming around the wicket. He's going to target that rib area from Pangiso. Just doing a bit of gardening, looking to clear some debris from the pitch. It's already worked once today with Tiaan van Vuuren failing to get out of the way with a short ball from around the wicket.
Oh, Pangi makes it easy there, just ducks underneath it. He just ducks underneath that one, and there's one more now left for this over.
Probably hit a nice grassy area of the pitch and just took off and bounced a bit more than the previous one. But yeah, tailenders don't like it when it's around that area.
Oh, definitely. You don't like anything in and around here where your ribs are because you just feel like there's some exposure there to your body. Doesn't feel nice to be banged there with the cricket ball. Kind of felt it even when you are such a tall batsman.
Oh! Oh! Just evading the short leg there. Good bowling there from Matthew Boast, and Pangiso couldn't get out of the way, hitting the top edge of the bat and just looping over. Short leg there, was brought into that position exactly for that delivery.
And that was your plan. Perfectly executed there. The only thing that was missing was that ball carrying straight into hands. And oh my goodness. Van Breeses, he tried his best to get around to it, but he just wasn't there. That was a really, really good ball from Matthew Post. And Aaron Pangiso tried his best to kind of get out the way, but he had no option but to play at that.
And that was also the second bounce and over. Umpire Zuma just reminding Matthew Post that that's 2 for the over.
So we will not be seeing another rip snorter like that one again this over.
You can. It just means that you'll get a warning and it will be a no ball for having the third one in the over. Touch fuller there from Matthew Post, and that's the end of the over. The Knights are 87 for 6 after 32 overs. Still requiring 195. They've got their target below 200, but only 4 wickets in hand. Titans sniffing victory here.
I remember earlier you were talking about the mental aspect of chasing totals. When you're looking at 250, you're looking at 200. All of a sudden you're thinking, 185, 195. We might actually just be into the charts because now all of a sudden it's 190. If they could move along and get that to maybe somewhere around 100, that's a different game.
Seppo Ndwandwe continuing here from the pavilion end. He's been very accurate. 6 overs, 1 for 6, not giving much away. Tempted Pangiso into a false shot in the previous over.
Oh. He looked ready there to actually make another false shot, but he kind of stopped in between that movement. He looked like he was going forward, then he just waited on the back foot again for that ball. Seppo has good deception in the air. There it is again.
Oh, he just chipped it over mid-wicket and scurried through for a single. He's just not keeping his shape, Pangiso, showing there what he needs to do. Top hand just taking over, or bottom hand, just flicking it through mid-wicket. Needs that top hand to work harder.
You did mention it clearly, but is that he's not going to die wondering. He's actually just trying to go for his normal shots, but he's not executing well enough. And all of a sudden now he's just looking like he's offering opportunities to get himself out. Pangi.
Just drifting onto the pads there and easily turned around the corner by Patrick Botha for the single.
I don't think the Titans would mind that. I think right now Seppo is best mediator will be bowling at Pangiso. I think that is his favorite actual, head-to-head at this moment. Bowling to Porter, he just kind of puts it right in line. He plays it well. He takes the single. And Pangiso's just going for the aerial shots. There again. Oh! Oh, that's beautifully taken. What a catch! Aaron Pangiso just hits it back straight to Ndwandwe, and he just takes a simple catch. It looks simple now, but there's nothing simple about that. Goodness me, what a catch that was.
Yeah, you could see the kettle was boiling. Aaron Pangiso was itching the last 2 overs, trying to dispatch Ndwandwe to the boundary. Fantastic reflexes there from Seppo Ndwandwe. Actually hit that quite hard. And those ones, they either stick or they go through. Fortunately for Ndwandwe, that's stuck. He's got impressive figures now of 2 for 8. And that was his 50th wicket in first-class cricket. Well done to Seppo, who now has 7 wickets in the game.
That's impressive. It's impressive. 50th career wicket in 40 cricket. Now you're looking at that situation and you're thinking, what a catch that was. And yes, again, Pangiso was not wandering at all. He just kept on looking to take on Ndwandwe as we're getting through that over. And every time he's either mistimed the ball or he's offered up that opportunity. And now it's just been taken. He hits it straight back at him. But that was a beautiful taking catch. And if those don't stick, you don't blame the bowler because absolutely sometimes it's a case of reflection.
And the new batsman is Matthew Pollard, who averages 26.9 and has a higher score of 59 against Northern Cape. Has 2 first-class 50s to his name, so he's no mug with the bat. Patrick Boyd, I would want him to hang around here and try and get the Knights to close of play today and just force the Titans to come back tomorrow. On the other hand, the Titans would want to finish and wrap things up today. We still have 23 overs left after this one, left in the day, and just over an hour's play left.
Seb one down. What a find this guy has been. What a bowler he is. He's taken 5 wickets in the opening innings for the Knights. He's taken 2 currently. He's sitting on 7 in this match. It's been a beautiful return from him. Excellent start again to the new batsman Matthew Pollard.
I think the key in Chepo Ndwandwe's bowling in this match is his accuracy. Not giving too much away, no freebies, just on and around that off stump, wicket to wicket, the odd one turning and bouncing, and creating lots of problems for the Titans.
It's been very tight. It's really been very tight. And that brings us over to an end. We are 33 overs into this innings. The Knights are currently 89 for 7. And they still need a further 193 runs to win. And with that, we have a change in commentary as well, with KG returning as we go into maybe the last hour of the final session of the day.
Yeah, back here, the Knights struggling here, just the 3 wickets. Meantime, let's look at the test squad announcement. Themba Bavuma coming back into the test squad to lead the team after Aiden Makram led the team previously. Gerald Kutsia back into the team also. Haku Jansen, excited to also see him back into the test team. Took a bit of a break after the World Cup, came back now against India. Also see Kagiso Rabada, who took a break during the T20 series against India rather. He will be looking to come in, steaming in there. Excited to see Muchisami getting an extra chance.
It's good to see Bavuma back as well in that setup. We've spoken about how he has been the most consistent red ball player for South Africa in the past couple of years, in the last couple of seasons. But you know, on and off with injury, it was uneventful when he did not play at all in Bangladesh because of injury. And right now he's returned. He looks fully fit, and we're hoping that he's definitely available for every game here or not. My goodness, this game has moved on so quickly. Who would have imagined that today, and just today, we would have seen 14 wickets fall?
Did say though offline a bit earlier that this game can end today. Just the 3 wickets that the Titans need.
And that's more practical than 193 runs.
Said I'll just take a bit of stubborn batting here from the Knights. Can still bat. Everybody until 11. I mean, Malus is a batter, can bat.
Woo!
He is steaming in here, boys. He's really running in there. Hitting the deck very hard. Constantly challenging the batters here. You can have those where sometimes bowlers bowl a bit too short, make it too easy for the batter to get under. But very well directed bouncers here by Matthew Post.
I look at that KG and think, look at the cloud cover, it's getting a bit dark out there and you're getting that type of hostile bowling. Oh, it's never good.
Wide this time around, just vacant point area, hit to the boundary. Don't think he'll have a problem with that. I'm trying to barrage the batter a bit here with the short bowling. Gets one, Patrick Kruger outside that off stump, hits it nicely through that point area for 4.
What a shot. What a shot that was. Goodness me, he just leans back into that one and just cuts it through into the offside. Beautiful shot. Lose the Titans, the Knights, sorry, it's 93 for 7 now.
Closer that time around. Well played by Patrick Walker. Down to Coban Bosch at that third man area. Yeah. That is the end of the 34th over with the Knights on 93 for 7. Still requiring a further 189 runs with only 3 wickets in hand. Sepon Dwandwa, so far the chief destroyer for the Titans, picked up the 5 wickets in the first innings. He's picked up 2 wickets so far.
He's also 3 away from 10 in the match. There's only 3 wickets left to play with in the game. It just might be his day today.
Yeah.
It just looks to be everything that he's been doing. It's been coming off well. When he was brought in to break the partnership earlier on, he did. He came in now to get another wicket. He just did. So it's just changed the game for the Titans.
Got to ask yourself how long till we see Patrick Botha being a bit more explosive against Tepon Dwandwa, turning it into him.
You know, it's a question of risk against reward. It only comes back to, is he willing to take it on? Because we all know if he isn't, and if he doesn't commit to any shot that he tries to play, he's going to mistime it and probably get caught.
He was stumped in that first innings, came down the wickets, completely missed one from Tepon Dwandwa. I don't know if maybe the Titans might want to look getting a silly or
another catching option close to the
catch-up.
bat.
Yeah.
Oi.
Get somebody there, that short leg. Valdo Munsami looks very pumped up, doesn't he? Behind the wickets there. Constantly screaming. So there was a bit of a friendship talk between him and Aaron Pangiso a bit earlier.
No.
Just in that area there.
You see, now it's getting to that point where there's uncertainty about the running in between the wickets. And does Patrick Botha now take a single off the next ball? Or does he retain the strike and just see what happens with Matthew Pollard on the other end for the next over? There, he's going for the single there. And he just pushes that through towards mid-off, and he does take the single off the very last ball of the over. That's 35 overs completed. Knights are 95 for 7 now.
The Knights here struggling a bit here. We did hope that we'll see them fare a little bit better in the second innings, but it hasn't been the case. Titans just keep on chipping away here.
It really hasn't been the case. They've kind of fallen away a little bit. They lost 2 quick ones at the start, and after tea it just kind of just fell away for them a bit more again as we went through the phases of the game. Matthew Burstall to continue. A dead ball called on that occasion. And Patrick Porter wasn't ready to receive that ball. And I think his mindset currently is also looking at a situation of, this is definitely coming short again.
Just touch of width. Very interesting to see them also taking the single of the first ball. It almost looked like for a while that Patrick Botha will be taking the bulk of the facing of deliveries here, but first ball in the over, deciding to go for that single.
That now kind of changes things, because it's a position of, does Matthew Pollard face the remaining 5 balls? Does he actually manage to get himself off strike, or does he just sit tight and try to block out this entire over for Patrick to then stay on strike to set ball in the next over? Ooh, nothing on that. I like the option of having the leg slip in there, but right now, for Matthew Pollard, I'd also bring in a silly point right there, or just a short leg even, just close enough to the bat to offer that opportunity for whatever shot he's trying to make as when he's trying to get away from the ball. There, right there. There's your option for bringing in a short leg.
Yeah, you feel that maybe you have 2 men, one in front, one at the back. They're listening to you.
They were discussing it there,
sorry.
yeah. He's coming in now to be in that position. And somebody else is moving into that leg slip region. I guess they were listening to us on that occasion.
Maybe that stump mic there is sending some information through. Catch it. There we go. That's very good. Field change there from the momentum multiplier Titans. The wicket did go to where that fielder was, but you got to say that bringing that short leg in brought a bit of doubt to the batter. Felt that he needed to just nudge it behind, hitting it straight to that leg slip there. Wonderful bowling here from Matthew Post into the rib cage, into the body. Matthew Pollard never looked comfortable playing that one. Straight into the hands of Coben Bosch at that leg slip area there. And that is the 8th wicket down with the Knights on 96 for 8.
You are very right on that, KG. Because that short leg fielder comes in, it eliminates that option for him to drop the ball right into that spot, because now he's thinking, I'm actually going to get caught right in front of my eyes. So he's trying to alleviate that, so I'm going to try and play it out. I'm just going to try and squeeze it to the leg side. But guess what? They still brought in a man from that mid-wicket region to cover that space at the back slip. So it was great. That positioning, it just puts you off for a little bit. It's just a moment that kind of changes that situation. And it brings about the wicket.
That's all that it takes, isn't it? Just to put a man there, create some doubt. Especially for the tail enders, you can say, or the lesser batters, you can say.
Never comfortable against the short stuff.
I must say, it looks like it's just gotten a bit brighter even. It's not as dark as it was a couple of minutes ago. It looks like the clouds are just moving over here. With 2 wickets to go here. Dane Beat coming in, averaging 16.9. He can bat. Funny enough, his highest score is 114 against the Knights. That's when you were still playing for the Cobras. As we take a look at that again. Matthew Post coming into the body of Matthew Pollard. Never comfortable. Straight to Coben Bosch at that leg slip. No doubt that the same ploy will be continuing here.
Perfect positioning. It's just perfect positioning.
I must say,
we talk about the importance of that. And we were just saying, put in a short leg in there. Just change the field around. Never remove your leg slip, because that creates the option and doubt. And immediately after that field change, there's your wicket.
Ooh! Woo! Bit of chin music there from Matthew Post. Very much pumped up here.
He's definitely pumped up now. He's hitting the deck so hard. I mean, everything about what we are seeing and everything about what we're looking at is just being perfect.
Yeah, that is what you need from your fast bowler late in the day. definitely they've got a plan to just barrage the Knights here with short pitch bowling, and so far they're doing it very well. Again, this time Dane Pitt just get behind it, and that's the end of another wonderful over here from Matthew Bowes. The end of the 36th over with the Knights on 96 for 8, still requiring a further 185 runs, and the Titans just need those 2 wickets to finish off this match here.
It's actually been a really, really good day. Really good day for the Titans. When you consider where they were after the first session this morning, you never really thought much well that this game would be in this current position right now. It's actually been a hell of a day, and it's been a barrage of short stuff after tea, and it's been working very well.
Yeah, and as you see, the T20 women's announcement squad, the South African ladies taking on England in 3 T20s. Got the ever reliable Lara Wovat, first ball there from Tsepondwandwa is denied a 10-wicket ball here. He's on 7 wickets, only 2 wickets remaining for him.
He can still get to a career best of 9.
The sun is pipped out. A lot brighter than what it was a couple of minutes ago.
And considering the situation, we might just get that extension of day today. Just get that extra extension to the play.
Not even sure if you'll need that. With about 48 minutes still left, only the 2 wickets that the Titans require. I'm not too sure that you'll need to even have an extension here unless there's some exceptional batting from Dane Pitt and
Patrick
Botha.
That's actually true. I agree with you on that one. Just look at how well Tsepo has gone today. He's taken 2 wickets. He's bowled 8.3 overs. This is the 9th over. He's only gone for 10. There's a good shot.
Actually over that mid-off. I don't think the Titans will mind that much. Got a lot of runs still. Saying to Dane Pitt, if he wants to take that risk of hitting it over, then he might as well do that, and that brings the 100 up for the Knights. It's a good shot from Dane Pitt. Slower from Tsepondwandwa, opening up that offside, hitting it off over that mid-off for 4. Oh, and this time around, goes through the block, hits that off stump. Wonderful bowling here from Tsepondwandwa. After being hit for a 4, just kept the line straight, nice and slow in the air.
It was a good shot, KG, as you called it. It was an absolutely good shot the ball before. But that, it just went 2 bounces into the boundary. And we were talking about the risk element of that shot. And the very next one just pitched up a lot slower. It just turns just right in time. And it just clips the top of off stump. That's a perfect ball. That was a perfect delivery. I don't think Dave could have done anything about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant bowling, Tsepo.
It's actually similar to the wickets that Dane Pitt was getting when he was bowling, just hitting that off stump when the Titans batters. Just the 1 wicket to go now for the Titans to wrap this one up.
It does seem that will be done today on day 3, which is what we called moving day. We have seen a cluster of wickets fall today, and currently we are sitting on 16 wickets in total. My goodness, what a day! What a day of cricket!
Nobody spoke about it being a moving day. We didn't know that it was gonna move this much,
this quickly.
That brings to the wicket Malusi Ziboto, averaging 18.4. He's got 5 50s, the best of 56. The Knights will need nothing less than that from him if they are to salvage anything from this match. Still lots and lots and lots of time to go.
So it is intriguing that your number 11s now are no longer, your out and out tailenders. I mean, given the 550s next to Sporter's name, it's actually that's a very decent record, a career record at that. But with how well Tsepo is bowling currently, there's still 1 delivery left in this over. I mean, he's been bowling so well today. He's taken 3 for 14 runs in 8.5 overs. I mean, it's just been absolutely brilliant. It's just been brilliant.
Definitely man of the match performance here from Tsepondwandwa.
Definitely. We account for the 8 wickets he's taken in this game out of the night's 20.
If he gets another one, that will give him what, 48%? Bit of a chat there again between Malusi Siboto and Rivaldo Munsami. We did say a little bit of chatting also when Rivaldo Munsami in particular was batting in the
Earlier on,
Titans' second
yeah.
innings. So it is no surprise that we see this kind happening. Gamesmanship here.
Yeah,
Malusi Siboto first up, flashing very hard at that one into the ground. That's the end of the over, and a wonderful over once again from Tsepondwandwa. 37th over down, the Knights are 101 for 9. Titans just requiring one more wicket to win this match.
So what is Patrick Botha thinking right now? Do I just pull the trigger and try to just be playing out of this positively? Or do I still maintain our situational context of rotating the strike, just try to hog the strike a little bit, get Malusi not facing as many deliveries as possible?
I suppose,
What will be the game plan now with 1 wicket left in the box?
I suppose the difference here would be for Patrick Botha as to, is he betting for the team, is he betting for himself, which way are you going? Be nice for a batter to just frustrate the bowlers.
Yes, absolutely.
Might say that it's just delaying the inevitable.
That 181 looks way further out now. It looks like an impossible feat. Oof.
Very sharp pitch bowling here from Matthew Post. Continuing in the barrage of short balls here.
And with this barrage of short balls, we also haven't talked about how good he's gone, Matthew Post, today. 3 wickets as well in this innings for his 37, and he's moving into his 10th over. It's actually been a really, really good spell. One for 9. Wow. I never could have called it when we got in this morning that at this moment in time in the day today, we'd be sitting right on the verge of finishing this game. And we were 1 session into the second innings of the Titans.
Once again, nice and full. Great shot there from Patrick Kruger, hitting it in the covers. I don't think Matthew Post will mind that too much. He's bowled very, very well today here. Very attacking.
The whole mind that too much. We've seen a really good performance with the ball, and then we've seen a really, defensive effort with the bat. Because it didn't even look like, even from the start, the only person who looked like he had the intent to score was Sinokwane.
Ooh, just riding that one. 2 balls to go for Matthew Post to bowl at Malusi Siboto.
Now, the nice thing about this situation with Malusi also batting left-handed is that the lines don't change for the bowlers here. So they can just try to pepper him with that short stuff. We're still missing that leg slip on this occasion. But we do have your... Oh no, he's moving into that leg slip position. Because we do have that man at shortish.
Ooh.
Smaller trying to lap that over the top.
Yeah, looking for a bit of uppercut there, Malusi Siboto. Just like to see maybe a bit of a surprise ball here from Matthew Boys. Just push one nice and full.
Pitch it up.
Just one ball to go. We didn't have to try to do that.
A double blap in a sense. Because now Belusi is definitely expecting the short stuff. To push one up as he did in that occasion when he bowled no one in the first innings.
It's a bit too easy there from Malusi Siboto to leave that one.
Munsami throwing that ball just reminded me of that Johnny Best dismissal in the Ashes.
Oh yeah.
Siboto also looking back like, am I in the crease? Oh, goodness me. What a time to understand the rules of the game.
I wonder what sort of chats are the batters having here. Just wonder what's the thought process for the Knights. We look to just remain stubborn here. Or do they still have the belief that they'll get 176?
That's difficult. It's difficult. I don't think that they can actually understand to themselves that they can get 176, but we've seen miracles happen in this game. At the end of the day, that man's top score on the non-strikers end is 56.
Not out.
Not out of
you
that.
have to say.
So you can always better that. And Patrick Kruger is also above 50. So it's just a situational contest of can they just bat together? Shot.
One down to long on. Not minding to come to the other side. Giving Malusi Siboto 4 balls to face here in this over from Ndwandwa. Definitely the pick of the ball, but a lot of work has also been done by Matthew Bost on the other side. With all that short ball barrage that he has had, has allowed Ndwandwa to bowl as swiftly as he has here. No attacking fielders coming in.
This is going back to short leg.
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting decision there from Patrick Botha to actually take the single and give Malusi a strike, because we saw previously in Rwanda's last ball of his previous over, Siboto did not even wonder. He just kind of whacked it through to the offside, but he didn't time it well enough, so he dropped short of the fielders there.
Oof.
Hey.
Just hanging back there, Malusi Siboto. Be very excited in Ndwandwa to see Malusi Siboto play like that. Not willing to commit on that front foot. And a big heave once again from Malusi Siboto. Not gonna die wondering here. Looking to hit a big one. Just doesn't get the elevation he was looking for. Shut and wider. Nobody there behind the square. Just the slip fielder there.
And Malusi picks up the boundary. I don't think Zeppo will mind that at all, because it looks like Malusi is just giving him the kitchen sink.
I don't mind that. I don't think, no need to even put a fielder there, because just a bit chasing the ball here. Just keep him there, let him play it there again. You've got a lot of runs to play with.
Exactly.
The Knights on Nelson now. Look at that now. An easy single. That area that has been open. But again, I don't think then the Titans will mind that, because that keeps Malusi Siboto on strike. Do the first ball of Matthew Post.
I think maybe that was the central idea. Just give him that option of getting a single down the ground. Maybe. Could have been a thought. But at the end of the day, can we really say for sure that it was? But I don't think they'll mind at all, because now Malusi is still on strike for the first ball of the next over. And Matthew Burst has been doing a great job. Today. Supporting his partners from the other end. It's just been beautiful to watch.
No doubt that Matthew Post will be continuing with a barrage here.
And again, you have your short leg in there, and you have your leg slip in there. It's just that element of we are going short consistently.
Ooh! Got Malusi in a bit of trouble there.
That one did not bounce high enough at all. That just stayed low. We're all expecting it to be jumping high. Oh my
That's
goodness.
almost in that helmet there.
Oh, that was so close to actually hitting him right on the head.
I think this would be a perfect time to just pitch one up.
Exactly, because now there's that indecision. If it's short enough and it doesn't come up in that fashion, what does Malusi now think is going to happen every time the ball is kind of dipped in short into the wicket?
Ooh, and this time around, just get some good batting and past that point area for 4. Won't mind that the Titans want him to feel comfortable to play his shots.
And they want him to stay on strike.
Still needing 166 runs here with just the 1 wicket that the Titans need. As you look at that again, a bit too wide that time around from Matthew Bowes, giving the width to Malusi Siboto, and he just accepts that, hits it through that point for 4. Still 4 balls to go in this over. A lot can happen.
Malusi wasn't ready there at that time. Third ball called by the umpire. Matthew Bose looks a bit agitated by that one.
And you do not want to get a fast bowler agitated.
You know what's coming. It's been a barrage of short stuff anyway, but you know when this one is going to come. It's going to be very tight into the body.
Exactly what you were speaking about. Wonderful bowling here from Matthew Bowes. What is exciting about those kind of deliveries also is that as short as they are, he's not wasting a short ball because they're not going over the head. So he's still got a lot of short balls that he can bowl in this over, which is exactly the mode of target that they're going for here.
Yes. They're just around, in and around that chest height. Nothing over his shoulder as per yet. So they still have that leniency of if I can still go head high,
Yeah.
I can still do that twice more. Hey.
To the body, well negotiated there by Malusi Siboto that time around, just blocking it out there.
I think you're right now, KG. It's time to actually just pitch it full. Right now is the moment where you just pitch it up.
Bit of conversation there between Malusi Siboto and Junior Dala, former teammates, of course.
Just pitch the ball up. Like maybe just create that sense of discontent and opportunity. What could happen if he just pitches it full, straight and right at the stumps?
Ooh, another one in the body there. Very good bowling from Matthew Bowes here. Really, really steaming in here. A lot of energy. This is exactly what you want to see from your fast bowlers late in the day.
I really think maybe after this one they might actually switch him out. He's been hitting those targets I think for the last 5 overs straight now. It's actually been a really, really, really good effort. But you don't also want to over bowl him in these situations. You have others you can turn to. You can turn to Bosch. You can turn to Dala. There are other options that can actually carry the remaining load of this work.
Ooh. Ooh. Wonderful ball once again from Matthew Bowes to end that over. Very good bowling. Spain really coming in hard. Good spell of bowling here from Matthew Bowes.
Really good spell.
That's the thing about the Titans, having still Junior Dala and Comben Bosch in the bank.
Who
They're
are
going to
still
continue
fairly
with the
fresh.
barrage. Yeah. Sapon Dwanda will definitely just continue plugging in on this side. So if you want to bring someone else that side to go that aggressive line that they're looking at, still do have Comben Bosch, who hasn't bowled in a long time. Junior Dala hasn't bowled in a long time. So got a lot in their tank there.
There's definitely other options. And I think after that over, Boast will take a rest. Somebody else would actually then have to take on from the other end. and just offer that much more opportunity to get some overs in and try to get this over the line. Hey. Now all of a sudden, between the two players, it's Patrick Botha who looks uneasy, and Malusi Simoto looks like he's been out there for a long time. Negotiating that short stuff very well. I mean, none of those balls were actually flying anywhere. It's really been a good display of how to defend the short stuff on your ribs.
Okay, this will be a bit of an annoying partnership here for the Titans. They want to finish this off as quickly as possible. But they're just hitting one down to that long one for a single. 3 balls still to go in this over. Sepon Dwandwa to Malusi Siboto. Just the 1 wicket still that the Titans need here to finish off.
Captain Neil Brandt coming to field at that mid-off region. And again, from PSS goes under the helmet and short leg. I'd love to also see a leg slip in this position for the spinner as well. Just so you know, for those kind of eccentric shots when he tries to sweep. There.
Okay.
There's the gap there.
Shooting it, managing to just tuck it down to that fine leg for 2 runs. 1 ball to go in this over.
Just talked about having a leg slip in that position, and that's exactly where the next ball goes.
Do you think maybe Sepon Dwandwa does he just want to float one up on that offside? There's no protection, but
No
we
protection
want them
there.
to try and play that shot.
Hey.
It's been a bit easier when it's a bit straighter.
Yes.
Well negotiated by Malusi Siboto. Looks like Matthew Bose will still come into ball. It's the
Yeah, he is.
event of youth.
Looks like he's still coming into ball. Guess we called it too early in saying he is a bit tired. He's still showing us that I can still do it.
Yeah, he's a young man. Very strong also, very well built, Matthew Post. So, have a bit of an extra in his tank. Still continuing to hit the deck hard here. It's changed the line of the line of attack now, coming over the wickets to the left-handers. It's been coming around the wickets for most of the time. Now just change the line to come over the wickets. Just wonder if you look to maybe just ball one across on length or still going the short ball. Still the short ball it is. Patrick Botha's got a lot of confidence in Malusi Siboto, doesn't he?
Definitely. Because, I mean, every time we've been looking at him now, he's been taking singles almost like on the first or second delivery of every over. And then Malusi's been seeing off the over from his own side every time. It's actually been very interesting. But with all this barrage of short stuff, I mean, as a middle order batsman, I don't think it would be fair. Patrick Botha should actually be taking the brunt of this. I mean, he's been out there for 70 balls anyway. He's on 42. I mean, exposing Malusi to this kind of harsh conditions.
Taking a bit more time out of the game,
Again.
Malusi Siboto.
Malusi saying that the fielder was walking in there in that position behind, sorry, just in front of square. Matthew Bose just looks like he's not having it. That's Merrick Brett out there. It was the player that was just walking in slightly.
Definitely not in a hurry here, Malusi Siboto. Straight, very good bowling. Well played out from Malusi Siboto.
Definitely well played. I mean, that's just right there. He's coming in towards the grill and he just drops it right in front of him. Doesn't make the mistake of trying to parry it anywhere, because that would create the opportunity of the ball just ballooning up.
Just the 1 wicket to go here for the Titans. The Knights, it's one of those annoying partnerships on 19. Yeah, almost a play that worked here. Might have just come off their pad there. Indeed, it's a leg by the Empire, so it came off the thigh pad. Still the 3 balls here. Matthew Poe still running in.
That was definitely the ball to Malusi. Again, into that region of uncertainty, right here on your waist or in line with your ribs. That's the position where you try to just parry it away instead of trying to actually play a comfortable shot, because you can't. Ball is coming in too quick. You're in an awkward position already by the time it gets to you, so you just try to parry it away.
And this time, shot and hit in front of square by Malusi Siboto. Just climbing onto that one. Not a lot of energy. Actually, it's Patrick Botha that hit that in front of square.
Oh,
Good
it's an
shot.
excellent shot. Excellent shot. Look at this. He just waits on it there because he knows it's coming, and then bang! One bounce into the fence. It's an incredible shot. That moves Patrick Botha to 46. Might simply get to 50 well within this over still, because if he gets another short one like that, I'm pretty sure he's going to dispatch it again into the leg side.
And once again, another short ball, this time behind square. It's a very good shot from Patrick Botha to bring up his 50 with just 72 balls here. Well, good batting from Patrick Botha. Keeping the Titans there. It's actually his maiden first class 50, Patrick Botha.
Those are 2 excellent shots, back-to-back boundaries to move him all the way to 50 of 72. You look at how the situation is right now. It's actually been very decent. Oh! It's been a great innings. It's been a great innings from Patrick Botha. He and Sinokwano were the only 2 people actually mounting any sort of resistance against the Titans' bowling effort today. 50 and 38 respectively. And that brings the end of the over from Matthew Ghost with that single. Patrick Botha moves to 51 of 73. The Knights are currently 130 for 9 after 42 overs. Still need a further 152 runs to win. And the momentum multiply Titans just need 1 more wicket. Tsepo Ndandwa to continue from the pavilion end is into his 12th over here today. He's taken 3 wickets for 23 runs. It's really been a good return for Tsepo today, coming out from that performance in the first innings with his 5 wickets, following that up with these 3 wickets in this second innings. And he's shot from Patrick Botha. He just pushes that all the way down to long off for a quick signal. It's an easy signal that brings back Malusi Siboto on strike, who's currently on 11 of 18 balls. Tsepo's just looking to change the field here and entice the shot over the top from Malusi just to try and trap him. Just getting caught. That has really been interesting so far. This partnership has been an annoying one for the Titans. It's crept up to 30 runs, and it's been very much dominated by both Malusi and Patrick. It's been a joint venture in this partnership right now. Field change. No more short leg, but you just have a close catching fielder right in front of the bat. You still keep your slip in behind the keeper. And everybody is still in the ring, except for that deep mid-wicket. Well, it's just shortishly deep mid-wicket. It's just half and half, really. Hey. Notice he tries to just steer that one into the leg side, but doesn't really get the gap. So no run scored off that second delivery on this over.
And the full shot there from SuperSport, just getting on that knee, hitting it down. SuperSport just hitting that.
He's not wondering. He's absolutely not wondering. he's somewhat playing similarly to what Pandiso was doing. He's just not wondering. If it's there, he's playing his shot. There's Junior Dala out there who's half and half to mid-wicket. Maybe deep, maybe shortish.
Oh, yes! That looks like he might have gotten something outside, but no. There's a lot of excitement from behind there. It looked like there was nothing off the bat.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing from the umpire. Goodness me. Tsepo wasn't that interested too.
Yeah.
There.
Does look like that missed the outside. It's a very good.
It's only Munsami who actually looked the part to be trying to be in a position to say Malusi really does have an issue with just pulling away.
It's a very good decision there by umpire Jele.
Again. Dead ball called again. There's absolutely nothing wrong on that occasion. And we're looking at the south field as a whole. No fielders moving. Malusi was ready to take the ball. And at that point of release, even if you can watch that back, at that point of release there by Nondwa, he's in position and ready to take the ball. But then he just pulls away at the last minute.
Yeah, a bit of gamesmanship here. Maybe
What's
unless if
happening
there's
there?
something that's been said behind the wicket.
Could be. I can understand the frustration from the fielding side. I mean, every time that we are ready to bowl, you should also be ready to receive.
Yeah.
It comes down to all of those situational contexts of over rates in cricket games. So if you keep pulling away and all the time we need to reset and rethink and go again, it can be annoying for the bowling team. But on that occasion, I'm not sure what could have been the issue for SuperSport. I mean, everybody looked to be in position and ready to go, and he just pulled away at the final moment as when Tsepo was about to deliver.
It's definitely a bit of gamesmanship that's happening out there. We've seen it for the last couple of overs. It is part of the game, isn't it? Just to try and upset your opposition. That wider from Tsepo Ndwandwe. Thick inside edge from Patrick Botha. Doesn't go to the stumps. I asked in the previous over if it would be worth it to do that. It almost worked out there for Ndwandwe. Okay, Junior Dala having a bit of a wait there with SuperSport.
I'm pretty sure they talked about those antics in the previous over.
Just wonder if Junior Dala is not asking for the ball, with the way that looked to be anchored a little bit with the tactics that we're seeing.
Captain Brandt going back to Merrick Brett as Matthew Burst is looking to be done for the day, completing that spell. 12 overs, 3 wickets for 56 runs. And right now, Brett to take on those duties. He's currently bowled 5 overs so far in today's game. He's gone for 9. He's taken a single wicket. But this could not be a bad change because we saw how good Brett was earlier on when he actually took that wicket. And he was the one to dismiss Forrester. That was a really good ball.
Once again, a bit of an opportunity there, but good run in there. They get there. Didn't hit the stumps, Matthew Post. Still got the energy, looks like, to be running around out there.
Close again, very close. But Malusi set off immediately, so this would have been very tight, but I think he was still in. Ooh. Good running. Take that single, move this partnership along to 36 now.
10th wicket, partnership of 36 here. Not easy for the Titans, it looks like, to get that last wicket. One just jumped up there from Merrick Brett.
Really has been a day and a half of cricket out there, and I think that's an injury. That finger does not look great. If it's broken and he can't continue, that will be the end of the innings today. Is it hard? Is it hard? Is it hard on that? I'm not sure what the physio is going to do to have a look at this. But Bota has been hit very hard on that finger.
Looks like he's in a bit of trouble here, Patrick Bota.
Dala again speaking to Malusi. It's all these crazy antics that are happening out there between two former ex-players, ex-teammates, sorry. It's all good fun. It's all good fun though out there.
CM Pokanijele playing a bit of a referee here.
He's still in that position, continually thinking, yeah. And as we look at everything that has occurred today so far, with the Knights being 137 for 9, Corbin Bosch has bowled a spell of 8 overs. He's taken 2 wickets for 15 runs. Matthew Boast has bowled 12, taken 3 for 56. Junior Dala has bowled 6. He's the only bowler in this lineup who hasn't taken a wicket today, but he's gone for 26 runs in that 6 overs. Tsepon Ndwandwe has taken 3 for 29 in his 12 overs, and Merrick Brett is currently in his 6th over, bowling at 5.2 overs completed today so far. 1 wicket for 10 runs. It's actually really been a very, very good display of economical bowling. It's been a great job from the Titans.
Still 13 overs left in the day's play, and we should take a look at the upcoming test series. The Proteas will be taking on Sri Lanka starting next week, Wednesday the 27th of November in Durban. That 2-match series against Sri Lanka, very important for the Test Championship. And from there on, from the 5th to the 9th of December, they'll be moving to Gqeberha to play at St. George's Park against the same opposition, Sri Lanka, who last time when they were here, they beat the Proteas.
They did manage to get a win in the Test match. It's actually been a talking point that we actually look into. Look at that squad, good team, nice setup, but we know how important it is that we handle how we get on going in these 2 Test matches against Sri Lanka, and how important and vital it is to get 2 wins from those 2 games. But it's easier said than done in any case. We know how perfectly difficult it is to play 5-day cricket. And international Test cricket is just something to behold when you're watching.
Just wonder with the Titans if the Knights are just looking to annoy the Titans here a bit. And once again, we also have a T20 International Series coming, the Women's Series. Very exciting times for women's cricket. Laura Vovat will be leading the Protea Women's. Very good player, Laura Vovat. Has played very well. A leading run scorer in the recently concluded T20 World Cup, Women's T20 World Cup.
I think
Starting
the
this
most important
Sunday.
thing with this, KG, is that they are playing a test match against England in this tour, which is actually something that, well, it's going to be a first for South Africa in South Africa. It was the last time they played any test match cricket, they were playing in Australia against Australia. So hosting that type of game against England, who are used to playing test cricket, is going to be something pretty much to watch. As we get back in now with Patrick Botha having received treatment, it looks ready again to get going again. He's taking stance, and Merrick Brett is going to continue his over. Ooh. That almost pops up.
Yeah, a bit of hard hands there from Patrick Botha. Just on the bounce to Keegan Peterson in that extra cover. Quite tight in that extra cover area there, Keegan Peterson.
I think that blow now is going to play in the back of his mind a little bit. He suffered a little bit of pain on that finger. Is he going to be wondering about how it's going to feel now when he's trying to play his shots? Or if or not he gets hit again in that same position? There.
The legs that time. Easily put away by Patrick Botha in that vacant mid-wicket area to the boundary for 4. Very good batting from Patrick Botha. He's really batted well in this innings.
This has been a fine innings. It's been a frustrating innings from Patrick Botha. I mean, it's really looked good. And that's a comfortable shot for 4 there on that occasion. It moves him steadily to 56 of 78. He's been playing man alone actually today, but Malusi is still stuck in there with him at 17 from 23. It's an annoying partnership at 40 runs now. Shot.
Good shot once again from Patrick Botha, hitting it over the head of Merrick Brett down to the boundary for yet another boundary here for Patrick Botha.
Shot. Excellent, excellent shot. And at the point of contact there, his head is not moving. He's right over the ball and just plays it. Straight over the bowler's head, down the ground for 4.
Does that not remind you of the innings of Ben Stokes a couple of years ago?
You mean
Winning
when
the game as a left-hander alone?
When he scored that 150 odd against Australia, with Jack Leach having faced like, I don't even know how many balls he actually faced for that single that he scored on the other end. It was a crucial day that. But even so, in that day, Australia needed their Western reviews. But that was an excellent innings from Stokes.
Ooh, and just flashing it one wider that time. Almost getting that edge. Merrick Brett having hit for 2 4s in a row here. Finishes the over with a dot ball, and the Knights are 145 for 9 after 44 overs.
And as we think about it, KG, that was a mountainous differences here between that innings from Stokes and this one. Currently, when Stokes was taking down the Australian attack, he needed 70 odd with that last wicket partnership to win the game. Here we're looking at 137 runs still required. It's still a mountain to climb, but nothing is impossible in this game. That's why we love it. But we just have to wait and see. Seppo to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, nothing is impossible, but
Nothing is impossible.
not a lot to be done here by the Knights. 137, just the 1 wicket.
It would require this partnership to go all the way to maybe about 180 runs, because right now they're currently sitting on 44, so a further 137 runs adding on to this partnership would be, I think that would be
a record.
That would be a record for, especially even for the Knights. It would be a record 10th wicket partnership. Ooh.
Change of line here from Tsepandwandwa.
So
Deciding to come around the wickets.
Now. It's always a bit strange when you go back and across to a ball that's a bit fuller from the spinner. Like that.
Blind. It looked like it was in the air a bit, but hit it into the ground.
And that kind of took the sting out of it. That's why he just lobbied to the fielder in the inner circle there with his brevis. Hey.
You can see Rivaldo Munsami just behind there, telling Tsepandwanda to just float one up a bit, tempt Malusi Siboto to go for a big one. See, look at his hand again. He keeps on saying, just take it up there, take it up there. Oh, no, my word.
There it was. He's hit it. Sami has definitely put that one down. Oh, you can just tell from the reaction in and around the bat. Let's just look at that again. It's floated up again as per the instruction. Seppo does well to deliver this ball, and he's hit that.
Looks like it came off the pad there. Looks
Wow.
like he might have just brushed the
Wow,
pad of
wow,
Malusi Siboto.
Goodness me, that could have been it. But hey, he says he can't see. Siboto's calling for time.
Oh,
Ooh. Yeah, he's complaining he can't see it. There.
gone are the days that
Gone
the
are the days
batsman
where the
can
batsman decide that we can't see.
Can't be
And
telling.
Jayla is just telling him there, we're not going off, we're going to continue. So Malusi has to toughen it up. You have to tough it up. Gone are the days when batsmen decide they can't see. We're in an age right now where the lights get turned on.
And that will see the change of the bowling. Probably there has been conversation that it is a bit darker, but you can still play. And that's why the option of bowling a
spin.
spin bowler, and that sees the unlikely spin bowler in Van Heerden coming into the attack for the Titans.
Because of that change, that might change everything else. They might actually get the wicket now. We've been saying all day today it would have been perfect to see spin on both ends. We didn't see it in the second innings when the Titans was batting. We haven't seen it today in this innings where the Knights are batting. So maybe right now we're going to get spin on both ends. And this could be a situation where we find ourselves where
Joshua Van Heerden does have a wicket, first class wicket. He's only bowled 20 balls ever in his first class. Got a wicket against the Dolphins in the previous game.
he can still do that magic here today, get that wicket first up in this opening over of his.
Be gentle off spinners
Yes,
here
yes,
from Van Heerden.
Patrick Porter declines the single.
Obviously him bowling off spin, turning the ball away from the left-handers. Patrick Porter harder this time around.
Says yes to the single too this time around. Malusi calling for the light. Oh wow, that was pretty interesting.
The Knights definitely want to come back here tomorrow.
True.
Looks like.
Yeah, that's why they're toughing out the situation right now. That's why they're kind of playing and looking at the whole concept of where they are currently. They want to just push it as much as they can. There's still about 11 overs left in the day. I'm not sure if we'll get the extension of play today, given that there's only one wicket to go. And if the Titans are confident enough to say, yeah, we can continue and spin for the next 10 overs, we might get that extra 30 minutes.
Yeah. Just going back there, an opportunity, but
He's
good
in.
running here from the Knights.
It's really
Just
good
going
running.
through for that single.
Supporter watches that one very closely all the way to the bat and takes the single.
But leaning back here, hitting it. Junior Dalla there at that deep cover. Just that sweeper there doing some work. 2 balls to go in this over.
They're getting through this over very quickly. I'm seeing that there are about 3 runs coming from it, but they're getting through the over very quickly.
Straight there from Van Heerden.
It's a bit too straight. If anything, I'd just put that ball outside of stand and just float it up there. Just offer that shot for Siboto to try and go up and above that regional space of cover. Hey. Don't want to finish. And that's over number 46 completed. The Knights are 148 for 9. This partnership growing steadily. From 101 for 9, we are now 148 for 9. Partnership of 47 between Patrick Porter and Malusi Siboto. Patrick Porter currently 62 of 83. Malusi Siboto 18 of 32 balls. It's really been a frustrating partnership for the Titans. Tsepo Ndwandwe to continue.
Malusi
And
Siboto.
it looks like Malusi is just trying to eat away at time here a little bit. Tying his shoes is not yet ready. He's also halfway through the pitch on the other side. Now he needs to get back to the non-striker's end. Patrick Botha is already ready to take the first ball coming from Tsepo in his 14th over. It's gotten pretty dark at the moment. It's a comfortable shot off the legs. Straight all the way to deep mid-wicket. There's a single there with Junior Dala just doing the cleanup. Malusi Siboto now on strike against Tsepo Ndwandwe.
Just wonder if just allowed him there. He was saying that he can't see the ball. So if you really can't see the ball, just cloud him there. Loop one up. Try to see if he can go for a quick one.
That'll be exactly the plan.
It should be. You've got still got a lot of runs to play with. Oh. Too straight that
Too
time
straight.
around from Ndwandwe. Looking to bowl a bit wider than that.
Keeps it to a dot still there. Looking at this whole situation, this is just a bit frantic right now.
And a big hit once again from Malusi Siboto. One bounce, two bounces into the boundary. Good hit over that mid-on to the boundary for 4.
And that
And-
coming from a player who can't see it.
And that's the 150 up also for the Knights here. 153 for 9 after 46.4 overs.
So in the decision, 50 partnership as well on that occasion. 52 runs of 59 balls. It's actually been a very frustrating partnership. 52 from 59. That's very decent too. The run rate in that occasion has been really good.
Probably the highest partnership
Yes,
so far in this
definitely.
innings. Oh! That was the opportunity that they were looking for. Just past that first slip there. Calvin Bosch standing at that first slip. Thick outside edge from the bat of Malusi Siboto.
Oh my days. Oh, goodness me. What an effort to actually try and get to it. He manages to get just a fingertip on it, but it just can't. It just bursts through the hands and it trickles down, but it doesn't go for 4. So they managed to keep it down to a 2, but that was the opportunity they were waiting for. That was the opportunity for that final wicket. And it wasn't taken this time. It wasn't taken. Corbin Bosch was the one to drop that one. But, again, well bowled from Tsepo. Well bowled.
The shot from Patrick Botha hitting it over that mid-over for a big 6 over the long off. It's the gentle off spins there from Van Heerden and Patrick Botha just hitting it over.
Stand and deliver. What a shot that was. He just watched it all the way to his bat and he just dispatches it. And mid-off was in the ring at that point, so it goes well, truly. Even if long-off was at the boundary at that point, it was never stopping that one. Has been a toiling day. Watching all these sides kind of get into these positions where they can win the game and then get frustrated a little bit by just one partnership. It happened with the Knights when they were bowling, as Neil Brandt was batting with the tail. It's happening again in this last session of the day with the Titans, as they're being frustrated here by Patrick Botha and Malusi Siboto.
Looks like we do have extension of time because it's
Yes.
over
So then
started
about
after
6
6. So next extra 30 minutes. The light permitting. And again over, but no one there at that deep extra cover.
Oh, Dala manages to pull it in. So no 4, they're looking for 3. They get 3 comfortably. Oh, goodness
That looks
me!
like that might be a run out. Well done, Malusi Siboto was just sleeping there.
My goodness! He's now watching where the ball is coming in from. Malusi Simoto, that is so
But credit
lazy.
also to Rivaldo Munsami, because he went as if like the ball is not coming to him, and then all of a sudden the ball is just there.
He pulled the Quentin to go on Wongani Jele gives this out. I want you to look at this. As they turn for 3 here, Patrick goes quickly because there is a run there. Malusi Simoto just drags his feet slightly.
Just look at
Wow.
Rivaldo Munsami. He's not waiting for the ball to come to him. He's just
Wow! Goodness me, wow.
Dala.
That was an excellent throw from Dala, directly above the stumps. Munsabe just took it comfortably and then he just takes the bails off. Ah, Malusi, you were short of the crease there. And to every kid that's watching, show intent when running in between the wickets. You cannot be run out like that in the game. And especially now, with everything clinging on to these last 30 minutes of extension of play today. Goodness me, what a way to be bowled out. KG, what a
It looked
game.
like it was just some time where there was not too much happening. Yes, an opportunity here and there. But for the most part, the Knights were just holding on here with that very big partnership. As we take a look at that again, Rivaldo Munsami just looking like he's waiting for a bus to come by, not expecting the ball, and then all of a sudden just gathers and just runs Malusi Siboto out. Very good awareness there from,
That was brilliant wicket keeping. That was brilliant wicket keeping.
and good throw from Junior Dala. Very strong arm. Started also with what looked like it was going for a 4. Junior Dala just came around, pushed it back. Very strong arm. He does have a bullet arm. Junior Dala throws it in, and that is the last wicket. Let's see, is the Knights finally bowled out, and the Titans winning the match.
By 120 runs, I believe. Wow, what a game of cricket. What a game of cricket. Well done to the Titans, having bowled out the Knights in 2 sessions again in back-to-back days.
Yeah. And then as that happens, it becomes brighter all of a sudden.
Yes. It's actually intriguing. Oh my goodness, because with this much light, then you could have been bowling your seamers right now in this last 30 minutes of play. But goodness me, what a throw. What a throw from Junior Dala. As we look back at the game, Multiply Titans won the toss, elected to bat first on day 1. They went 307 all out. The Knights replied with 193 all out. And that left a lead of 114 runs. Titans came in again to their second innings, 167 all out. And the Knights respond to that, chasing a target of 282, sorry. They managed 163 all out in 47.4 overs. The momentum Multiply Titans win the game by 118 runs.
Yeah, very good. And as we just give you a bit of an update in the other match that's taking place at the DP World Wanderers. The Lions batting first in that game. Currently on 268 for 3. Dominic Hendricks still going 102 of 296 balls. He had a strike rate of 34. Had a very good partnership with Manak, who got 64. Zubair Hamza was out for 77 for 111 balls. Currently with Fakude on 8. Very good game also contest here, but Odwa 3 days to finish the game. A lot of times in the game that we thought that maybe might not. Did say earlier on that it might finish today, but at some point it looked like there was a bit of doubt creeping in, and it took a run out, a wonderful run out to get the end of this game, then the last wicket, and it sees the momentum multiply. Titans walking away, winning by 118 runs, got some nice points in that first innings in the batting and the bowling, and now they finish it off with the win, the much needed win by the momentum multiply Titans. And it's been a good 3 days here at SuperSport Park. We've enjoyed bringing this broadcast to you with the help of Pitch Vision, of course, on the CSA YouTube app. It's been a good 3 days here of cricket, scintillating cricket here. Sepondwanda bowled very well. Has picked up 8 wickets in this game. It's been a very good game here. Very good 3 days. 4-day cricket. And from here on, do have a couple of games going on before we go into the test match next week, starting on Wednesday, where the Proteas will be taking on Sri Lanka from next week Wednesday in Durban. In that test series, the very important test series, we did say that the Proteas need to win 3 out of 4 to have a chance. 4 out of 4 they will win, with the 2 test matches coming up against Sri Lanka and then against Pakistan to end it off. But from us here at SuperSport Park, it is good morning, good afternoon and good evening to all of the viewers.